This is automatic. This is automatic.
This is automatic. This is automatic. This is automatic. This is automatic. This is automatic. This is automatic. This is automatic.
Think I'd just sit here and watch?
This is automatic. 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 This is automatic.
I'ma kick back when you fake like that. Back when you fake like that. When you fake like that. When you fake like that. I'ma kick back when you fake like that. Head out of the game, I don't play that fact. I'ma kick back when you fake like that. Head out of the game, I don't play that fact. Back, 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 back. When you fake like that. Head out of the
Al. Backlines, 1391, a triple kill, double kill from the Omen. And this guy has spotted the more tier 4 deck.
At first I sent the link and she was petrified. Kept thinking she would be a victim of my scam and lies.
But then I read a few lines and the grammar was all wrong. The hunch grew strong. He was trying to scam me all along, so I blocked his hack and reported the fraud.
Oh, she even blocked my number and my phone calls from abroad.
He'll try to tempt you with rewards and a fake prize.
You shouldn't crumble. You should report these shady guys.
Well, no, not I will survive for as long as I report the fraud.
I know they won't survive.
I've got great advice to give.
Reporting is imperative.
They won't survive.
I won't survive.
Scammers these days have a no new trend.
It's a call from the police, but it's all pretend.
And you'll regret it later if you don't report the call.
But that's not all. They'll get all your details, they'll have it all.
So take their advice and report our lies.
Just call now and give these guys a rude surprise.
I've got great advice to give. Reporting is imperative.
I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey.
who wants to take initiative. Tenso deciding he wants to fall back to Jets. That gets a triple.
What is happening to Smash right now?
He's got the knives. One more shot. He's doing it. And he gets a triple. Drops up. Tenso finding Chad. It's a good sign for Lemon.
Timing.
More if they want to clear a shot from Taiki.
Hi everybody and welcome back to another stream of the Dubai Police Esports Tournament, brought to you by the Dubai Police and of course organized by 404 Esports. My name is Arshi and I am the host for this tournament alongside our amazing MC Turkey. We have a lot of amazing games lined up for you today. Today is the final day of our 5-day tournament. We have our amazing semi-finalists and finalists up for grabs, ready to get that first place prize. And you know, just showcasing their talent to whole region, not just here, but as well as globally. We're super excited to see what they can show us. First, let's give a big shout out to our sponsors. We have XFX as well as Jumbo, Al Baddad, and Zowie, with our main sponsor, Esaad. We are going to be giving it over to our very talented casters. I know they're super tired, but at the same time, super excited to finally be ending this tournament with a bang and knowing which one of these amazing teams will be leading the way. So I'm going to be giving it to Ramon and Mochi to start our last day of the Dubai Police Esports Tournament. Take it away, guys.
Now, I would like to request for every Twitch chatter that we have right here, everyone in the venue right there over at the Dubai Police Officers Club, before we officially open this event, that we have to make some noise because it's the final day of the Dubai Police Esports Tournament. My name is Ramon and with me is Mochi for the final time, guys. It is the last day for this whole event, this whole spectacular event that we've had for the past couple of 5 days now. And I'm sure, Mochi, that you've had a stunning appearance all throughout this tournament bracket, seeing the best come out of the Dubai community as well as a few mixed into the Saudi Arabian community as well.
For sure, for sure. By the way, can I just mention Archie is looking so beautiful today. Thank you so much for throwing on to us. By the way, focusing here on our bracket, it's just really awesome for me to see that all throughout the 4 days that we had here in this tournament, now it's the last 2-0 streak is still unbreakable. I feel like this has already been written from time and time again that the 2-0 series will just be ongoing. But at the same time, we are going to see these two astounding teams both starting with letter F's. It is going to be Forsaken and as well as Fraggarts, and we have seen a glimpse of Forsaken before. As far as we may recall, I feel like they're one of the teams who's been able to whip out something new in every single round they play, and even whatever map that will be. And sometimes it is some silly strategies, but it all works so well. But for Fraggarts, though, I believe you've got some information for us.
Oh, hell yeah. Because Fraggers are definitely a veteran in the Dubai Police Esports Tournament. Like, we have seen them be as dominant as ever because they've had the experience to make up for it. Before anything else, though, we would like to show the map selection for this particular series, as this is going to be a best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. But the Scent being that first map, it just makes it all the more important to highlight the strengths of the squad. Full on tempo for Fraggers, which is the complete contrast that I've seen for Forsaken for this whole tournament. They have shown the standard of how fast you have to play and with how disciplined you also have to show yourself in this best of 3 right here. So we're getting into the agent selection with a double controller comp. But on this map of Ascent, it's not the usual controllers that you would see up from the side of the Forsaken squad. It's the Harbor as well as the Viper, so double wall smokes. You usually see dome smokes come out for the meta that is on the Ascent map, right? You usually see an Omen, a Brimstone, definitely an Astra in the mix, but you don't usually see a Harbor being picked up, which is pretty interesting to say the least.
I mean, I can see why they chose the harbor as well, just in case that they really want to deny anyone from peeking forward, because there is some slow along with those smokes. So just in case that they would want to resort into that, go for some rushes, they can use the reckoning as well, which is definitely wonderful. In a land of ascent, it would be indeed interesting, just as you have been able to say. On the other hand, here by the side of fraggers, it is pretty straightforward. Instead of a KO, we have the sky though. So this is just gonna be by the book terms of lineup, which means you just have the entry, you just have all every single agent here just occupying whatever they are meant to do. Nothing special
Yeah, I
or
mean,
anything as that.
you think about it, last time that we saw fraggers, they are the king of playing the vanilla playstyle, right? They always have this kind of lineup, which actually it makes sense in a lot of ways. Fry being the opening pick, the carry for the team, actually started off well for the Forsaken side. But as I say that, Ebby and Aim Hunter will get two for their own. Susano on the other end will get the equalization, 3 versus 3.
Heavy saturation at the mid area, definitely denying them from pushing further in RB side. And now they're making all their way here at the tree area onto A, which is readily available for them to take. But at the same time, they really should be careful because there's already a couple here from the side of fraggers definitely waiting for them to put the spike down. 3v3 situation here, fraggers on some quite of a deficit because in terms of HP, they're already running low. But knowing their history, this might actually be doable for them.
Yeah, they've always been in these situations before. So fraggers has always been highly regarded by all the casters here in the Dubai Police Esports tournament. Aim Hunter will get a double, a triple as he runs out of a main, but Pen regains control for the Forsaken squad. The first pistol round coming in the way of the attacking side, and a good contribution as well from the skies on both sides, showing that they are meaning business in our final section right here. This is just a really nice statement to hold, right? That mid control very early on set up by the defending side, and they know that Forsaken is the type of team that want to play the aggressive game, but fraggers are saying that we can do that, but even better. Unfortunate though, because they're not able to adapt into the post plant.
Yeah, definitely. And that is actually really awesome to see because I don't know if y'all noticed the player count of the first player there. He's quite surprised that they've been able to end that round for themselves. But now, at the second, they would be able to get a pickup here from yours truly, Tesor. Pendo attempting to go and offer the regrowth here in hopes of perfecting the amount of HP his allies have. And they can try and hover here onto Esaad from the spawn because they really want to play this safely as ever. Despite of the advantages here in terms of guns, you can never be so sure.
Yeah, this is like the biggest thing that you would have to uphold, right? They have the guns in their pocket, but you're never entirely sure that you're gonna get the round anyways. That means they have to convert all the easy rounds right here, which is, in my opinion, something that they shouldn't be threatened about because they do have the better guns anyway. So Forsaken playing the tempo game, playing for the slow game, waiting for the smokes to be balled up by the harbor. I remember that they don't have an omen, so this is gonna be a little bit difficult now for the side of the Fragger squad. Tisor with a 3K, Amidas is following with another shot from the Guardian, and Ebby a little too late to the call. Does spot out two, struggling to even pick which target he wants to go for the headshot here. So Sano will punish him for that regard. Quick 2-0, in fact, for the side of Forsaken, and it's just like that they're able to convert through. And it also is important to point out what kind of guns that they picked up. Normally, you would see the type of team pick up Spectres all around, but they like to play the tempo game fast and heavy on. So they usually would like to have a quick snowball back into the bonus round. That's why the Vandal and the Guardian, plus the two Bulldogs that they saved up, will almost guarantee them an easier headshot percentage compared to the Spectre that they would have actually had chosen.
Yes, indeed. And they are pretty heavy in terms of their aim as well. They're quite accurate and precise and fast in taking these pickups, just like what we are seeing here. But yeah, you are going to see some tracer in between the two sides. And as well as the fact that Tisor, I believe, is nearing onto taking his blade storm for himself. But let us see if they will be able to get and secure a couple of heads more now that they are on the A side after all. But they should be weary because of TP Dog because he is already here. He is holding an an aggressive angle, but I'm not quite sure if they will be able to follow up just in case that they will be able to go for some swings from time to time, but still a lot of time for them to use. And even being covered here by the wall, he's got no choice here but to back out, but he is not going to be given a chance to, being caught off guard as well. The fast-paced pushes here coming from the side of Forsaken, though, but Evie will be able to get a couple in the process. Actually, really nice because he's been able to equalize the numbers here between the two sides.
They have to plant for it now. Even in the 2 versus 2, they don't have to think about what they lost now. Now they have to play together. It's Casper and Fry already on Heaven. Spotsa Tenza takes him down at 2 versus 1. And in the Cloudburst, he tries to fight, but Pen is in a lot of trouble. Sniped down by Fry. The quick double out from the Jet, just displaying his dominance back on to the quick 1-2. Showing that they have signs of life here in the bonus round entirely. But let's be clear, this is definitely something that they have needed so far in the situation that we're in. It was their buy round. They had to make sure that they made their money's worth. But it was a hefty amount of damage dealt up for the side of this Fragger squad. Because DV Dove, he was going for the very, very aggressive positioning, seeing if he could control A main for himself, lighten up the map, smoked up because of the harbor, and he never expected that they actually pushed up on A main that quick, which is also a reason why they're able to go A site that quickly.
But not gonna lie, we should give it up for the side of Forsaken that they have been able to narrow down the creds that Fraggers have on this one, because all of them had no other choice but to resort with the half shields, though most of the time they always do one taps, right? So let us see if that is going to happen at the current time. They're trying to up for mid control here for the side of Forsaken, freeing a lot of space for themselves. Fraggers, on the other hand, they're on their specific posts and will be prioritizing the fact that all they have to do here is wait and let them walk onto their crosshair for the time being. But now, everyone here at the catwalk, no one even at the garden, so they can take advantage for this one. Trades coming in here in between Aim Hunter as well as the Soar, and we are going to see FR1 just popping off here despite of the fact that the reckoning has been put out there. It does not care at all, and this is going to be a 1v3 with the last remaining person here, Amidus, who's gonna get FR1, which is going to be a good sign. 30 seconds of the clock. He can work on this one, but he might be caught off guard here by DV Dev, and it is going to be a good round for Fraggers.
Yeah, just a beautiful start now net again for their defending side. It has that quick priority. Even though they gave away the tree position, they had full trust in that Heaven control that they still had, since Fry was in the elevated position. They had to fight between that Dice and that Heaven side, which meant that they had to watch 2 angles. Once they cleared out the Dice position, they forgot about Fry on that Heaven position. Multi-frags after multi-frags, Fry is becoming the win condition for the team. They need to do it time and time again, since Forsaken have shown great amount of mental resiliency all throughout the tournament right here. They've already been in deficits before. And Fraggers just need to keep building this momentum back up. The big thing about this is that I believe this is going to be one of their last buy rounds. If not, this is going to be their last round of buy. Get each old orb in hand, see if they can get some value out of the presence that they made over at A main. But as they back off for now, mid becomes the biggest option, and they're looking pretty lenient about it. They're just letting him push.
And we are seeing a really good placement in terms of the toxic wall here, really prioritizing the mid control, but unfortunately they won't be able to get that amount of control at mid, considering that there's still a lot of stuff on stakes here, knowing that, like, pretty similar to what you have said, this is going to be their potential as spy. But now they will try and attempt to go to RB site momentarily. Shock Dart entirely inflicting some sort of damage here to some of our members from the side of Forsaken. And unfortunately here for Casper, he might die in this one. Just in case that they will offer a full work for the side of Forsaken, but we can never be so sure. Blade Storm though, he is going to be activated. The dog will be able to secure one as well. Tense up at the sidelines will be able to get Casper. And yes, indeed, it is going to be numbers all equals, but with the free fires though, so crazy for Aim Hunter. Definitely with that type of aim, I don't know where it could go wrong. It is going to be a 3v4 with someone just to be staying at A main, but they are wary of this one. They're well aware of their presence, the potential, but they are gonna see some trees coming in from specific angles here all over. Gunfights are commencing and eventually ending. Round here is gonna still go for the side of Fraggers, and just like pretty similar to what we have seen from previous rounds, they're really good and on point with their retakes.
Yeah, aggressing as well in the backwards of safety into the smoke too. Like they didn't even need to take the aim duels without needing to see them in full vision. They were through the smoke, getting the kill over to the Casper position, which was around that lane side, and that was right after the jet dashes in towards the site itself. So beautifully done, securing lane as well as the kill through the smoke from the sky. Aim Hunter,
Yeah.
really crispy ever since we saw him from one of the first Dubai Esports server, right? So great job on him. Nice retake back on, run and gun out again for DB Dov. He always has been doing that ever since like the first two Dubai Police Esports server, right? Always has been the guy to look out for. Always the clutch master as well when you consider like the amount of situations he's been in the previous sermons, but he's shown that he can kind of improve a little bit more on that regard. He can also do really well when it comes to like proactive decisions, always the guy to get it done. But now he's matured in a role that you can expect him to be one of the voices of the team since he has been playing for so long now. And I believe this is also the tactical timeout again for Forsaken. They know that the brakes have been activated now, and Fraggers are forcing them in a situation where they need to play aggressively. And whenever they do, they are laid out against traps with Fraggers set up already on that B side control. Will they double dip again, or will they fall back on taking that mid side, which is looking like that is the case?
But you know, I still want to put out some props here for the side of Forsaken, because earlier on I can see that there is that certain amount of effort that they have been able to exert in order to trade for each other, and they're all proactive. It's just that the side of Fraggers has been able to conceal more information in comparison to them. But now I Am Hunter just popping up but eventually being shut down here by Tensa, and we are gonna see this one, our Harbor at the mid area, all alone. Tensa, would he be able to make his way around between the two sides? Because so far, no information is being leaked here for the side of Fraggers, which is definitely really something to look out for, because this might potentially be a horror game in an instant. And especially that they have an operator in their hands as well, is going to be pretty deadly. But TV Dog will be able to catch him out here at the tree area, well aware of where he is. And now it is going to be a 4-2.
Yeah, well aware of where he's going to be coming from since they had all sides covered anyways. Nice job taking control of that mid position. While they were also attempting that, they all funneled into that one singular spot while they were also relying on the B main split up, which I believe it was, I wouldn't say disjointed, it's just that Fraggers were able to catch that flame before it even sparks up all in the entire forest fire, right? They were able to cover all the bases, see if they can conceal what was the opening that they had for this one in time, with that A short being the only reception. See if they can stop the push shot. Again, back on mid-link, the same position where they started, but now it is an all-out defense, an all-out front. Shot from the operator, Fry will get a second. Aim Hunter on the same angle. The third shot through from Fraggers as Tenza's fighting back. The controllers are doing a lot of work, and this time with the 1v1, he has to reclaim control of the spike, and he has enough time to make a decision for this.
1v1, definitely doable here for Tensa, but he should really be wary of where he should look next. Wonderful perspective here. Once again, it is going to be them being able to meet each other, but Tensa will be able to adjust that crosshair quicker. Really job well done here by the side of Forsaken, and this is quite a really close match so far.
Quick and easy, just fast-paced, as we've expected from both Forsaken and Fraggers, where we'd like to say that this defensive side for Fraggers has been top shape, right? But great job for Forsaken. Their aim game has been on point. You can see that Tenza was reclaiming back what he lost from his teammates. 3 kills in the round, making it at 4K. Great job for Tenza. A massive W for their attacking side. As they are catching up, trailing behind them with a very aggressive use of the ulti from the Harbor, with Fry opening with the operator shot through short. But he has to go for the site because everyone is just going to play retake now that they have the Killjoy ulti as well.
He walked into that blind though, and that would just mean an additional lifeline here for their own men. But now that the lockdown has already been activated here from DB Dov, this is going to be something that they will be forced to get out for. And I'm quite concerned that there might even be a possible lineup, but let us see. But with all of these ultimates being used at these, like, no casualties are being inflicted except for one, and now there's already gonna be a follow-up, but there's already connecting onto a couple here from Casper, going bedded, even Pen deciding to try and offer that attempt in order to go for the trade, but still, they will be able to take this round for themselves. Really well done here for the side of Forsaken once again, right after all these amounts of chaos, and definitely this thing be even to meet this tranquility.
See, the story wasn't even the ultimates anymore. The story was on two fronts when they were making presence over A main in the post plant. They were making noise while Pen was running up over to that mid side to see if he could split the two fights on, and he was successful on that regard. A beautiful multi-frag from Pen and Tesor to regain control of the spike plant, especially when they were able to take them out of the site with that lockdown. Even after the Viper split was activated, the perfect counter to one ulti was a double push-up over from that A main and A short extremity. They go back to the mid side and see if they can poke the holes down on the defense, but after they made a little bit of noise, they just made their presence known. But after that, they just try to bait out the rotation, see if they can catch somebody off guard. Amida's perfect timing and catches Aim Hunter, one of the most successful players, has been taken out from the fragger's position.
Oh, but we are gonna see some amounts of people here at the cubby, and they are well aware that someone is gonna come up on the DP Dop holding the judge just in case they try to contest here. It will be in trouble for them, but the Sana will be taking tremendous amount of damage just from those classic shots, and they will be holding their ground. Meanwhile, here by the side of Forsaken, they are making their way from mid onto B. B side readily available for them, but seems like someone will be meeting its demise. It's going to be Amidus here as Cassidy able to connect some shots here from his sheriff, and all the while though, every single one here has been able to secure their own share of frags from the side of Forsaken, and now DV Dob was left alone.
That's the split push that they were looking for. And I was kind of scared that they were going to hesitate since that market position was so open for the longest time. They're able to run in without that much contention, not much hesitation at all. Beautifully done again from the duelist of Forsaken, making an opening for the squad. When they were making presence over at A short, they took the peek off, but then they forgot about him and just made their way over to that short extremity. They did still have the split push, which it wasn't like the most perfect kind of split push, but they still made a job done. Effective since they already destroyed Casper. While he's the guy who was the only one holding that B-main extremity, nobody else was there to help him out in the earnest. So we 5-4 scoreline for Forsaken. Very aggressive angle over at Wine, but everybody else just wants to aggress, push on, take the damage through towards DB Dub. And he's in a lot of trouble. He's trapped in towards that switch position, but he uses the Cloud Burst to cover himself into another kill. Susano double with the Reyna, pushing him down. Even though the other duelist is dead, it doesn't matter because he's alive and well.
I know what, I have been able to see Susano and Pen work together for every once in a while, and so far they are still pristine in doing those executes. So far though, now leads us to Fry and as well as Evie, now eventually just Fry here at the CT area, attempting to try and see if anyone will be pushing him or he'll be the one to push instead, but he is going to be immediately eliminated. And so far, Forsaken is just definitely having fun. I mean, you can see in their faces they're pretty confident in what they are doing so far here. But for the side of Fraggers, they are quite serious and looking forward to the next step that they should take in order to advance against Forsaken.
Yeah, I mean, that was a well-executed aggressive maneuver from Forsaken as they were able to bounce back after losing their first duelist, right? But they have to take care of the two duelists. They have to be reminded that the Reyna can also feast on them when he's heated up. And with these couple of frags out for Susano, he's showing signs of life here in the series right now. Quick dash in, knowing that the site is theirs for the taking. Eco round out for the defensive side, but Aim Hunter, the only rifle, gets the job done to soar. He claims the 4 versus 4 in hand, but they don't know about DB Dom, and he has the judge in hand. Perfect optimal range from the shotgun, but they need to take care of him. Despite them getting the objective, he's still a mole inside of that backside position.
He's still alive and kicking here, and he's just waiting for anyone who will run up to that judge, but Tesoro will be able to opt for that payback, and immediately it is going to be Susano that is going to be eliminated here by Casper. And you know what? He really enjoyed his time at that boat site. Not gonna lie, but these people from the side of Fraggers know better on what they should do. You know what? Let's just wait it all. I'll let him come here, and just in case he would decide to opt for that swing, it should be something that he could never ever expect it for. And it has been able to give them that benefit, and now it is already a 5-6, but there's still a couple of ultimates available here for both sides, and definitely an operator in the hands of Pen, and we are quite sure that this is going to be something that's going to connect, but let's see.
Yeah.
Get out of my way.
You know, the funniest thing about that engagement was he just let them plant. You know, he knew that there was somebody on that judge position back on the backside, and they were like, okay, you know, he killed one of our teammates, that's fine. But Susano waiting in the perfect arms of DB almost the lineup, but he was lucky enough to get the first shot through first. With that double peek, Aim Hunter holding his nerve, pushing to Tenza, never expecting the swing out from the initiator as he gets the 4 versus 3 that Fragger's gonna take every single day of the week. DB follows through in another.
Last player standing.
Now 1v4 here. Blazer into the hands of Fry. And someone here with Tesor though, also with those daggers, he's managed to make it work. Already having 2 on the bag, potentially a 3rd, but with the utilities being gonna be potentially used here by Aim Hunter, it seems like that's not gonna be the case here. He's gonna take his time to go for that guiding light, and even waiting for his comrade to arrive, and definitely this is going to be a full-on reset here up to our 2nd round.
I like the patience displayed here for the side of Fraggers. And they knew that they didn't need to take the 1v1 duel since they were waiting for Fry to reconvene back with his teammates. Aim Hunter knew that he didn't need to use the utility, didn't even need to pull out the flash since he knew that it was all done but dusted ever since Fry whiffed the right click out from this Blade Storm. The Tesor had no choice but to just cover up, wait for his demise. The backstab in again from Tesor. Beautiful shots from the Blade Storm, I have to say this. Because he's just showing that he still has the aim duels on point. But now that they're switching on the defense, the tempo has to change for the side of Fraggers. They have to be on the aggressive position now, while they let Forsaken play the proactive defense. As they take the early info, the Sky didn't really spot anybody from the flash this time. As they do take control over B main. This must be the plan that they have made. But with a beautiful shot from DB that just plants a lot of problems to Forsaken. Who do they use as a smoker now? The Viper has already put the wall down.
My DB definitely did him wrong. And despite of the attempt here from Susano to trade, I guess that would not be possible considering of how fast he has been able to hide himself at that corner. But he will attempt and try to seek for anyone who is going to come from A. Meanwhile, the rest of the people here by the side of Fraggers will be resorting to A site. And currently though, Amidus is just on standby when he is going to pop out this snake bite. And eventually, though, they will make their way inside with just Fry being on the side here. They're being delayed from that molly, and definitely it is still a 4v4. 35 seconds on the clock here. There's still a lot of time for them to put the spike down because we can... It is evident that the side of Forsaken here is going to focus more on the retake.
That was unfortunate because they had around 5 seconds while the Jet was alone inside sight because they were hindered by the Molly, hindered by the Poison Orb. A lot of time dealt, but that is all but done. 4 versus 4 in hand. Amidas with a beautiful shot. Fry on the back lines. Another out for Ebby as well. Low on HP, but he can be supported by his team with the Tesor down from heaven. Gets a double from the Sheriff. A 1v1. It's Sheriff versus Sheriff in town. And who will win the Mexican standoff as he tries to go for the spike? Tesor half it. Dividop doesn't even peek. He jumps for it. Tesor, the patience play, the crouch peek. One more bullet in the chamber, and it's enough for him. The triple from the jet, and from the depths of heaven, he rises to the occasion.
The fight is so close in between those two, and they are trying their best to make the other falter, but it's just unfortunate because all it takes is one bullet to the head here for Fry. And definitely that is such a good one, or rather for Tesor. And it's just a good one because we can see how they've been able to withstand so much pressure in these remaining last seconds during that round here. These are the types of rounds that you will forget everything that happened earlier on, and all you have to do is to focus on what is in front of you.
That was probably one of my favorite moments of this tournament right now. Both players having
Same.
sheriffs. The one started it all, but the one that ends it entirely. Sasano and Sasor just making sure that their vandals, their rifles, are worth it to say the least. 2 versus 5 in hand, and definitely made Fraggers I wouldn't say queasy, but how they're able to approach this by round with a triple for Tesor. It's just easy pickings for them. Flawless victory in hand for Forsaken. This is a huge mood booster. The confidence that they need, since this game is getting as close as ever, as heated as ever. And if you're able to get the first 2 pistols in the second half, then you're already set up for life.
I mean, we're going into the semis after all. That's why they really had to make this so count. But now it is going to be the timeout being commenced here by Tensa from the side of Forsaken, which is really interesting because that just means they really want to get ahead, and just in case that they are already being consumed by the pressure from the previous rounds that we have, they really want to offer a mental reset or even plan on what they should do next in order to keep the scores going, most especially that they are already in a couple of round difference here. I mean, despite of that, is just 2 rounds, there is going to be no doubt that Fraggers might try and steal it on that one, and before we even know it, they can even get the advanced stage. That's why Forsaken can never be so sure, and I love that they really want to go in here well prepared.
Oh, tactical timeout called, yeah. And pretty interesting for Tesor. And he's been like the impact fragger for the team. Always finding solid kills on the jet. And you think about this guy and his impact all throughout the tournament. I don't believe we'll see a different Forsaken, or the same Forsaken, I would rather say, if Tesor wasn't on form as he is right now. With the run that Forsaken has had in this tournament right here. By round out for Fraggers, just showing that it is a thin ice that they are walking on if they lose this gun round entirely. Fry just aggressively dashing in towards the site, but Tenza greets him with a bulldog shot to the face. Sasano gets that first blood. The duo of the duelist and the initiator down in the dumps on the attack, but they're already in sight and they don't know about this. They're still focused on that main position, and DB, Dov, and Ebby just steal the round back away.
Oh, you're seeing attempts here from the side of Forsaken to make up of what has been done, but it is going to be Aim Hunter being the only one remaining here for the side of Fraggers, and we all know what this guy is all capable of, even tap fragging for his team for the meantime, even spotting off someone here, which is definitely going to be Tesor. But now, 45 seconds of the clock, he would try and attempt to secure those kills because this is going to be a problem later on, just in case he would try to delay it, but we are going to see that shot connecting onto Tesor, and Tensa though will try attempt to make up for that loss. 30 seconds on the clock. He'll make his way here onto Esaad, definitely being ready on what is about to come. 85 HP left here. On the contrary, Tensa is gonna run low in terms of HP, so he better be careful this time around. There's still this third skill available for him to use just in case, but I'm not quite sure how this is gonna turn out, most specifically that he is running low in terms of health.
Both of them with the pressure on. Aim Hunter did his best to clear the one angle over at that B position. Now that he's trapped inside of hell, what more can the Harbor do at this point? Tenza has been pretty proactive all throughout the tournament as he needs to clear every single corner, inching closer and closer to the sky. Has an idea and hits the 4K all the way towards the heaven position. The same result as they've Forsaken. They have made it all the more possible.
Oh.
Even though they isolated the pick over at that logs, they have to feel happy about Tenza getting this bonus round because that is going to be hell for their economy on the side of Fraggers. They don't have that much to work with.
Dude, I don't know. There's something here for the side of Forsaken that you can see in their faces. They are really, really hungry for this win. Now the scoreline is going to be 6-9 here, and at the same time, we can see that for the side of Fraggers, they still got like a long way to go. But now the operator in the hands of the Soar, there might be some pickups here, but it will be eventually blocked. And so far, it all boils down with the 1v1s. Like previously from the rounds that we already had, it's all 1v1s or even some clutches from time and time again, but pretty big with the 1v1s. They really are testing the individual skill each of these players have between the two sides. But now they will attempt to play it slow. This is going to be pretty difficult for Fraggers to manage because they no longer have the guns, and now they're down to one more person. They are already on a 4v5, but they will still take their time.
Ooh, has an idea. Knows that there's at least somebody that close to him. Pulls out the shorty, but already inches his way over to that generated position. Nita's quick on the shot, and the reaction timing is pristine. They have an idea that they could be rotating back onto that short position. That's why Tesor has the angle. No hesitation. Guardian in hand for Dividav. As he's the only guy running up towards that lane position, knowing that he already spotted and cleared out the gun. Tenza with the last shot though. And on the way across the map, they have secured both lanes of the site. Forsaken have full control of this game. And if you could say, their streak is just continuing. Because now it is a pressurized condition for Fraggers at this point in the game.
Yeah, and the thing here is, team comp wise, there is certain discomfort here for the side of Fraggers because of the fact that they only have some single duelists in order to offer that entry. And so far here for the side of Forsaken, they have a couple on the defense, but both of those are pretty aggressive to say the least. So far it is working very, very well here for the side of Forsaken, despite of absence of the Sentinel. It seems like they can handle it pretty well, but the Sordo going for an aggressive angle, tries to get a pick off one, but he is not going to connect that shot. All PFARs already happening here. They will try and attempt to go for another, but once again, being halted by the ultimates being placed here, and now they are in the B site. Someone will be at mid though, but let us focus on what we have here on our camera. It's already a series of trays in between the two sides, and they're just going for all these shots, connecting onto another 1v2, and now it is going to be Tesor once again. He has been able to clutch it out earlier, but this is going to be a struggle for him to do. But now a 1v1, looking for the legs, and he will be able to connect it. He's done it before, and he can do it again. Tesor being able to accumulate 3 kills for this round. He is just popping up, and that is definitely going to be a boost here for the side of Forsaken.
Tesor! The quick 1-2 punch on the two players. And you could give a lot of props to the Fragger side because they did not care at all about the reckoning. They knew that everyone was around CT, but they locked them down, sprayed them down, just so that they could get the 2 versus 1. But in the hands of the Jet on the Forsaken squad, he had the wall bang onto the Sky player, but then needed to play for time, knowing that the spike was almost gonna detonate this point in time, so he just pushed on, sprayed on to one onto the stairs position and back, ADSing, and knowing that he had the shot through, just perfectly dashes onto the site with that much time to spare. Beautifully done from Tesor and everybody else on Forsaken. And that was one heck of a round that Fraggers had to lose in that regard, because they had everything going for them. They had the B main control, plus they also have somebody on site to defend the spike with. It would have been unwinnable for Tesor, but he has shown that he is capable above those expectations.
You know what's the difference on that one? It's just that Fry hasn't been able to peek him that early once that Casper had been secured by Tesor. It's just, those ample timings or always makes these amounts of differences as long as also they could accumulate. But we have a couple more ultimates here available for the side of fraggers. They might actually pop it out in this current round, even that we have the timeout active earlier on. They would have enough time to plan it all out, but it is going to be them attempting to go for that extend here at the mid area. They will extend themselves, try to look for any heads that can be popped up, but still, it seems like only information will be secured by them. Dark covers will be used here in this area, preventing some amount of information from the mid bottom, but the star would not be connecting that operator shot, will be forced back out, but he will be free parked here by Evie. And now, little do we know, it is going to be the advantage here for the side of fraggers. But so far, they are gonna take their time. They're thinking this through so methodically.
A little too far for my liking. As he just gave up the operator yet again over to the mid side. They're still holding for the same angles, seeing if he could get a straggler lurking on towards that mid link position. But that wall actually helps out the killjoy and could lead him towards that A short extremity once the fragglers are able to control the A main push this time. Push out with a dash. Pen loses the fight against Fry, who was vulnerable because of the killjoy bot. And that would have been a huge pick, as that would have slowed things down against fraggers. But they're looking for control. They're looking to regain back what they lost into the 5 versus 3 retake that Forsaken are forced into. But Susano has no problem trying to fight them up with these odds against their favorites. Henza, headshot wall bang onto Casper. And this is looking pretty good for Forsaken's odds. DB Dav with the shot. Amidas finally regains control of the site itself. Susano and Tenza will make it all possible. A triple from Tenza. And with Harbor and the rest of the squad rallying back the team, they get match point in the hardest of situations.
In the hardest of situations. Dude, the side of fraggers currently is crumbling out under pressure because they almost got it, to be honest. It's just that they haven't been able to keep themselves put into specific angles. They lost some time, or they lack time into trying to set up in those post plan situations, which definitely gave them the disadvantage. Knowing how fast Forsaken is in terms of executes, that is definitely going to be an issue. And now, like what you've said, we are on the match point here. Bladestorm already active from this guy, from our defenders, and might potentially try and secure some people here, but Evie will be able to take Tensa out. A good way to start off this round for themselves in order to get an additional lifeline on their side.
I can understand the hesitation, because they don't have the info to clear both angles now that Aim Hunter has done so. Now they can focus back on that market position. But Amidas, that would have been the perfect time to hold the crossfire all the way from market, since they're laying the odds here. Susano slowly peeking on, seeing if he can try to get an angle here. Try to get the mispositioned DV Dav over to that market, but they're just pulling it back since the split push is on. Fraggers are thinking about the A site, and nobody's there to hold, but the only thing that they can contest against is the guy inside Wine. And the Sky has to do it big. Pen has to be the hero here, because they're pushing, making their presence known as he gets the shot on EB. The spike is a no man's land. It doesn't matter if that is short. It doesn't matter if they have the site itself, because they don't have the spike and they have to deal with the guy in Wine just so that they can have the pressure come on to Pen. And finally, they do. Aim Hunter gets the Guardian shot through, but they also have to deal with the Viper's Pit this time. Amirez responding in kind. 10 seconds to plant. Susano gets the shot. Aim Hunter is down. Amirez follows with another. And in a 1v1 through the Viper's Pit, Amirez is comfortable. And he makes it work. Forsaken will claim map number 1.
The young bloods and the veterans, ladies and gentlemen, and everything between, we have been able to see what Forsaken has in store for us for this map of Ascend. And you know what? I really want to point out here that Tense has been such of a crucial guy here onto that harbor pick. Yes, it is unorthodox. Yes, it's not the usual lineup, but they made it work. I love the innovation coming here for the side of Forsaken, and not only that, they've been able to capitalize on the couple of duelists that they currently have here, most specifically to Soar, because he is so good in doing those clutches. He might even be named as the clutch machine here for the side of Forsaken, and I'm just really looking forward to seeing more of them for our second map, and we have been able to witness what they can actually do in terms of their trade-offs as well. And the fast executes, those stuff is one of their like main strengths or their main advantages, because they have been able to stop these members from fraggers on their tracks, and sometimes even if they want to get the job done, they are being held back because of all the utilities that's being thrown at them here by the side of Forsaken. So let's see if fraggers still or will be able to gain more information about them, because this can be a download phase after all. But still, though, DT Dub would be our MVP from their end because of all of the really great lurks that he has been able to see him definitely getting the bulk of the work for the side of fraggers.
Yeah, an absolute pillar for the Fragger side, man. Even if his team was down to the dumps all throughout, the Forsaken was a heavy unit to deal with, and they need somebody with the consistency and the amount of anchoring power that he has for the squad. So I've talked about him maturing all throughout like the past few tournaments, and this guy has shown development. I just want to see a couple of more things out from DB. I just want to see a couple of more things out for everybody else on Fraggers, because Forsaken is a different unit as a whole. They can actually contend against the top teams right here in our bracket right now, but they have to prove it time and time again, especially now that they're down 0-1 in the scoreline right now against Forsaken, who are proving to be really, really secured for the semifinal spot against Twisted Minds. But it's still one more game before we say that as the exclamation point.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more what you said, and hopefully that we'll be able to see some sort of advancements here for the side of Fraggers, considering that earlier on it is evident that they definitely crumble after due to pressure, because Forsaken has been able to throw consecutively and regularly at them any types of objective. They've been able to fulfill that. They've been able to do some really difficult retakes, and they managed it all out. Sometimes it just takes one person to win the round for themselves, and yeah, I'm definitely looking forward more in between these two sides. But what do you think is something that Forsaken should do next, knowing that they already got an idea on what Forsaken's been able to do?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing that they have to realize is that it's gonna be a different map in the next map, since it's gonna be the Lotus map, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely a far reach from how they have been playing on the Ascent map, so they have to adjust their style. They have been playing the tempo that is a comfortable one for the side of the Forsaken squad, so they had to switch it up. They have to do something very differently. Control the rebel position, they will always be happy to take the trade with you, so why not let them take the trade, play for the retake this time around. But then again, that also kind of didn't work out when they were playing for the retake. They possibly get themselves a strong lurk presence made on the B site, have a lot of emphasis as well on holding that mount position. A lot of different possibilities that they can also point at them. But again, this is Lotus. Everything is possible in this type of map. You can have aggressive pushes over at that rebel position. You can use this link presence to see if they can have any sort of chance to take that B site if ever that the A site push doesn't go anywhere. And if all of that doesn't work out, then why not 5-man rush on C? You have everything in this map. So I'm curious if Fraggers are going to use every option that is presented to them by this map in particular, because this is openly giving them a silver platter of options that they can go out with. But Forsaken just is that big a deal that they need to bounce back on.
My. Actually, now that you said it, there is indeed a lot of opportunities that a Lotus map can definitely do. And looking back from their lineup earlier on for the side of Forsaken, this can actually work in their own accord. They've got the Harbor, we've got Jet, Arena, a Viper, and as well as a Sky. I mean, this can actually work out for them, just in case that they will try to resort and use the same lineup they did from Ascent. But on the side of Fraggers, though, since I'm quite new in this tournament, I haven't been able to get or accumulate that much amount of information of what they can use on this one. But like what you've said, they're pretty big onto simplicity and the basics here. So let's see if that will benefit them well in this time.
Yeah, if going back to the basics will sometimes be the best thing, then they have to go forward with it. Just make sure that every single basic that they throw at them is something that is hard to counter, something that is unreadable. Again, for Forsaken, but this is Forsaken that we're talking about. Already setting the standard for how the tempo has to be played, how the rushes has to be played out. They don't even play with a sentinel on the squad. They usually go for double duelist, double initiator, or double controller comps that you have seen on the Ascent map, which I gotta be real, is a very, very identical squad or identical play style
True.
that I would see from top tier teams in APAC as well as Mana right now. So they're setting the meta for this type of tournament. We're in a sea of double controller comps, double initiator comps, where you have to choose one. They're picking both of them, and they're just trading out the sentinel role because they don't need to even hold the site. They're just gonna try to frag out as much as possible. And it's ironic because their enemy is literally called fraggers, but they're doing it a little bit better than the fraggers squad.
Yeah, I think their name should be spelled. We're not sure. I mean, it's just the first game after all, so there's still a lot of stuff for us to unpack here. Most importantly, I tried to look back with the history here for the side of Forsaken from our previous days. I believe one of their key fraggers at the time is Susano and Pen. Both of them hasn't been able to work hand in hand, always together. They're quite of a duo here for the side of Forsaken, but this time it is going to be Tsar and Susano. So really interesting that we are seeing some switches from here and there. I feel like they are really trying their best in order to make it not predictable to their enemies in a sense. So knowing that they haven't been able to get that much information here for the side of Forsaken, and Fraggers has been there for quite some time already, this can still be definitely a struggle for them because we're not quite sure what they're gonna whip out for this current map. Most importantly, that it is some of the few new maps that we currently have. So we're about to find out.
Yeah, and they also have like the route of picking up a different person for the job because they registered with like 7 players on the
true.
side of fraggers here. So they could also like put Taiki in, who's also a veteran of the squad. So if ever that they are gonna go for this, then that's also like a really good route that they can also like take care for themselves. If ever that they do want to actually use that strategy, I do want to know if Forsaken are gonna be the ones who take that initiative to also put out like a 6th member of the squad because they also registered with 6 players. But I don't think they need to because they're definitely like chilling for how they
Yeah.
want to do with this type of esports tournament. But ladies and gentlemen, if you're having fun watching the event so far, watching the first game, then maybe you could use this time while we're talking to get some snacks, get some water, because this is the first game so far of the Dubai Police Esports tournament and has been organized by 404 Esports. And thank you so much as well to Dubai Police for letting us organize as well in the stream, as well as have the LAN venue over at the Dubai Police Officers Club. And all of that has been possible thanks to our tournament sponsors. And we would like to start with Esaad, Zowie, Al Baddad, Jumbo Electronics, as well as XFX for allowing the Valorant community in Dubai to shine bright in this tournament. Thank you so much to everyone that has made the Dubai Police Esports tournament possible, from the production to everyone from the Twitch chat, the viewers out there in the LAN venue, as well as our host Archie, Turkey, and BB, as well as Mochi and everybody else on the casting talent pool. Thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts. Now, back to the business at hand, Mochi. Lotus map, which is definitely as different as ever from the Ascent map pool. We can see a lot more in store in this tournament right here, since we're not even in the semifinals yet. This is for qualification to find out who is gonna fight up against Twisted Minds. And I've heard Caster JT say this. Twisted Minds is probably like top 2, top 3, if not top 1 in the Dubai community right now.
Yeah, one of the few top tier teams that we have here for the side of Dubai, along with Falcons too. So, so far, this is such a clean bracket. It's just 2 zeros. all from the first stage until now. And I wonder if Forsaken is willing to keep that streak going. It still takes a lot of effort in order to win this next round for them. And we all know that sometimes momentum isn't the thing. Like there are some certain moments here that you know what, let me offer a reset after this game, and after that one, you're already back in the ball game after losing like a lot of rank games or some sort of stuff, if you get what I mean. So let us see if that won't necessarily affect our members here from the side of fraggers, because so far from the team camps, we have seen them so focused, thinking of, yeah, I should definitely relax, maybe I should keep my cool along with my teammates, be the one who will be able to let them relax and think for some bit of what they should do next. But for the side of Forsaken, though, you can see them, every single one of them, not on their chairs, maybe roaming around, and maybe that's their way of cooling themselves down. But it's, to each their own strategies on how they will be able to make it work out for themselves. So far, let's hope that both of these teams would be able to accept their fullest extent for this round, knowing that if ever that you will be able to lose this series, you're gonna be out. You're out already in this tournament, and you wouldn't want to lose all of the efforts, all of the experiences you have been able to accumulate this tournament. And I'm really do be hoping that they will be able to have the best amount of gameplay, the best in top tier game sense, and even their aims here until later on, before we even get into our match number 2.
Yeah, they should like squeeze the value out of like the LAN tournaments that we have right now, especially for this tournament alone, because this tournament, man, we haven't dealt with these many superstars, in my opinion, right? This is the biggest that we've had for the Dubai Police Esports tournament. I'm actually really glad to have the opportunity to cast this one, because not a lot of LANs to be casted over at the Dubai Police Esports, and we're having ones right now. So if you guys like these serves, be sure to follow us over at our socials. It is twitch.tv/404 esports right here, also on Facebook as well as Twitter. You'll see us also posting on our Instagram a lot of stories about the venue, as well as the amazing announcements that we have all throughout the tournament as well. So be sure to check us all across our socials over at Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and our YouTube and Twitch as well, where we're live streaming the games for you right here on the Dubai Police Esports tournament. Don't forget, if you are also fans of different esports titles, we're not just casting Valorant, and we're not just broadcasting this all to you live. We are also having Fortnite, Dota 2, CS2 as well. I've heard that the CS2 tournaments have been bangers for this type of tournament alone, as well as other esports titles like Super Smash Bros. As well. So be sure to check those all out. And if you are fans of these esports titles, then we are excited to see you play in these types of tournaments. Now, back to the business at hand, because we have been talking about Forsaken and Fragments for so long, Lotus as well, just so we can buy some time. Why don't we talk about you, Mochi? How's your experience casting 5 days into the Dubai Police Esports tournament for the first time in a setup that we're online, but everybody else is also watching on the other side of the world?
Actually, so far I'm loving casting here, because so far I've been able to, I cast for VCT locally, so sometimes I've been able to identify what is the sole differences in terms of their playstyle. I've been able to see that these people here for the side of Dubai are really, really big in terms of fast-paced games. And you guys out there, if you are watching this, I can say that this is quite a fun opposite for Japan people, because Japan, they are really good in playing so slow, and this is quite opposite. So I feel like it's really fun seeing that we have been able to attain tremendous amount of information amongst these teams here. They've been able to show themselves, introduce themselves for us, and I'm really hoping that most of our teams here will be able to build up on what they currently have, because they already got that foundation. Their foundation is really, really well. All they have to do is to make it into an empire here, and that starts with their commitment, their perseverance, and how do they be able to resist change from time and time again, and as well as innovate in terms of their strategies and stuff. And so far, I'm loving my stay here. I really hope that most of our audiences here will be able to watch our live stream as well, since this is also the last day already. And if you guys are just chilling at your homes, you can arrive at the main area of where this tournament is currently happening, since I think they have Doritos there. I heard they got Doritos
Oh.
there.
Ooh, just one of my favorite chips. It's one of my things that I like. That I really like. If I ever want to travel to some places, I like to check out like the local chips, the local brands that we've had, and I just enjoy like the local cuisine as well. Yeah, I think I've been talking about like traveling with Caster JT, and I've always told them about how I wanted to try their chicken masala over at where he is living at right now. So maybe in the near future. Maybe in the near future, we'll have that opportunity. I have tasted like local shawarma. Manifesting. Maybe you guys will see me in the Officers Club soon. Hopefully, we will be. But it has been a really fun time, and I'd like to thank Caster JT for this regard, since I've been casting these games with you guys, and it's been fun. I hope you guys are enjoying the whole show. I hope you guys are enjoying everything that we have talking about here, even though sometimes we forget about what the game is all about, and we just scream at the top of our lungs, just hyped up about what's gonna happen next. That's just our play. That's just our casting style. Me and Mochi. That's how we do it every single time.
Yeah, I don't know, I've been with Vermont for quite some time already. Even here in local tournaments, I haven't been able to separate myself from this guy, which is so just fine, because we have been able to work with each other for quite some time already, and I'm really looking forward that we will be able to work more with 404 Esports and of course Dubai Police, because so far it's just really wonderful for us to witness that they really put value and they really allow these newfound and striving talents to be recognized bright despite of background. They've been able to prosper here in the Dubai Valorant community, and they are allowing us to witness this at the best production that we have here, which is definitely 404 Esports. Shout out to you guys, and definitely our stream deck director who's handling us here right now. So props to you, and thank you so much for having us here.
Yeah, thank you so much to everyone that has made everything possible. But on the Lotus map, man, this is where things get messy, because it is 3 sites on the map of Lotus, and that's when the problem is, where do you start with if you're on the attacking side, right? You have a lot of opportunity to take that rubble control, but around 8 out of 10 times, the defending side will usually control that rubble position just by pushing alone. And that's what I'm expecting from Forsaken, since on their defense and how they started on Bind, that's what they all did. 5-man rushing over at that Asian extremity on the defensive side. What more can you ask for when you got a Lotus map where you can just control that rubble position on the defense? As easy as that. Then you could also have an aggressive position over at that mount position, which is also a surprising banger to say the least, which makes Lotus have kind of the more entertaining early rounds, if I may say so myself. If you have another comparison, Mochi, then I would love to hear it. What is your favorite map when it comes to all-out aggression?
All-out aggression, Haven for sure, because I don't know, it just definitely promotes these types of pretty simple mindset. As long as you don't become reactive to your opponents, you should turn out fine. And I feel like Lotus has some resemblance from Haven, considering that, like what you said, they're pretty big in terms of aggression and being able to secure certain spots of the map, because in doing so, for example, here at the A site, once that you secure that rubble area, automatically you'll be able to get your pass onto B, just in case you would need a pass rotate. And on the other hand, for C site though, there's a lot of stuff that you have to take into account, but as long as you will be able to cater with every single entry points on that area, it should turn out fine as well. So yeah, Lotus, definitely having 3 sites would give you a lot of choices, but those choices can bite you back in the butt from time to time. So let us see, knowing that these players we have right now got really already lots amounts of experiences, I doubt that's going to be an issue on their end.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's gonna be one hell of an expectation, to say the least, on the map Lotus, if they're able to, set the standard for how they're able to play the tempo and game correctly, which I am sure that this map is gonna be one of those maps where you have to control one side of the map that early on when you're on the attacking side here. So, fun times all around for all of these teams, because we've had our fair share of favorite maps, but finally Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the agent selection. The Dubai Police Esports tournament is on. The podcast is over, and we are back on the agent select. It is just unfortunate that I wasn't able to make sure what type of agent selects that we are be looking at. I think I saw Harbor in there. I think I also saw Viper in the composition. And if you remember correctly, it was the I believe Forsaken's map pick, or Forsaken that picked up the double controller comp back in the Ascent map. So they probably are going to do it again. And I wouldn't be surprised if they do that because they don't really like playing Sentinel at all.
Yeah, I believe I saw that the only difference from their previous lineup here is that instead of resorting to a jet, they used a raise. So that is going to be something to look out here for the side of Forsaken rather. And on the end of Fraggers, I haven't been able to necessarily pin down their agents, unfortunately, but there you go. We are going to see Casper is going to be onto that breach, which is definitely a must-have here on the Lotus map, or one of the favorite picks as well. And we are seeing an Astra here, Ramon, which is something going to be interesting because, you know, there's a lot of stuff that you can do with an Astra with the Gravity Well, the Cosmic Divide, preventing all sound cues at all costs, and as well as the potential concuss coming up from the stars. So let us see if they will manage to make it work out on their end, because this is going to be a fun time just basing from the team compositions.
They're not even waiting for the barrier orb to come down. They already just pushed out their early Viper wall. So that already gives the info to Casper that they're rushing down on that main position. I wouldn't say rushing, just walking like they're in a park, seeing if they can control Rubble, and they have done so. But they also have the option of taking Tree, making sure that they can split onto that A side, which they're going to do right now. They're not even bothering with the ult orb over to the A side extremity.
Susano though, just on standby, on the hands, it is the spike. But so far, a couple of players here at A site, and they are pretty wary of that one. But someone will be coming from the flank, and that flank would not serve them well because Amides will be present. But from the side light, it is a double flank. DB Dog will be able to secure Tenta as well and attempt to offer the trade, but Amides were able to catch him out as well. And they will be hovering here on our A site. And you can see the assumption here that by default, you would expect that every single one of them would be resorting to C. But no, they did them a big, they did them dirty, and this is going to be their opportunity to go into our A site. But Fry is here. Yes, he got the ghost, but he doesn't have any other utilities present on his end. So this is going to be crucial for him. Concuss, entirely attempting to hinder them from the spike, but Fry would be able to secure a couple here, which is definitely a good thing on their side of Fraggers. And it seems like they know also to on this crit instant, EV will be taking the last bullet through Amides' skull, and that is going to be a good round here. A good start for the side of Fraggers.
See, I don't care if that was actually just one round that they won. You saw their player cams. They're looking fired up from the get-go, happy to take that first round just so that they could start off hot in the pistol round on the defense. Look at the amount of times that they have baited Fraggers on making the move themselves. Fry is on another level of his awareness. He just knew that it was a bait all along, so he let himself be isolated on the A site for a chance at making them stop within their A site execute. So they let him plant the spike, but they're not able to convert through with the rounds. So great job from, I believe it was the Rays on the other side of things for the Fraggers side. They're able to secure themselves at rubble position because of the big guns that they have secured for themselves. Sana just holding with the Marshall, just waiting if they're going to push that far. But they know better than this, so they're just going to try to see if they can reset back, go towards that P and C set extremity, see if they can isolate an angle fight, but no, they're not pushing too far. They can't let these guns go.
I know what I just want to point out here. Imagine attempting a bait on the first round. That is actually something new for us to see, you know? But unfortunately, like what you've said, Fry knew better, and he has been able to anchor on that A side, and everything was history. But all of them here are just onto the C, and they are trying to go for some trades here, even to be able to get a couple. And this is going to be the last person here. Susano onto that Marshall. Not necessarily the best weapon to use in attacking, but he will
30
try
seconds
to
left.
make it work out. Seeing a couple here with wonderful coordination and positioning here, peeking him, both Casper and EB would be able to secure him out.
Yeah, and if I was them, I would forget about the round entirely. Just focus on the buy round in the coming stage. They do keep two of their guns, Fry and Aim Hunter. Those rifles are going to be the biggest value into this next coming round. They leave EB on the other side on C, which is a good call for them because they know that once they have the better guns, then Forsaken are going to push out their brakes. They're going to want to take A main that fast. You have to contest against the breach this time around. With an early concuss, they made their presence known. So they know and they are verified that the A site is what they're focusing on. The early aggression out for Pen and Fry. As Asano is the one who leads the charge for the team. They let the Soar make the call to take that A set extremity. I do like that they're still piggybacking on the B site possibility, but no, they had to commit, and Tisor is already in the site, so they are just destroying the tripwires. See if they can find an angle. They do get themselves a secure, but Tisor has gotten himself the first. He's second possibly in the mix, but Fry has dropped him to the floor.
And eventually, though, we will see an attempted retake here for the side of Fraggers, and definitely it is looking well because Frag will be able to get one, a secure one out from the side of Forsaken ready here. And we still got a lot of smokes to work out here for the side of Forsaken, but I wonder if they will get the chance to do so, considering that at one point they really had to opt for those duos, but we are seeing Pen and Tensa getting one for each, and an additional here for Pen and AP, though, just by the sidelines, he'll be able to make his way, play it out through the smoke, but I doubt there's gonna be enough time.
That was just too close for comfort. EB, it was all the more possible now that he used the Spectre at the right place over to the smoke as well. Never expected from him because that stairs position was all too covered because of the smoke laid out by EB himself. He thought that he was smoking for them. No, he was smoking for himself. The smoke criminal out from the Fraggers position has made a lot of damage, but Forsaken in the end able to bounce back through with the kill all the way towards that default position. And if they were able to go through the half, then possibly they could have actually dealt that much pressure onto them. It was actually surprising that they were able to get 3 more of those kills through the smoke because they were forced out of the site. They weren't even given that free real estate to defend the spike entirely. And once they have dealt with it through the smoke bangs, EP just had the most unexpected result of a double kill with the Spectre, just bolstering him up to the top rank position.
You know what? If there is much more time for them to work with, it could have been a really different story here. Most importantly for AB here, the controller for the side of Fraggers, he almost made it work out if it weren't for the time constraint that is present at that time. But for the side here, Fraggers, you can also see in their player cams that they are really, really certain that, or rather, they really, really want to win because you can see in their faces, facial expressions that, you know what? Yes, we might be nervous, but we need to get the job done here. But now they will attempt to offer our C site, wherein only a harbor reside. It is going to be our dude here, but Tensa will be able to take out Ubi. It is actually not a good thing here for the side of Fraggers, but Tisor will try and attempt to look for personal or additional casualties, and most of them are at B site. They would be able to take out Amethyst, who is trying to attempt to lurk, but all of them would be going into the C site as a unified unit, and hopefully they will be able to make this work out.
Yeah, they're just trying to see if they can retake. As for rushing down on C, Pen and Tenza, they take care of business. They know that they're funneling to one position because they took care of that waterfall position. Just took their sights back onto their flanks. It's almost like they're the ones who were attacking the site itself. Beautifully done with the coordination play. Forsaken back on the 2-2, regaining control of their economy once again. And same could not be said for Fraggers, as they're on a bit of a mixed buy, if I had to say so myself. Judge in hand for DB Dov, 2 sheriffs, 4 Fry and Casper. Very very nice that they're also clearing the corner where Amidas was playing for the lurk, but entirely it wasn't going to be enough as tried their best with the mix buy that they got for themselves. Controlling that mount position early on, use of the cascade as well, just so that they could deny any early peaks on, especially since they're pretty proactive, especially on the defense, even though they have these very passive angles. TV Job, remember the judge, and they know that this there. Judge in hand, Susano gets a double with the entry on in, and it's just like no business, no problem whatsoever for Forsaken as they get the seaside.
They always pull out the timeout in the most unexpected times possible. That they've been able to make it work out. Aim Hunter will be able to go for that collateral, but eventually gonna be shut down here by the store. Not entirely enough here. Now 1v3. They will try to close up on this guy, and they'll try to extend with the shorty. Not entirely clear, but with the satchel being able to come back in and out and in again. This will be able to secure that frag for himself. What an interesting thing for us to see, because that's pretty rare, no? Those types of occurrences are pretty rare. Like satchel in, connect the 2 shots of shorty, and satchel out. Go for some shots from the Vandal. Really interesting.
I'm just sad that we didn't get a replay from that exact moment, because that was clean movement out from Tesor. Just displaying his dominance with his raised satchels, goes in with the shorty, misses the 2 first shots, and when he knows that he didn't hit the shot through, then he just came back to the smoke, just says, I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. Comes back with a vengeance.
He's a smooth
It's his line for
operator.
Forsaken, man. Jesus. A smooth criminal, I'd have to say, for this guy.
Yes,
Forsaken
look
back
at
on
him
taking
too.
the B site. Just slowly creeping up on B. Already detected by the alarm bot. Casper, his sign of concuss. At least he gets one onto the sword. Doesn't save with the raise movement anymore. EB, even though he was concussed, he had full closure of the map. And finally, we'll take care of Susano, but the 4 versus 3 in hand is definitely in favor of fraggers, but they leave the A side open unless they take care of the sky and stairs.
Toxin screen down.
Yep, indeed. And he's trying to play along with the spokes that's being placed here by the side of Forsaken as well as their Astra. So you better be careful about that one. But the rest of these people are coming from tree. They're trying to use this for, but yep, that's not gonna work out. The spike here is already inside the smoke, and they are yet to take it for themselves. But they managed to make it work. Now a 2v1, now a 1v1, and this is just so close in between
Oh, no.
the 2 sides. With 20 seconds on the clock remaining here, he's got to take his time. It's just 10 more seconds almost, but he's gonna pop for open, but DV Dog will be able to secure him out, and it is quite unfortunate. Maybe it would have been easier for him to manage if he got into the box.
Yeah, it would also have been easier for him if he just ran away to the other side of the map, because either way, even if he didn't swing, he had the lockdown in place. He would have been trapped inside that A site after he puts the plant down. But unfortunate for him, because the time wasn't on his side. They were heavily investing a lot of their moments taking that B site, but not really contesting it as of the moment, because that concuss, that ultimate, the rolling thunder put out by Casper was just a game changer that they needed. They weren't able to commit onto the B side because of that ulti, so that A site was just a backup plan from them, but a plan that they were able to invest in through because of the time that was dealt onto them. 3 versus 3, and ladies and gentlemen, with the round numbers in hand, and with Forsaken back on controlling both angles, at least they have made presence over at the A site, leaving fraggers to guess on where they're coming from. But it might be that A site where they're looking forward to, with the Killjoy already looking towards that angle.
But now Seekers will be put out here, definitely eliminating one of those in the process, and everyone has been able to make their way into a site. Now the swarms will not entirely be activated here from their Killjoy because they've been able to fight it out this early. All these utilities are already being used here, but for the side of fraggers, we should be wary about it because they've got 4 ultimates active here, definitely being thrown here, right now. This is going to be bad news for the side of Forsaken, but they'll try to make it
Oh!
work out. Fry will be able to connect that showstopper
One
onto that, but
enemy remaining.
what is happening? We're not quite sure, but Evie is popping off, and that is for sure. And now in the end, about to top it all off, this round will be secured by Fraggers.
The gatekeeper of the A site just puts that the cosmic divide and is the only one holding down those 3 players outside of main. They say you have no power here. You cannot enter the A site because we are defusing. Look at the amount of movement set up by Tesor yet again. Finally, we got the replay from what just happened from 2 rounds ago. The perfect movement from the Rays. A beautifully done movement, but the triple kill from EB has been astounding to say the least. That was just a
Astounding.
beautiful defense from the Spike defuse, out of this world from the man himself. Back on defending the C site. Fraggers, they know that they have lost too much in the previous rounds. Now they have bit back with the 4-3 scoreline. Fry heavily investing together with the Sentinel on one side of the map, so they're gonna fight it anyway as they use the ultimate. It's a sword, just use the showstopper, but Casper with just one aftershock
remaining.
lights up 3 with Fry following with a second in the 4 versus 1, leaving it all to Amides. But where is he? He's in no man's land.
Gone here.
Oh, but with a Stinger, he will manage to get secure one here for the side of Fraggers, which is going to be their Sky. And at the moment, though, it is going to be a 1v3. We're not quite certain how Amethyst operates in these types of situations, but I guess the best that he could do is to segregate these people if he was gonna be given the chance to do so. Most importantly, that he might already be found out by the boom bot,
30
and
seconds
I
left.
guess this is going to be really crucial as everyone is just having their angles prepared for them just in case he will try and attempt to take the spike. And so far, they're just gonna try and play for time, because they're certain they've got the advantage. They're pretty disciplined all about it, and they can't afford to lose some people here, considering that they're just getting back up again in terms of their economy. So, well played here for the side of Fraggers.
Yeah, Fraggers is counting on their stars, heavily investing back on that C side, and there's no way for Forsaken to actually find out that that's heavily stacked on C because of that one smoke head on. You remember the Sky was also dealt with pretty early because of the aftershock. Right, given a chance to head into that C site for free. All because of the nade, all because of the amount of gunfire that they have laid out as cover. So not given a chance to get themselves that C site execute. Beautifully done. Amides, the only guy who could have done everything else, but since he did try to go for the lurk here, all the best that he could do was try to cut the rotations, but you remember how many people are on that C site to defend. There was nobody to cut the rotation on except for that one person who was on that upper position that gave him the rifle. But then again, it's a 1 versus 4, and Amides not enough to deal the damage through on that 1 versus 4 clutch. So back on the 5-3, Fraggers on a high pedestal at this point in time. They're on the high, and from their player cams alone, you can see that the vibe is set back up.
And this is just so close, right? In terms of the rounds that they have been able to win and accumulate in the past few minutes that we are in this match is just definitely crazy for me because you can see a lot of highlights from both sides of the teams. It's just that who has been able to do it better and who will be able to accumulate much more momentum from time and time again. And most importantly, I really think that last the last round has been just crazy for me because you can see that majority of their ultimates here by the side of Fraggers were definitely exhausted, but they invested on that one and they're getting all of the returns at this current time because now that the economy is stable, Forsaken on the other hand is quite the opposite. This is going to be their last buy just in case that this is not going to work out, then definitely that's going to be an issue.
Yeah, now we're back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Early utility usage. We already invested that one smoke out from the Astra, plus another gravity well. So that means they used 2 stars in hand They do still have a reset since they do have still 2 stars to break through as smokes. But where are they gonna smoke at this time? Because then they could just try to play around mind games again, which Forsaken are notoriously known for. To make noise on one side, then you force the Astra to use one of the smokes head on. But they go back to the A side anyway. They stacked up 3 back on the defense with Fry waiting for the push, thinking about the flash, but then that goes for the delay. Pen tries to gun down, but Aim Hunter lines them up with 2. Amidas is able to bounce back with another. With the 3 versus 2 in hand, they could just rush on a perfect wall just so that they could not even handle business around that stairs position anymore.
There's so much that just happened at the rubble area. And imagine Forsaken being able to still get the advantage regardless. But I guess he's not gonna spot out someone here. It is going to be someone by the flank, and they'll try and attempt to equalize everything or even retake and win the round. But someone will be at that corner. Evie now will be able to take Tensa, and eventually Evie would be able to catch the 2 remaining people here. Regardless of the disadvantages, they managed to make it work out, and that is something here for the side of Fraggers.
The flick from DB Dove being the difference maker this time for the team. He needed to clear that close angle because they had little to no time to deal with the whole site, so they had to try to see if they can clear the site itself just by clearing the one angle on the left side, because they were going to double peek anyway. EB with the perfect double kill lineup again over to the 3 position. Forsaken had the round in their hands because the trades definitely were in favor of them holding the rubble position yet again. Back on the overinvestment, Fraggers able to bounce back through with a 6-3 scoreline, heavily defending that B side, knowing where DB Dob is coming from now. As they hold on, Fry pushes, and this time he has all the confidence in the world to do so. Tesor lights up 2, drops another one to the floor, and a 4 versus 3 is heavily favoring Forsaken now that they have control of the numbers.
We have the control, but until when would this actually happen? Reckoning already being used here by the Harbor. EV though still going aggressive as ever. He would manage to secure 1, but Pen will be able to take him out as well. Now 2v3 here from the back lines. We are gonna see their breach. Casper attempting to ghost these people. He's gonna be able to haunt them so bad, even with the rolling thunder. Now a 2v2, but DB Bob would try to make some shots, but Casper would still be able to end this all off. And now brings us to an astounding difference in terms of rounds here between the 2 sides. Fraggers are already finding their groove.
It's more and more likely that this is Fraggers' map. This is their map pick because they know that Forsaken are not willing to get a Sentinel pick, so it's making it all the more easy for them to actually push down without worrying about the flanks anymore, without them worrying about how they're going to hold the site because they don't have a Sentinel anymore. They push on every single time just so that they can establish the map control that Forsaken are not able to regain back again. Amidas has to lead the charge back. The rubble is heavily controlled back by Fraggers. With an early flash, that kind of resets back what kind of aggression they want to do, but Tenza and Sasano, they start off the picks. Tenza with a lineup with again in a 3 versus 2 in hand. Both of the wall smokes already depleted as they want to fight upstairs. As Dividov, right place, right time, can swing off of the poison orb yet again, and they will not expect this, but Tenza, triple. And even if he's low on HP, this 2 versus 1 heavily favoring the side of Forsaken. EB, right place, 1v1. Now that he's taking care of Pen, but he can just run away. Try to see if he can wrap around the A site. See if he can catch him by surprise.
Oh, I'm wondering if this is gonna work out. I guess not. It's just every single time that EB is being left alone, it is certain 100% always he's gonna be able to make this round work out. Clutch as potential here by EB is just very much potent, and now it all leads us to the last round remaining here for our first half. And you know what? I find it interesting that this is the pick of Forsaken, right? This map. but
Mm.
Fraggers has been able to get the advantage at the current time.
There.
Even the last round, Fraggers chose Ascent, but Forsaken won that map. So what's happening?
Mm. Oh man, oh man. It's just all the more likely that they're stealing around these rounds away, right? It says the adaptability is on a high. The invested multi-frags have swung the game heavily favoring fraggers just now. And in this 5 versus 5 push over at that rump position, they have already destroyed the door. Kind of hope it's a possibility of a split push on that B site. It's not even a split push anymore. They're funneling all the way towards that link position, especially with the Reckoning. Assisting the push shot, aftershock in place. They're traumatized by the amount of breach utility that has heavily pushed down any sort of plans over to the Forsaken side. And for Aim Hunter is starting off every single bad news over to the attacking side. Tenza holding the shot, 6 HP, but he lines a headshot. But TV Dom and the rest of Fraggers have now gotten the retake push, 9-3 to start off this first half. And if you're looking to get that game number 3, this as a start into the second half is much better than what everyone has expected.
It's quite of a one-sided half, if I may say. But now that our people here from the side of Forsaken are already at their comfort side, which is attacking, let us see if there is going to be some changes. Most specifically, they got a couple of duelists as well, and we're quite sure that these two are definitely popping. I mean, Pen is exhibiting some difficulties from time and time again, but he has been able to make it work out, if that makes sense. But we are gonna see if they will try attempt to narrow down the differences here. Most importantly, this is quite of a steep mountain to climb back up on 6-round differences, but it's not impossible.
Definitely not. Especially like a team like Forsaken, which we have been praising time and time again, but Fraggers, the unsung heroes of the bracket, just showing their potential in these types of Lotus maps where they're showing a lot of comfortability, especially that they have strats in the mix. You see that early poison orb in hand. It's okay because they can just take out the ult orb over at that mount position. Then they also take care of the ult orb over at that B site. Heavily investing on both initiators for the team. They decide to take the B site. Since I am thinking about that split push, I'm thinking about that link position. It will be a very, very important part of the map. Now that they have 3 over at that B site with Pen on the white cross.
And there they go. They've been able to make their way here onto our B site, and Forsaken is trying so hard in order to catch up and grind back up again in terms of score lines. But Ape Hunter will be able to spot this guy out along with a couple of members here. It all leads on to Tensa once again. This guy all alone. He will not take any chances here against the 4 remaining members from the side of Fraggers, and indeed it is going to be still one-sided here. It's 10-3, and little by little there is going to be some advances being taken here by Fraggers because they really want to get that 1-1 on our series. I guess this is it, question mark, in terms of breaking that record of 2-0s in this whole bracket. I guess this is the match that we are waiting for.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys know me, and I'm sure Mochi knows here, that I like to cast multiple games. I like to cast the most amount of games possibly. And I'll be very happy to accept that game number 3 just so that we have something to talk about. Just so that we could have something, a record to break here for the Dubai Police Esports Circuit right now. We have never had a series go to game number 3 so far. And this could be it. Fraggers are about to have the moment of this tournament. TV Dav, great shots over to Amides, just using the burst fire of the Bulldog to its full potential. They even rotate back on C after they take the frag down. They never realize it was a lurk. As you look at Fraggers and their positioning, already controlling that rubble position without even that making that amount of noise.
This is about to be something, as the Trailblazer will be going first and will be spotting out Susano, being followed by the Concussed even. He'll be taking a back but still connect that shot onto Fry. traded here by Aim Hunter, and they will be able to commit the spike here at A site. Meanwhile, we are gonna see a potential alert here from the side of Forsaken, but let us see if that will actually work out for them. Now leads up to the sword here at the stairs area. Aim Hunter would be able to take him out, no sweat. Now you are seeing the disparity, and they are one more round away from the match point here for Fraggers. A bonus round, but so far that they have been able to go for their executes is always cleanly done, and they've been able to exhibit themselves worthy of winning those specific rounds.
Yeah, and it's not just back and forth rounds anymore in the second half. It definitely is domination as of the moment for
One-sided, yeah.
Fraggers. Just pushing the boundaries again of Forsaken. Not the cleanest satchel charge, but we can forget about that for Fry. He has been doing really well in the series so far. They do have to contend against the smokes. And another inside, as he knows that he is in danger if he lurks on in too far. Fry taking the space for the team, and Tesor on the other side of the cross. It's met with a bullet, and Aim Hunter follows with a second. Tenza trying to defend as much as he can, but Aim Hunter is just too sharp into the 2 versus 3. Inmirez makes it all the more difficult for the side of Forsaken. Casper whips the shot onto Sasano. It's all left up to Aminez. Lone guy for the side of Forsaken, but he is met with Casper's Vandal. Another shot on with the 12-3 scoreline. Match point for the side of Fraggers as we are knocking on the door of game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. This is do or die now for Forsaken.
And this is gonna be big here for Fraggers as well, because so far they have been able to accumulate momentum non-stop. And this might not actually work that well for the side of Forsaken if they haven't been able to get themselves a good reset after this match. But let's see if they will let them win this one without a fight, because it is already at 12-3 after all. We will try to make their way here on A, and they are going for a steady and fair paced push here onto A site. But Tensa, though, quick on his trigger, being able to get Casper, and no trades as of the moment except for what EV and Fry has been able to do. But Tesor with a 3K! That is just so crazy for us to see. But DV Dob now 1v2. It seems like he is eager to make it work out. He has been able to inflict a lot of damage onto that Reyna. And this is going to be something that they really have to be careful for. 5 HP remaining here are the side of Pen. And we also have this other guy available here, their Viper. But it seems like they'll try to rotate towards B site, which is the best thing to do here, because he wants to get that advantage in terms of positioning, and he wants to go for the segregation here between the 2 sides, but he tried to fake B side as well, and he's really taking his time for himself here. C side is already the final answer, and he is about to put it down momentarily, and it will take some time for them to rotate.
They have to run now. Now they have to run, but they're separated. Pen is in a lot of trouble because he only has 5 HP remaining. Has to fight off the alarm bot as his first obstacle. Also has to deal with Amidas on the other side of things. Quick wraparound from Pen. Oh, this is cautious. He pushes, but the headshot was enough for him. If he was low on HP, he only needed 1 bullet to the face of defeat. He denies death in the 12-4 scoreline as Forsaken is still walking, barely breathing, but they're still standing, ladies and gentlemen. The Lotus map is not over just yet. Fraggers cannot end it here, as that 1 versus 2 clutch was more than what was required out from Fraggers if they needed to put the kill shot in Forsaken, but they fight back with force. Look at that. Like, imagine this situation where Forsaken was about to steal away this round. Look at the amount of damage that they dealt with. Triple kill from Tesor. The double lineup as they were trying to clear every single corner because they had no info, because they weren't sure on where the defending side will be. But it was around that hut position, but they dealt the most damage, and it was perfect.
Definitely perfect. And, you can see how eager these players from the side of Fraggers are they're so eager to end this match already. Even when this timeout's been pulled out, they were bummed. Like they really want this match to be finished because they want to proceed to our third game. But once again, these are the types of stuff that you have to be well careful about because sometimes overheating or that sort of eagerness or that amount of eagerness can take you off guard, put out their game, and hopefully that wouldn't happen here for the side of Fraggers. But there's still going to be an ultimate available here for the hands of Tensa, definitely going to be the reckoning. And it seems like they are planning something spicy here at the A side.
Early push shot on the mount position, spotted by Amidas, who destroys it. So he knows that there's a lurker, and he has to think about that all throughout. But Aim Hunter is getting hunted. 3 picks, and Sasano is able to deal the damage through. They leave the B side open because that showstopper was a huge threat. They rotate back on the linked position, but they don't know about Amidas.
Oh.
Sprays on a
Oh,
triple from the
my.
Viper. Amidas is an animal, and Forsaken are relying on him to make the call. The 1v3 in hand. He's so low. He's so alone on the 1v3 clutch, but Penn just meets him with a bullet to the face. Amida's the hero of Forsaken. They were rushing down that C site all the way from CT, but that was a trap set up by the Viper who was lurking in the shadows.
You know what? Saying that Amidas is an animal is an understatement. He was a monster during that round. Definitely just gunning them down, every single one here. And no one even bothered to check out that quarter because it is definitely unexpected. And now this promotes an additional lifeline here for the side of Forsaken. They don't want to end it just yet. And now the guiding light will be connecting onto Amidas here at C site. But they'll be taking their time. Then will be able to get that shot done here onto Casper, and this is going to be a good glimpse of hope here for the side of Forsaken because they managed to just take them, take them apart here for the side of Fraggers. Every single one falling down, but we are seeing trades from here and there now, even numbers. It's just that Aim Hunter's health is just running low, but currently Tesor with the pistols and the guns, the firepower he has is just doing so well for his team until this last remaining person here will try to contest them. Evie will just run into his crosshair, and eventually it is already a 12-6.
Oh, and at the halfway point too. Just as their light is getting bleaked out because of Fragger's star power right here. They're making the most amount of mistakes now, and Forsaken are always taking them by storm. And now they have regained control back. But at what cost, right? They're still on match point. They still only need 1 match win. In order to push this to game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, they need to do this 6 rounds in a row. That task is as heavy as that. But they're gonna try anyway. Fry has to be the hero of the team now. Pushes the sky, and Sasano is dead. Dropped to the ground. The only man who was holding that rubble position. So they back off, retreat, see if they can defend both Link and that A site. To reset in and find an angle. To find the killing blow on Forsaken. Even if they're down, they're not out just yet. Still 4 people alive. And the important ones, to say the least, too.
They're taking their time here. They're off for a reset for the side of Raggers. They managed to secure one already, and that is definitely going to be an advantage on their end, just in case that they would want to connect and commit here onto our A site. But they're just anchoring so well here for the side of Forsaken as well. Not the lockdown has already been commenced. They will be forced to back out, which is going to be more time for Fraggers to actually secure their areas here. But Tesor, I wonder if you will know. Oh, the Cosmic Divide just came up here at the best time possible. Showstopper though will not be connecting on to anyone, but it's now still 2v4. Rolling Thunder being used as well. This might mean the enter for the side of Forsaken if it weren't for them being able to narrow down the numbers present. But now, still an ultimate available here. I guess they won't be able to use that anymore because it's already all about the time that is remaining here. Evie and that Viper side to side. Casper will be able to catch him off guard. Concut will be connecting onto the Tsar, and that means the end here for the side of Forsaken. It is going to be Fraggers who will be winning this match, and I guess we will be heading to our map number 3.
Map number 3 required from both of these powerhouses, and especially deserved from Fraggers, and they've shown talent in the Lotus map itself. Beautifully done, especially for a lot of standout players. I'm looking at Casper and how he played with his breach in this Lotus map. You can see that there are a lot of opportunities for Forsaken to play the proactive game, but every time that Fry needed some flashes, every time that the other duelist wants to take initiative, he's calling everyone to take that initiative from Casper, and whenever that he is needed with his utility, then he delivers for the team. So I can't say any other candidate other than him, or I believe I would also like give it to the Raze itself, which I gotta be honest, he has been so crispy with his aim all throughout. Fry has been so much of a difference maker that he has been using the initiative from Casper's utility just so that he can make some space for the team without that much hesitation anymore. It is just perfect from the squad. But the Sora from Forsaken has been all throughout the standout as well. He has been making openings from the losing team after all. And even though they were down in numbers, the Sora has always become the benefactor of clutches every single time. It's just that he wasn't able to clutch out this second map as a whole.
You know what? Not just openings, he has been able to get even connect all the utilities that he is using. You know what? It's just very perfect for me to remember that one instant during or at the fall area where he's been able to satchel in and out with the shorty and the vandal. To me, that is such a favorite clip of mine in the whole duration of this tournament. But yeah, still a nice try here for the side of Forsaken, and we are hoping that these people from the side of Forsaken will be able to reset themselves, because for the side of Fraggers, they are really serious in getting the job done. They mean business. You can see their faces. I never saw one of them even smile every time that their face cam has been able to be shown here during our recent match. So I wonder if it's going to be something different during this third one, because you can never be ever so complacent. You have to be on the zone, be focused, and be able to withstand whatever obstacle will be approaching your way.
Yeah, if ever, yeah, because then that is the mark of champions, and that's what we're looking for right here in the Dubai Police Esports Tournament, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a wonderful best of 3 so far, and now that we have broken this record of having too many 2-0s in our tournament so far, we're finally reaching the threshold of game number 3, and this is where the ultimate test comes in for both Fraggers and Forsaken. Can they hold on with the momentum that they have started with that first map win, or will Fraggers bounce in, especially after winning that second game? Lotus was not an easy task at hand, but they are able to deliver, and they're able to find themselves the multi-frags after multi-frags to claim victory on that map. But on the third map, that is where things will get very, very interesting, because now it is do or die for both of these squads. We said the same as well when Forsaken was up 1-0 so far, and Fraggers were always down in the dumps, but now you see the same for Forsaken now. Now they're the ones who are also not on the driver's seat. They are not even setting the tempo now back on that Lotus map. So the biggest question here is if Fraggers can push them to the limit in the third map, or if Forsaken stop them before they can even start it.
That is going to be a question indeed. But once again, our third map here will be Bind. And we came from the Ascent, we came from Lotus, and now we are going to be in this area. I mean, this is definitely going to be familiar for us. We have been able to see this in most of the days that we are casting or we are here in the tournament. But the thing here, the main difference that you have to address here in a Bide map is addressing your lurks, because both of these teams, I remember Forsaken has been able to pop off here in the Bide map. They've been able to whip out a lot of new stuff, and all those new stuffs has been able to work against Team Risky at the time. But it is going to be something for us to unpack here on how will Fraggers definitely address this one, because so far we already saw how their raise operates their breach. I feel like that will also be a lineup fitting for this one, maybe just a minor adjustments, pretty similar to what Forsaken did earlier on. Instead of using a Sova, they exchange it for a Sky. But let us see what's gonna have for us here. But what are your thoughts about this, Ramon?
Yeah, because I think this is gonna be the best map to see who will be coming out here the better team. Because both of these squads have been putting out team comps that are well suited for the map of Bind. You don't need a Sentinel, you don't need anything else other than a double controller comp or a double duelist comp, or both. If you are Forsaken, right? So what else
Yep.
can we have in store for this, right? Like the teleport plays, possibly like map control on a high, since U-Haul is a very important part of the A site itself. You'd also like think about the split pushes. Like how many times will we see a hookah player actually be the first one to call upon the very fast execute? It always has to be the B-long players, right? So that coordination has to be the
Yeah.
key for whoever is on the attacking side. While on defense, the amount of times that they have to control B long will have to be as repetitive as possible, but it is repetitive for a reason. It is one of the strongest ways. If you are able to like take control of that, then you both have showers control as well as pushing onto the B site will be not much of a problem anymore. So lots of things to like point out here, ladies and gentlemen. The Dubai Police Esports tournament has been showing a lot of competitiveness all throughout this bracket. This first game 3 of the tournament will be one heck of a banger, and I'm hoping that you guys are enjoying the show so far. My name is Ramon, and with me is Mochi. This is the Dubai Police Esports tournament. I'd like to give this opportunity to thank all of our sponsors that have made the Dubai Police Esports tournament possible. You have Esaad, Zowie, Al Baddad, Jumbo Electronics, and SFX for allowing the Valorant community in Dubai to shine bright in this whole tournament. I'd like to give my biggest thanks as well to Dubai Police for letting us organize this tournament, as well as 404 Esports for managing the prod as a whole. This has been one heck of a best of 3 so far, an absolute slobber knocker in the first map, Ascent, and a lot of exciting moments as well on that Lotus map, where we'll be starting everything else on the end of things on the Lotus, or actually on the Vine map, where it has been the most popular one for the whole Dubai Police Esports tournament. What has been your favorite moment throughout this whole best of 3, Mochi? Because this has been one heck of a best of 3 to say the least.
Well, like as I have stated earlier on, my favorite moment is when the race here for the side of Forsaken has been able to do such a really interesting turn of events. It's this one, yeah, perfect timing. Like, go out and then go in again. So clean, so smooth, so suave to say the least. But yeah, I guess you might have like a favorite moment here as well. What do you think?
I was gonna say what you just said, bro. You just stole that away from me. I guess I could say to score and his clutch with the sheriff, while it was DV in the 1v1 with the sheriff alone. You remember, DV was the guy who actually picked up the sheriff first, and as the killjoy, that meant that he wasn't thinking about the lurk anymore. He was thinking about like getting the first pick off and then rotating back with his teammates over at that Esaad extremity. You don't see a killjoy pick up a sheriff in the first round that very early on every single day, right? So that's like pretty special to remember about that. Tesor just picking up the clutch with the 1v3 in hand. Sheriff also in the mix, so
Yeah.
that was pretty interesting. If I could see more of that here on that Vine map, then I would be in for a slobber knocker yet again. But just a lot of things to like think about, especially with both teams like heading into this very heated early on, so they have to chill. They have to, you have to remember that this is for fun too, all for the grand prize of 80,000 dirhams, ladies and gentlemen, just to remind you all. And if you also like convert that to the amount of pesos that you get, let me just convert that real quick.
You're currently typing too, like we can't hear your
Yes,
keyboard
ma'am.
right now.
That's
Okay,
that's
take your time.
1,200,000 Philippine pesos in our currency, Mochi. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, that just means you can already buy a house and lot with that amount in this day and age, to be honest. So that's quite a lot. And knowing that they'll be able to split it up, there's still a lot for them to taking. And I believe there is going to be the second and third placer here as well. They've got some stuff in the bag as still. but not that much of a first placer. But I think here is, as long as you still be able to belong to the top three, it wouldn't actually be an issue, because I feel like the whole duration of this tournament alone, they've been able to accumulate tons and tons of information for themselves in terms of experiences, and how would they be able to get a lot of info against their current opponents, and will they be able to use that in the next series of this tournament. But once again, everyone, welcome to the land of Bind, their place of comfort, and this is going to be really the much of a sane lineup here. But I am seeing a chamber here and with the hands of PV Dove, and as well as a Brimstone being switched up instead of an Omen or a Harbor or even a Viper. So let us see how this turn out.
Yeah, a lot more of an aggressive setup for DB Dove. You'd usually expect on the Killjoy, but now he wants to be the one to hold the operator in hand. Early concuss out in a flash over to the B-long position. They're taking control of that, and Aim Hunter just knew about that. Everyone else on the side of Fraggers just want to take that hookah position, and they're not even contesting that B-long control. This is risky, because then they're popping out of hookah, and Pen taking that first shot too. Good thing that it's not the spike that actually was dropped on that hookah position, because look at how fast they're running back on A short, and how fast they're rotating all the way towards CT now. They're both running scared of each other, but they don't know that they're hitting this site alone.
This is about to be a spicy round. Starting all off with that pickup here from the side of Braggers, but now it is going to be the spike being commenced on their end, and hopefully they would manage to make it out despite of the absence of their Sage, but which has been really supplemental if there is going to be a heal, right? But at the same time, they're just going all over at the Lamps area, trying to shed some blood, and they will be able to do that here for the side of Forsaken. Now a 2v3, which is going to be a lineup present here in Shindari, definitely lighting up here from this area, but there's still some angle that they can defuse the spike from, which is quite unfortunate. But now someone here for the short area, Evie will be able to clutch it out. If earlier he did it in an Astra pick in the land of Lotus, it is certain that he could still do that in a different agent, in a different realm.
They just cannot stop this guy. He has already invested his Molly at the right time, because Tenza couldn't stick the defuse. He had to handle both angles on both showers in the short position, because EB was being a nuisance just after he pushes out his Molly. Already peeking out from that short position, plus Amidas through the smoke as well. They needed that amount of time to try to invest through with that post-plant position, and there you go, it paid off entirely for the Fraggers position. And that was a 1 versus 2 in hand. The clutch up from the Brimstone. And he has to do it yet again. The 5 versus 5 now. The full buy out for Fraggers. And EP, the star of the show, the Spectre in hand. The confidence on the high right now as they work on their control of showers. Leading them to rotate back on this ace site for free. But they have all the time in the world. They can even rotate back and see if they can poke the bear over at that extremity, but it looks like it's not. It's the A side that they want.
I'm loving the coordination as well. The moment that the toxic wall fell, they've been able to make their entry here smoothly. But the thing here is they better secure their own positions here, because we're not quite sure when these members from the side of Forsaken will be popping out. But now Fry will be spotting two, might potentially go for another, but it seems like our members here from the side of Forsaken is trying to catch up in terms of the casualties they've been able to inflict on them. And little do we know, Casper is already into a 4K, very smoothly just using that Spectre, and it is still around for their side, given that they've got the advantage towards the firepower.
Yeah, I mean, look at how smooth that was into the retake scenario. But it wasn't as smooth as they would have liked because of the lack of control over that default position. Since that triple box was also like walled off, you remember, they pushed off that wall because Casper wanted to limit the amount of options that they needed to wrap around over that triple position. That's why they were in no man's land. That's why it was easy for him to spray them on towards that split position. Now back onto the 2-0 scoreline. Forsaken to make this viral work. He peeks before the flash comes out. Pen gets a 1-for-1, but they have to be very surprised that he was that close, that easy and that quick.
And so far though, we are gonna see really aggressive picks here from Penn, but will be eventually traded here by DV Dove. And so far, they're not deciding into committing a specific site as of the moment, but there might be some tense intensity here at this current time because Casper and as well as the Sword will be able to find each other out, but they will try and offer a cooldown here. They're still aware that the rest of the people here are still present from the side of Fraggers, and Evie will be able to take him out. I don't know what happened on that one, but it worked well for the side of Fraggers, and that's all we need to know, though. They will try and offer a retake here despite of the disadvantage that they have. So let us see if this will necessarily work out because Tensa is back at it again with a hardware pick, connecting those shots onto one, onto two, potentially a three, but no. With a crossfire situation here between DB Dominance at the stage, this is gonna turn out fine for the side of Fraggers.
See, that was funny because Tesor actually assisted his own death while EV was satcheled into his own short-range gun, Spectre in hand. And that was really funny because I don't think he expected him to push out of that satchel charge range. He was surprised by it, even killed by it. That was how fast it was for EB to even swing on up. Even the easy rush on down from that Sharp's position to get the plant down.
Toxins going up.
As early as that, Fraggers. Quick 3-0 to start off their campaign. If you remember, Forsaken were dominating early on in this best of 3, but look at how quick the turns have tabled. What did I just say?
Toxins screen down.
I don't know too, man. You do you, as support you. But we are gonna see these people
just
just
swim around.
chilling on what they're trying to do. Yeah, it's fine. And one-way smoke. Definitely no ground for them to push on that one. That means trouble if ever we see one. So they better stand their ground here. They gotta chill. But Amidus, though, in a really good angle here, he can try and connect some shots there just in case someone tries to entry at A side. This is going to be really risky because they're on a full A stack almost, except for one. But Fry will be able to catch him out. Tensa on for trade here. Will try to attempt to put the spike down, but that is just a fake. But Esaad over the backpacks will be saying boo onto Casper. Now a 3v3, and they are about to try to bait it out again. This fight will still be able to prepare themselves from the crosshair placements, but eventually teleporting here onto our B side with everyone trying to follow up on this one. Guiding light, detecting there is some presence here at the CT area. They're just prepping themselves before they even offer that attack here. An attempt for the retake, considering that they've got the advantage. They really want this route for themselves here, but they are still taking their time, and little do we know, Tensa on a 3K with DV Dove here at the hookah. We are yet to see this guy, but he's gonna be able to connect that shot, and I wonder if this one here from Susana would manage that.
Ooh.
I guess not, because DV Dove would be able to clutch this out, and it's sounding 4-0 on their end.
A butterfly effect after a perfect flash to that triple position set up by Susano. And the defense on A was just impeccable enough that they were able to plant the spike, wary about the movement from the sky. He got the guy trying to plant the spike here. And they made themselves think about rotating back over to the B site since the initial push never worked out in the end. DV Dub is calling on for the rotate just so that they could have, again, the plant over to the B side itself. But even though they were in time to defend the spike plant, that 2 versus 3 never worked out because DB Dub was able to isolate the angles thanks to Tenza and the orb that he set up. That was just beautiful Valorant out for DV Dub and everybody else on Fraggers. Which is, I'd say, a complete distribution of skill from everyone on the squad. And you know that they're communicating as a unit because everything that they have dealt with, every decision made for the squad, it's just on point. It's just on a top-notch control.
And now they really want to get around for themselves here for the side of Forsaken. They're having this certain difficulty in trying to manage everything because Fraggers has been able to do constant throws and being able to end it all up. They can start it and they are the ones to end it as well. And now though, there is going to be some interactions at the short area at the hookah, but Casper will be able to get the first frag off this round, even connecting that showstopper here from Fry, and every single one here is just falling apart here for the side of Forsaken until now. It is all up to Amidus, the Viper, being cornered, being found out, and eventually being eliminated. 5-0 clean record for the side of Fraggers. They are in their game. They are in the zone. And DB Dove is just popping up continuously with a 10-1 KDA.
No assists. And I'm telling you, DB Dub
No
has switched
assists.
it all up because he was on Killjoy duty for the past 2 rounds, and now he said, I got this. I can do everything that is needed for the team. Switches it up with a 10 kills into the 5-7 score line, ladies and gentlemen. 5-0, I'd rather say. With Tour de Force up and ready! Gets the shot through onto Tesor. Quick and easy pick. And Amida is caught because of the Trailblazer. Quick 2-0 out for the side of Fraggers. They get the A site without that much contention at all. That's beautiful ultimate usage for the chamber, and they even wall off the CT position. They can't get back onto the defense. They have to fight back with the retake now.
And so far here, you're just opting for free fires, but with the free fires, Aim Hunter will be connecting with shots from the battle, being followed by the rest of the team. A flawless round for themselves, and even a flawless record. And so far, Forsaken is quite lost on what they should do next in terms of, because so far, Fraggers is in control. They are well aware of their weaknesses here and what is going to be the open areas for them to that they can take. And so far, it is just really astounding for me to see that Fraggers has been able to retaliate this much, been able to convert the stress that they have been able to accumulate from the previous games into something so productive. And so far, they are keeping their eyes on these members from Forsaken, and Forsaken quite lost on what they should do next.
And they're just holding for the angles this time. Early smoke shot again over B. Early gunfire exchange and again for DB Dub. Just so that they could make themselves wary. Scared to take the peek, but they don't know about the guy on top of truck. Tesor on a passive angle, spots out the sky, gets the double! But Aim Hunter able to reconnect, but damage has already been done. Forsaken got themselves a numbers advantage, but EB on the low cross, Amides with the fire back. The 3 versus 2 in hand. Sasano has to rotate back, but Amides has caught Aim Hunter down to DB Dub. The superstar has the clutch shot for the team. The pillar of the squad has been spotted. DB Dub with the first shot. But Amides puts him down to the floor. The triple kill from Amides has made the difference in this round right now. The 1-0. Well, the 1-6 scoreline that they needed so badly. That pushes, again, Forsaken up to their potential and possibly something that he can start with, but it is too early to tell, Mochi.
I know, and currently their score is already tarnished. Props to Tesor, because that is such a big contribution during that round, and even having Amidus being able to face up against a 1v3, he has been able to narrow their numbers further, and eventually we are now here. They are trying to make their economy work, and for the side of Fraggers, though, they are willing to take this one step further, and Trailblazer will be taking up this guy, and the Showstopper being active here on their side as well. Bridal shooting some shots on the pen. Tremendous trades being thrown here by the side of Forsaken, and now they're up on a good advantage for one person. Operator still in the hands of their chamber, not entirely being shown to anyone as of the moment. DB Dog will just be hovering onto this short area. Meanwhile, They have to take their time. Still a lot of time for them to work with. But once again, in terms of how they're anchoring here for the side of Forsaken, this is going to be an issue for the side of Fraggers.
Yeah, because they're making the initiative themselves. They're just waiting for the mistake to be known for Forsaken, and that's not the best place to play Valorant now. DV Dove does find a bit of damage, and EB has made a lot of noise now. Taps on the spike, but Tenza knows it's just a fake. He peeks on, rotates back on that elbow position as EB will commit the plant, but doesn't know that Tesar is at the other side of the TP. 1v3. EB has the ult in hand. Just now that he uses the smoke, but Tesor will capitalize the triple kill in hand for the Rays. And now that they have full control of the second round, they finally get some momentum. But they still need to build this back up. I'm not even regarding what just happened on their screen right there. This is do or die for Forsaken. They just need to keep building up momentum. They just need to keep finding the heat up for their defense. And if it's needed that they play passive, then by all means, welcome.
Welcome indeed. And the current time though, they have a lot of ultimates available for both sides, so we're not quite sure how they would be able to use that one its fullest potential. But all we know is that they've got ultimates to throw, and it's already up to them how would they be able to make it work out. The Soar on that operator though, just gonna be waiting for anyone who will try and attempt to peek at the short area. I guess no one's doing that because they're really gonna get so never mind. He's gonna be able to get that pick off onto Diddy Dog, and eventually the resurrection will come up and trade off Casper. Unfortunately though, they're not gonna be complete into attacking, and there might even be the risk of further decrease in terms of numbers, but Aim Hunter will try to compensate on that one. This ultimate will be used here at the bats area. No one will be attempting to go into there. They will just mind their own business here, knowing that they've been able to put the spike down, they've been able to secure the objective. It's already up to them how would they be able to defend the spike, but now a lot of people here just trying to offer the defuse. He might attempt and try to stick it in. He got the half, but they will be able to clutch it out. They'll be able to defuse the spike, dude. Yes, the orbital strike came in a little too late. A little too late.
A little too late indeed. That was the pure intensity for Tenza, who just defused the spike fully. And the threat of that orbital strike, what orbital strike? It never happened because it was the full defuse for Tenza. And they knew that it wasn't a ninja. They all funneled in back on that truck position to see if they can get the angle through for the defuse head on. But everybody funneled up on U-Haul because the threat of the triple push on U-Haul, they were more wary than that. Not just from the orbital strike alone. So they get the job this time. 3-6. Spot out 2 over at that garden position as they open up themselves for another site take. Against 3 players holding on the site itself. FR1 already on the site itself, but Tenza and Pen handle business with a triple from the Reyna. DV Dove, perfect target practice from the headshot. But a 1v2 in hand. But they're all the way to the other side of the map, so it doesn't necessarily mean that he needs every single bit of minutes to see if he can clear every single corner, but it just gives him that much security. Knowing that the site is his, but he doesn't know that. He's not aware of it.
He is not aware, and it is so unfortunate that everyone fell apart the moment that they are trying to go to B. And, you know, it just took them 3 people to make it into the situation of a 1v2 where Fraggers is at a disadvantage. But we all know what DB Dove is capable of. But we are not quite sure if DV Dub knows that there is already a couple of people here trying to connect some shots. Satchel not necessarily connecting too far, but the boom bot being assisted by him. He is gonna receive the blow, now leaving the THP, but he's gonna try to make it work out, but unfortunately he's gonna turn his back upon his enemy at the worst time possible. And now it is going to be a 4-6. And we are seeing how Forsaken is persistent in trying to even out the score lines.
Yeah, just one round at a time. with the triple defense on B that seemingly made it as quick as possible for them to end up on, Fraggers' vicinity. But again, they try to see if they can get an insurance policy, somewhat of a backup plan. Not on planting the spike down since TV Dog had the spike all along. He did have time to see if he can, get the plant down on B early on, but he didn't really trust himself too much to win out that 1v2 in hand since he was low on HP here. 4-6, ladies and gentlemen. Fraggers heavily pressurized by Forsaken and their will to move on, to move forward. They let themselves head the default plant, but spotted out by the Trailblazer. The raise is noted on that Char's position, but the entry is not in. They do get the Trailblazer back in for Tesor. See him on the corner. Casper and Divitov, they get the 2 picks. Amita is noted on the plant, but they don't even need a showstopper anymore as they handle business. Get on that A side plant as they get the 4 versus 2 in hand. Forsaken need to get this back through.
They need, indeed. But I don't think that Fraggers will let them do that, considering that it's already Susano all alone. He would be able to connect some shots here onto Eevee, which is necessarily a good thing. But now, with this trilogy, he's gonna be lost in that Bermuda Triangle in between these players of Fraggers and DB Dog being able to inflict him good. And now it is going to be a 7-4. And so far, this is not bad of a half because you have been able to see how Forsaken would try and get back up once again, but still that Fraggers are proving that they are the better team in this current time, and they've been able to set themselves apart against Forsaken. But I wonder how different would it be for our second half?
How different would it be? Will the pace change as the strides head on, or will it be the same tune sung by the Titans that are Fraggers right here? 7-4, ladies and gentlemen. One more to end off this first half. They know the TV Dog has the tour de force up and have an idea that he could be rushing down that B long extremity, but he's taking this very precariously. As cautious as ever. A big default for everybody else on the squad. They know their assignment. They have to make presence elsewhere to pull away the rotation since B site is heavily guarded by everyone on Forsaken. As calculated as ever, they just leave the Rays, their entry all alone on that A showers position. Well, so far so good for Fraggers. They do get B long that early, and they got the rotations back on CT. This is a perfect time to push on down, and Forsaken have no idea about this as they push on. Pen was all alone, and he can't handle this on his own. Casper gets another, as the Stingers are not enough. Susano, I say that, gets a double from the Stinger alone. 3 versus 2 with the retake. Another showstopper in hand for Tesor. Taking care of the planter. Tour de force in line for DB Dub. But Tesor lines up with 3. The 5-7. Thanks to the savior that is Tesor.
Dude, if I were Fraggers, yep, I will be rehydrating myself because I'm breaking a sweat of what is happening right now. It is a 7-5 after all. I mean, earlier on, it's quite one-sided. Fraggers are doing really, really well. Unfortunately, though, with all of these trade-offs happening, they've been able to do so well, specifically to Sor. I mean, he's been like this for a while, and so far he is deemed so consistent in doing these. And despite the fact that there is the tour de force here, I guess he is not gonna be scared after all, ending it that round with a 3K. And definitely it is going to be a possible push here onto A side here for the side of Forsaken onto the attacker side. This is their comfort, and this is where they are good at, and it's all up to us to witness if that is actually true or not.
They swap the sides now. Very interesting that TV Dub decides to go for the shorty this early on. Doesn't have the 2 bullets in the headhunter, so it is possible that he could have a backup plan if ever that those 2 shots don't hit. Problem is though, they're all wrapping around him. And if they're able to get B long control, then he is going to be trapped inside hookah for the longest time to soar. Has to take this very cautiously. Hasn't cleared out the corner, and I'm definitely feeling some intensity with Davidov. He wants to push. He sees the raise. He puts up a fight, and he finds him. An early usage of the shorty. The presence is made on Hookah. They have to find him here. The two shots connecting from FR1. Ghost in hand. The impact is known from FR1. The triple from the raise. The 4 versus 1 in hand. And he could very well get the 4K if Tenza is lost. With 20 HP on his pocket. He has nowhere else to run but forward. Right clicks all in pursuit, but Aim Hunter will get the last kill. 5-8, ladies and gentlemen. With FYG claiming themselves that defensive score.
So far, though, we have been able to see how they are trying to adjust with the roles that now has been switched. But Fraggers seems like they're not faltering at all. Davidov with 27 too. And I never saw a chamber on a shorty. Usually it's just a pistol and he's gonna focus more with the hand hunter. But this time around they really want to capitalize more on those close quarter combats, and it's just pretty awesome for me to see that they've been able to make it work out. Bulldog not entirely connecting onto anyone, but we are gonna see some trades here coming up from both sides of the teams here, with Davidov being able to secure a couple, and now Aim Hunter trying to contest just in case that there will be some people who trying to go and come across, but no, he's not gonna get the job done. Amidas, and as well as the 2 more people here, but aside of Forsaken will be able to make it work out with Eevee, though. They better be wary of Eevee, because Eevee, we all know what he's capable of. Really good in terms of the clutches and even the usage of that Spectre. He is well fine with that Spectre without even using like a full-on rifle. And it's going to be a 2v2 now. Still a lot of time for them to put this fight down, but they are just gonna take their time.
Yeah, take the TP too, because it's open for them. They can just run on to B, but they're aware of this. So Fraggers take their precarious time to soar, hearing every angle with Forsaken already on the site itself, with EB getting the cross, the 1v1. It's Casper with the Spectre, already getting the damage done onto Amides, who has the rifle up, but it is gonna be Casper. With another shot through from Fraggers. The 5-9, but it is a costly round. They have won it, but at what cost, man? Look at the amount of the economy that they have. Only bringing 1 Vandal to the table. But everyone just bringing scraps and anything else. They have to force buy this if they want to move forward with the equal round. But what is that replay? Give me that shot from Tesor. That would have been a game-winning frag.
Highlight.
But Casper just took this as patiently as possible. He knew that he had the better gun, and he knew that it was a health advantage for him too.
He's just dancing cha-cha in front of that Viper, dude. But it is not a 4v4 though. Just as the rounds even started, not even reaching the 1-minute mark, there's already a lot of casualties. About to be a massacre as Susano gets those bullets through Aim Hunter's head, being assisted by Pen. And both of them here are just at the lamps area. Eevee and as well as their Sage, they are still quite unaware of where they are actually staying at, what's their positions. But Eevee would be able to connect some shots. Not entirely enough to win this round for themselves, though. There's just a lot or too much work for them to be done, and now it is going to be a 6-9.
Yeah, they had to make their money's worth there. It was a full committal to the force buy in hand for everybody. They had the rifles, but they had half armor and half utility. They couldn't bring anything else to the table but that, so they just had to make sure that it was worth it for them. So a good job of recognizing that threat to soar with another clean shot through, but it was Amidas, the difference maker, hold up on that pocket position, just claiming frags left and right. Back with the default spot with Forsaken, aware that fraggers are the type of team that can cook something up on the fly, but now they're just back on the passive angle. Sheriff's in hand for FR1. Pen on the cross through on EB. Takes care of business, taking control of one of the controllers on the side of 4 FRG. They can't let the spike get because they can spam, so they just TP back on the other side of the map, leaving the chamber all alone on an island. DB Dub has to make it work. Headhunter in hand, spots out one, but gets traded out immediately. Esaad with a double piece into the 4 versus 2 for the retake scenario of FRG.
Now leads to the remaining member. Casper with that shot, Donzu Pen, but still with a pop flash, just commencing here, and such a wide peak, by the way, from Susano. That's going to be a 3K. And you know what? Where we have started here, we started from 6-0. Suddenly, it's a 7-9. What just happened?
Yeah, they're bouncing back. And they're gaining their confidence back. Every single kill in every round that we've had for Forsaken is bringing the heat back up. And you know that Tesor is not just a momentum-based team or a momentum-based player. He always feeds off of the energy of his teammates, and that, I think, is a big factor into this type of comeback potential. Early smoke out onto the A-sharp extremity, just so that they can make sure that nobody is lurking around that possible corner. While Forsaken, again, back on controlling that lobby position, leaving that one trap to see if Hookah will be a possibility for the push, but they can just make noise. Pull the rotations, head on. There was that one round where 3 players are holding B, and they're banking on that idea. But Forsaken don't know that they're actually on A site, and they have to fight them off now.
Had to fight him off indeed, and Evie though will be taking it back, but with that showstopper connecting onto Amethyst, that's gonna be a problem here for the side of Forsaken, but from the back, light the Tsar would be showing himself onto Evie, clearing the lamps area, clearing some space for themselves. Now a 2v3 here, Casper and Fry, 1 for each, now leads it to 1v3, to Source will still try to make it work. Already on a triple here, even a potential ace, 30 seconds in the clock here. He better act quick, he better decide quick, and just hope that those decisions will actually be the right one, because so far he is on a tight spot. He will try to make his way here onto the lamps area, or try to fake it, but never mind. Just as he is about to show himself and get back out from the entrance of the lamps, Aim Hunter will be able to take him all out. I low-key got nervous on that one, because if ever that there's going to be enough time, the store could have pulled that off, rather.
Yeah, if they were able to plant the spike too, but that just shows how much value the Raze has in a map like Bind, where it's very easy for you to deny the plant coming in. FR1 was just on the back of truck, trying to delay the push shot, trying to delay like the plant of the spike. And he had all the util in the world to do so. He used 2 satchel charges for them to deny that one attempt and the second attempt of trying to plant the spike here, which gave a lot of time as well for Fraggers to reconvene back and take control into the retake scenario yet again. A tri-stack on the A side for the side of Fraggers, as they know that everybody from Forsaken want to fight off. They also have a very, very important ulti. The Orbital Strike about to commence, but FR1 all from the back of the paint shell, denying Tensor from planting the spike despite the Viper's Pet online in the 3 versus 5.
With the Viper's Pit though. Oh, but he's gonna get one. He might actually get 2 because he got this guy tagged, but Pen from the lamps will be able to shed some light for his teammates, as this is now a 2v4. Definitely doable for them to actually make this work, because Pen is already going on a streak here, already on 2k, but Incendiary might be hindering them from pushing forward and attempting to defuse the spike, but Amidas wouldn't freak no sweat in doing that at all. Now a 2v2. We are running out of time. This is so intense. Aim Hunter connecting the shot onto Amidas. Now a 1v2. And now still the time is ticking right onto Pan. He will be able to take him out, and this is going to be one more round away from the match point here for the side of Fraggers.
Let me remind you all that Fraggers were down 0-1 before we started this bind map, before we even thought about Lotus happening in this best of 3. In the Ascent map, it was Forsaken all throughout, and they were heavily favored to take the series in this best of 3. But Fraggers came to play. They dominated over at that Lotus position, and now they're showing why. Everybody should remember the Fraggers' name. 11-7, only needing one more to get match point, only needing 2 to kick off Forsaken out of this tournament. Then it will be one heck of a satisfying victory, if I do say so myself. Susano spotted. Use that Trailblazer, knows that there's a judge inside of that hookah position, and he pushes, but he also has a TP. Aim Hunter assisting, but Susano takes care of him. Casper back on the retake push, but FR1 with the double 2-piece. And the spike is a no man's land too. That's why Tenza is running away from everyone, trying to push him down on that hookah position.
Oh my. I'm quite unsure how to sort this guy will be able to address this one. Now it's already 1v4 for Tensa. I mean, complete utilities still available for him to use, but I don't think this is necessarily the good scenario for him to do that, especially that both of these people are just waiting for him to walk in their crosshairs near hookah, and he's gonna be forced to back out because that's too much damage, and he's already running low in terms of health. But the moment they push into here, I guess that's going to be a game over here for Tensa. He will do manage to get one though. It is going to be taped up, but once again, match point secured for the side of Fraggers. All pressure here for the side of Forsaken. I saw one comment here. He said that Fraggers is not being chilling at all, and I guess that is definitely true considering on how they are playing here. We're seeing 20 frags here between the two top fraggers for Brian as well as DB Dog. They are in the zone and they are willing and wanting to end this series quick.
And they have to. They have to, just so that they can have a heated battle coming in when they actually do pursue the semifinals bracket right now. It is do or die for the Forsaken members, as Pen is leading the charge over to the A-short extremity, while FR1 is trying to bank on them, but lots of damage through. TV Dub, right place with the lineup. Tens and Pen, they lost the spike, and Tesor has to make it big with the showstopper, but it's not connecting on that triple position. Mides has to make it big, has to be the playmaker for the team, because now that he retakes the spike back, he has to make a decision, let alone kill them all 5. DB Dub rushes, and the flash was perfect against Asano. 4 versus 2 in hand, but Amides counting on the stars, counting on their names. But Aim Hunter makes it the 4 versus 1. Tesor gets lined up, and FR1 drops him to the floor. It is Fraggers reverse sweeping against Forsaken. What a beautiful way to start off the last day of the Dubai Police Esports Tournament.
I guess we haven't been able to see the theme of having these young bloods counter these veterans. There is a bright future for Forsaken to do these types of stuff. There is still a long way for them to go, but Fraggers has been there to just show who is boss necessarily. I really love how FR1 has been able to facilitate these tremendous amounts of peaks. Even those aggressive takes, those wide peaks are just on point, and I really love how all of these utilities are also in time and how they should be able to use those at its fullest potential, and even in order to win every single round. Yes, there is already this glimpse of hope here, the light at the end of the tunnel for the side of Forsaken, but I feel like it's just there's already been like a couple of games already, and you can never be so ever consistent, not unless you have been here in the scene for quite some time now. But once again, props here for our members here for the side of Forsaken. I really loved how they've been able to show themselves and introduce themselves here in the tournament. It's just that Fraggers have been able to prove themselves better. And I guess who proved the best is going to be DV Dove, our chamber here, who has been able to show himself on appearances as a killjoy from our previous maps, but now something different, a pseudo duelist. And we have been able to see how he has been able to capitalize more, not only on the operator, the tour de force, and as well as the headhunter. He has been able to use the judge and as well as the shorty as well, being able to catch these members from the side of Forsaken off guard. Just astounding play from DV Dog.
Just as you thought he's playing gun game, no man, he's just playing chamber. Where DV Dov has shown flexibility amongst others in this tournament right now, and very well being one of the pillars of the team, just showing that sometimes when you're down 0-1, you can just ball it into the second game and make sure that we can head on ourselves to the 2-1 scoreline. Congratulations to the Fraggers members, and I'm sure that we would like to hear what the comms were all throughout those 2 games that we've had where they needed to get those 2 wins entirely when they were down 0-1. When they were down in that deficit, I want to know what they were thinking, how they were hyping themselves up. You remember there was a huge break right after that first game where it led them to have a bit of a talk with the team. I want to know what type of talk that was. I want to know what they were thinking about all throughout that series. So if ever that it is ready, we'll be heading on into the post-game interview for Fraggers and the rest of their squad, because I'm definitely sure that they are very excited for what is to come for the semifinals. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors for the Dubai Police Esports Tournament. We have Esaad, Zowie, Al Baddad, Jumbo Electronics, as well as XFX. We'll be sending on in over to Archie for the post-game interview for Fraggers, as well as everybody else who have contributed to the cause.
Thank you so much, Ramon and Mochi. I'm here with the winning teams, Team Fraggers. We have Casper with us here. How do you feel after that win? I mean, we went into all 3 games there. Were you feeling the anxiety? Were you feeling the pressure? How was it? Tell me.
No, actually, we didn't feel the pressure. We're experienced players in the team. We didn't wake up early to win 2-0, so we gamed it the first map, and then we just finished it after.
Awesome. I can feel the confidence in your voice. Is it something that you guys have been practicing a long time for?
Yeah. With this team, we don't practice. We're just a mix of friends. But we've played together some tournaments, so we know how to play with each other. So I think we have a good chance of winning this tournament too.
Well, speaking of you guys playing tournaments together, you guys aren't new to the scene for the Dubai Police Esports Tournament. You guys were actually participating in our very first edition, I believe. So it's been, a long time coming around. Is there anything that you've changed since then, or have you guys been using the same tactics?
No, actually, we've been playing with different teams, the whole Dubai Police, in the 3rd edition also. So we just come here to have fun. We play with, we just do it on the fly, and that's how it goes. And Fraggers is going to win, trust me.
Fraggers is going to win. All right, look at here. We have the winners potentially right here sitting next to me. Before I let you go, is there any advice that you would give any hopefuls who are watching right now? Anything that you'd like to tell them to perhaps, be in your shoes and compete here at the Dubai Police Esports Tournament?
All you have to do is just play the game as much as you can. And once you get good at the game, you're going to be playing here too.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Casper. Really appreciate it. And the best of luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go for a short break, but do not go anywhere. When we come back, another best of 3 that will be entering the semifinals, so stay tuned.
ding dong. They just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Ding dong. They just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Never done a block, hoodie up for events. Skin kept close, could you put on them with the tits on 10? Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Ding dong, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Ding dong, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Ding dong, 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 ding. cell up in the pen, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at, never fall back. No lies, no facts, we gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Been way down, never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Careful, whatever you bring me getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need to hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. This is out of man. 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 This is out of man.
Did you really think I'd just sit here and watch?
Double XL up in the paint, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at, never fall back. No lies, no facts, we gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Been way down, never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Careful, whatever you bring me getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need the hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at.
just sit here and watch?
ding dong. They just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Ding dong. They just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't coach, the boy that I'm in. Now we doing the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause you plotting on them with the tits on 10. Batch in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Ding dong, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Ding dong, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Ding dong, 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 ding dong.
Backlines, 1391, a triple kill, a double kill from the Omen. And this guy is spotted the Mortier 4 jacket.
At first I sent the link and she was petrified. Kept thinking she would be a victim of my scam and lies.
But then I read a few lines and the grammar was all wrong. The hunch grew strong. He was trying to scam me all along, so I blocked his hack and reported the fraud.
Oh, she even blocked my number and my phone calls from abroad.
We'll try to tempt you with rewards and a fake prize.
You shouldn't crumble. You should report these shady guys.
Well, no, not I will survive for as long as I report the fraud.
I know they won't survive.
I've got great advice to give.
Reporting is imperative.
They won't survive.
I won't survive.
Scammers these days have a no new trend.
It's a call from the police, but it's all pretend.
And you'll regret it later if you don't report the call.
But that's not all. They'll get all your details, they'll have it all.
So take their advice and report our lies.
Just call now and give these guys a rude surprise.
I've got great advice to give. Reporting is imperative.
I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey.
who wants to take initiative. Tenso deciding he wants to fall about the judge. That gets a triple.
What is happening to Smash right now?
It's not the knives. One more shot is doing
Oh, way!
And he gets a triple. Drops up. Tenso finding Chad. It's a good sign for one on that.
Timing!
More if they want a better shot from Taiki.
What's up, gamers? Welcome everyone once again to the Dubai Police Esports Tournament, and this is being organized by 404 Esports, and this time we are gonna have some sort of girl power on the caster desk. Everyone, I am Mochi, and with me is Wasabi. How are you?
I'm good. I'm excited. We're finally heading to the semi-finals of the tournament, and we're getting very, very close to finding out who is going to be our top teams of the day. Now, our next matchup is going to be Team Falcons versus Team Ayun, and again, this is already the semi-finals, so whoever wins is going to go straight into the finals, and for the one that loses, they have another chance as they fight for battle for third later on.
Right, imagine that. We are already in the last few games here. Definitely, it is going to be something that we have to look out for. And especially that we have Team Falcons and Ayun this time around. Well, do you want to put out any thoughts between these two teams?
Well, you know, there's a lot of people who, like, voting for both of these teams. I was talking to the comment section a while ago, asking them for their predictions on the game, but it seems like it's pretty mixed between the two teams, so I'm not quite sure which among them is gonna come out on top. But one thing's for sure, they've made it this. That means they are absolutely amazing teams that know how to make those adjustments that's needed at this level of a tournament, so it's going to be super interesting to watch.
Can't deny that. And here we have our map selections here for the 3 games. Just in case if we are going to pull up a third game, we have Lotus. But for our first 2 maps, it's going to be Ascent and Haven. And we all know these 2 are the classics. These are usually the maps that are being chosen from time and time again ever since the first day. So yeah, I guess it's not to talk about that much. But yeah, yesterday we have Team Falcons who has been able to play so well and been able to show what they are capable of. And on the contrary, for Ayun, we have some really memorable faces here, as well as Killua specifically, and as well as Tinechi. But I wonder who's gonna get the edge this time around.
Yeah, that is a huge question right now, but we can actually see the agent picks happening on the side of us now, and it seems that we're about to head into the game.
Gonna head into the game indeed. I haven't been able to catch up with the agent selections too fast, but I saw that there is going to be a fade. Usually don't choose a fade in these types of maps, but I guess it is going to be all utility arsenal, like all in one, because they got the Prowler except for the heals, and as well as the Nightfall, denying a lot of sound for the opposing side. But what do you think, or do you have any predictions on this one, since you're the one who was asking for predictions earlier on?
That's hard. I don't know. I think I will be going with Team Falcon in this one.
Ooh, interesting. I mean, personally, yeah, I can see that from happening as well, considering that they've been able to get like tremendous amount of experience already. They are pretty famous here in Dubai, and let's see if Ayun can whip up something different here for them.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, the reason why I am really thinking that Falcon has an edge is because Outlaw and Khaled, when we saw them play last time, they popped off, and I think that there's an opportunity for them to do the same thing here. But then again, we have to also see what Ayun has in store for everyone. But now we're going to be heading into Ascent, getting ready for the match to begin. And well, I think this is when we're going to find out which one of them is going to start off better.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. But on the defending side, though, we have the side of Ayun. I mean, there are some certain scenarios where they do really, really well in the defending. Most especially that they've got the classic KO and Sylvania between the two sides. I guess the only differences here is all about their initiators. That three initiators here for the side of Falcons. But now it seems like there's already going to be the pickups here. Two trades here between the two sets, and this is already a 3v3. And currently, they made their way into B site, and now two more people here on the side of Ayun. Everything's just unveiling so fast, and now it seems like they're down to two more people each team.
And now the spike going to get planted, but they have to be able to clutch it up. But Lyra gets taken down, and Spy is going to be the one claiming that last couple of kills. And Falcon is going to get round number 1. But then again, guys, this is just the pistol rounds of the first half of the match. There's no saying how the game will move or change on the next couple of rounds. For now, the economy on the side of Falcon is going to get a little bit of a boost here as they try and go on for a forced buy now. But Oyun, they're going to stay on those pistols and hopefully get rifles on the third round.
Hopefully, yeah, and you're correct. I mean, this is going to be a good boost here for the side of Team Falcons. Most importantly, that they have been able to get like an upgraded firepower on their side. But even if that they have that fact, it seems like they're still respecting the capacity that Ayun can definitely inflict onto them. They're just taking themselves the time in order to get any needed information here before going for an execute, which is definitely something that you should do, of course. But one tap through the head onto Khalid here. It's going to be one shot here from Sharp and some intended trade here from Spy as well.
Yeah, definitely. But that's going to put us in a situation where Falcons have the numbers advantage now. Although they are pretty far from one another, they've got that B site taken care of, all cleared out, and they're starting to rotate towards that area. But OU not looking very good for them. They're down to their last and final player. Jet here has to find a way to clutch it up, but up against 4 players. I'm not quite sure if it's going to be possible to do this.
He can try and manage to get some Essex frags here. Most especially, he's just holding this Sheriff, but I guess that would not be possible because a guy would just be landing some shots onto Tanechi, and that would be the end of the deal. But on the bright side, though, for the side of Ayun, they will be able to resort for the spy round. They will get their own vandals. It's just that it's not on a full shield for some of them. But in considering that they haven't been able to get like a couple of rounds, this should be their revenge round.
Hopefully it will be their revenge round. Hopefully they'll be able to maximize those vandals that they were able to buy, and hopefully they'll be able to get this round on their side, because if not, the reset of the economy is going to be so hard on them. But Killua getting a double kill there, backing away, and it looks like they've just taken a lot of the players on the side of Falcons down, giving them the numbers advantage now. But look at this, the trade goes through and one player remains, and finally the players on the side of Ayun get their first round win.
They addressed that so simple here for the side of Ayun. Like Kalua as well as Tanechi's been able to just make their way here onto the A main, and as just simple as that, they have been able to land a lot of shots here from their respective rifles, not even having any problem to securing them due to the blind has been supporting them. So that is going to be a good round for the side of Ayun. But the thing here is, would they be able to maintain that type of momentum here, knowing that they have been able to secure a round already? That just means that they should be consistent in doing so, and hopefully that they can do that.
But now heavy push towards B side. Time to open it up, getting 1 kill already. And as they push, and Killua spots them, getting 1, trying to go for a second, and unfortunately fails to get the third. But only 1 player remains. Outlaw has to clutch this for the side of Falcon, but with the spike getting picked up already, he is going to have to final date, finds 1 on Lyric, and now down to 1v1. But Sharp is just too good at lining up those shots. Now tied up at 2 points.
You know what? This is something that is really, really good for Outlaw, right? Yesterday, I believe he was using a Viper, and he has been able to utilize it so, so well that he has been able to be the MVP between the two matches twice. So even the 2-0 mean the usual record that we have here for all throughout the tournament. So that is going to be a good show of skill here for Outlaw. Unfortunately, though, Sharp will be able to catch up on their initiator here, or like flex role even here for the side of Ayun. But let us see if this is going to shift the tides here in between the two sides, because currently our members here for the side of Ayun are just pretty much holding their ground, standing their ground. But unfortunately, though, that's going to come to an end because our members here for the side of Falcon would just be pushing forward. And now it is going to be the Prowlers connecting onto this guy, even definitely narrowing down the spaces of where they should look at.
And now, two players only on the side of Bayun, but they're going to be able to get the spike planted right now. Slow and steady. All they have to do is in for the retake, pick the players on the side of Falcon 1 at the time, but unfortunately, it looks like they're going to get spotted right now. Not looking very good. And now, Killjoy trying to peek out, but doesn't want to cause too much noise here. Gets shot, taken down. Only one player remaining. Khaled has to be able to get a couple kills, but Killua heading his way is going to try and find that kill. Looks like the players on the side of Falcon will be able to clutch this up as they get the last kill. There, 3 points to the side of Falcon now. They've just been one-upping each other time and time again, and it's still a very close game.
I mean, that is usually the trend here, right? From the past two matches that we have, or even the other teams. Like, the first half is pretty much close, but the changes usually happen once the second half starts. But the good thing here is that they really utilize in terms of the numbers here, and they made this guy panic here for the side of Ayun. And definitely, though, Falcon is still on an advantage, and hopefully that we will be able to see more of these people soon enough. Most importantly, in terms of their placements, and even with the lurks that's been pulled out there. So this is going to be a nice one, specifically for Izuki and as well as Khalid. But what do you think should be the most important thing to address here by the side of Ayun?
You know, they just need to be able to play it a little bit slower. I mean, both of these teams, very aggressive teams.
True.
So one way to counter that is that one of them slows down. And because the players on the side of Ayun is the defending team, they really don't have a reason to rush in. They just have to hold down those sides and wait for Falcon to push. But instead, they go for a little bit more of an aggressive push that they and it's not quite necessary. So I think a little tip to them would be to just hold down the sides and wait for more information before going in for the action.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Though we can see some certain situations where our members here from the side of Ayun's been able to extend and secure really early pickups, going aggressive or doing some extensions from time and time again. But yeah, they should really be careful from sometimes, because there might be some moments here that Falcon might pull out something out of the blue or something unexpected as well. Most importantly, that Falcon really runs their gears in accordance to how they can do these micro decisions work out for themselves is going to be a tough fight here in between these two teams.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very tough one. But again, we're just waiting for the players to get ready for the match. And, you know, you asked me for my advice. How about your advice? What do you think the players should do? I mean, there's so many different possible ways to play this map. But again, it's also taking into consideration their opponent. It's a very, very difficult map.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in terms of Ascent, though, I mean, it is always a really good combination to have the Sharp and even Killua work with hand in hand, because normally you wouldn't expect initiators to go together, right? Because they're off the same row. Usually you find them separated in between sites, but they can switch it up from time to time in order for them to get additional pickups from here and there, most especially that they are on the defensive side, which can definitely give them the advantage and make it more the side of Falcon to be more hesitant into committing to a specific site. And on the other hand, for Falcon, though, what I do find interesting is that their lineup, three initiators, a Fade, a KO, a Sova. I'm not quite sure what is going to be their target for this one, but so far it is working really well. Only information might possibly be an information overload, even, but I really do hope that they will be able to capitalize on that one more once that there is going to be the swap of sides.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see if they're able to pull that off. Though again, a very difficult map. But right now, it's still an even game. So I think there's definitely a chance for them to pull that off and definitely make it work. But we'll have to see what plan they come up with. Right now, they're just taking the time to be able to regroup themselves and get their mindset to the one that's needed to be able to push them to do their best in this game. But right now you can see Falcon, they're trying to do the same thing as well, as they try talk it out, find a solution after losing a couple of rounds to the players of the side of Oyun.
True. And by the way, we would just like to put a highlight here for our sponsors. This tournament is brought to you by Dubai Police, and this is also organized by 404 Esports. Our sponsors is going to be Esaad, Zowie, Al Baddad, Jumbo Electronics, and as well as XFX. Especially that this allows the new thought and striving talents to be recognized right in this Dubai Valorant community, allowing us to witness who are the best. But now we're just gonna wait for our players to just sit tight and steady here, being able to prepare on what they should do next. But so far, what is gonna be your ball here, Wasabi? Like, you have been able to see a lot of teams from our last few days, but do you have like any sort of bias in terms of how they play, their strategies are? What do you think?
Not really, not so much a bias. I think, there are definitely some teams that are stronger than others, but not so much a bias that I do not I'm favoring a team over the other. But yeah, we'll have to see which among the teams are actually going to be the ones that come out on top from one another. But it looks like we're gonna go back to the caster's deck right now. A little bit of a pause there from the player side. I think they're trying to fix a technical difficulty. We want the players to be at the best condition, have the best equipment, so that they don't face any problems when the game begins.
True. So we're just gonna chill here right now, and we are seeing some changes here in terms of like who's gonna be the vote here in our Twitch chat. And so far, they're just gonna be chilling here. They're talking about who is going to be the team that they favor of the most. But all the while, guys, once again, this is our semis already, and we are yet to see who is gonna win the other part of the bracket here, which I believe is going to be Twisted Minds as well as Fraggers, and that's gonna come up after this current series. And we all know what's going to be the stakes here. Like, that is such an amount of dirham, so you guys better see and who is going to be the ones who will prosper forward in this little duration of this tournament.
Yeah, and again, guys, don't forget to check out our sponsors that we mentioned a while ago, because without them, this tournament wouldn't be possible. And they are the ones that is really helping everyone out, the players, allowing them to grow, us casters as well, having us here on this broadcast to be with all of you guys. And of course, we want them to continue hosting tournaments like this, right?
Definitely. And I'm quite sure that it doesn't even end here. Like, we have like previous tournaments before, but during that time we're not here yet. So thank you so much for Esports having us here. It's quite new for us to mingle with the Dubai Valorant community as well. And hopefully that you guys will be able to continue and support them. And on your end, it is the day is still young. You guys is just like the afternoon at that era. It's like 4 o'clock or almost 5 o'clock on their
Yeah.
end. So if you guys are interested into meeting our players face to face and jive with Turkey as well as Archie here, our hosts and MCs, then be sure to arrive onto our site here of this tournament. You can chill in there. You can get new friends or even go for some giveaways. I remember there's been like giveaways from yesterday, right? There's like a game there and it's so fun.
Yeah, and not only that, but they also have some retro games that you can play. A lot of PCs on display that you can look at that look absolutely crazy. I was taking a look of the PCs from their social media platforms, and I was amazed with the concepts that they came up with. Some of them were building PCs inside of luggages. And so they can just bring it around.
Yeah.
I want one.
Yeah, right? Like it's so. I mean, yes, it's heavy, but at the same time, it's so portable in a way. Like in this day and age, most importantly, you should have your PC. Most importantly, if you're a gamer, you need to get some edits done. If you're a video editor, you need the heavy rig alongside with you, right? So
yeah,
you can also already see the caster JD. By the way, shout out to you. He's already here. I believe he just came home from work, so I hope that he has been able to eat well.
Well, he'll get the opportunity to rest because he won't be casting till a little bit later. I think, if I'm not mistaken, after this series. So he gets some time off, he gets to relax, but we will be seeing him later on and all the way into the finals as well.
True. And we are seeing a lot of Ayun stands here. Well, I got a shout out, you said. Right now we're just definitely chilling. I mean, there's nothing much to talk about as of the moment because it's just the early stages here of the game. But we may talk about with their history and stuff here for the side of Ayun. We are already aware of how good Killua is all about. I mean, he's the one who is definitely the player who we should look out for here for the side of Ayun. But for the side of Team Falcons, it is going to be Outlaw, though we are definitely open for any other players who's gonna step up here in this match, though I'm not quite sure if there is going to be some other stuff for us in store, but yeah, I guess we're gonna find out.
Yeah, we are definitely going to find out. And guys, just a little reminder, if you didn't know, our next match after this one is going to be between Twisted Minds and Fraggers as well. Fraggers, you saw them earlier when they went up against Forsaken, where it reached a game absolutely crazy match. But this time, they'll be up against Twisted Minds, so I'm not quite sure how the outcome will look like for that one. Whether Twisted Minds or Fraggers are going to be the ones going into the finals, but whoever is sent down, they'll have another opportunity as there's going to be a match for third place, and that will be between the losers of the two semi-matches.
Yes, indeed. And we are seeing or having like a brief overview here with our bracket currently. I mean, we have been able to see, or it's been a long way for this whole tournament. It's been a whole 5 days, and this is currently the 5th one. Only one series has been able to break this record, and that is the series that we have earlier on, which is definitely Fraggers and as well as Forsaken. Unfortunately for Forsaken, though, they haven't been able to last long. Yes, they took the first map that Fraggers have been able to end it up for them. And currently, though, do you think this is going to be a 2-1 or a 2-0?
Oh, I definitely think there is a possibility for a 2-1, but we'll have to see. But since we have the brackets here already, let's talk about the journey that each of these teams took. Now, Falcons and Oyun, both of them luckily starting already on the second round. They didn't battle it out in round number 1, and that means they've only had 2 matches. Or 2 previous matches before this one. But either way, all of those matches ended up in a 2-0. So that means they are really dominated over their opponents. And the same thing goes with the players of Twisted Minds. But for the players of Fraggers, sorry, they had a little bit more difficulty going up against Forsaken. So I'm not quite sure if that just means Forsaken is just a team overall, or did the players on the side of Fraggers really just struggle and need a little bit more work later on when they go up to Twisted Minds. But enough of that. We are finally going back into the game, and right now Outlaw gets taken down, and we're gonna be down to a 4v5 with the numbers advantage being on the side of Oyun.
Ooh, crispy shots here from Izuki as well, accumulating a couple already. Now a 2v3, and they have been able to make their way onto our B side. They are currently putting down the spike though, and there's still a lot of time on their hands here for the side of Ayun. Whether if they can secure some frags on this one, despite of the struggles here in terms of guns. Spy though, definitely spying at the CT area. Just gonna be on the lookout for any people who will be appearing here, but they are already well aware, and this is going to be Khalid just popping up right here and there, and it is going to be a good round here for the side of Falcons. And what do we have to say? It's just a really good run.
Yeah, it's a good comeback after that, a really long break. They were able to take the round to their side. But again, consistency is needed for both of these teams. Now, 2 rounds straight for the side of Falcons, but Oyun now has a chance to go in for the retake of the momentum as they now buy a couple of Vandals to their side, and slowly they defend both A side and B side. But here, the commotion happening on B, they're gonna start the rotation. Players of Falcon push in.
Tons of members here from the side of Ayun trying to attempt to anchor that one, but Akai is not letting them do so. Bladestorm already activated, but he's gonna be shut down by Lyric just behind the smokes. Now a 2v3. They will try and attempt to put this fight down here, but Izuki will be able to get those shots as well, which is really so clean for us to see. And now the Falcons, I believe they would still get ahead against them just because of the unstoppable force that we have been able to witness just now.
Yeah, definitely a very good round for the side of Falcon. But now we are going to see the players on the side of Ayun push to a save round. They're only going to be using those pistols, so it's going to be a very difficult one for them this time around. And Falcon definitely having the advantage when it comes to the weapons as well as the placement, as they're already entered into elbow B and slowly pushing in now, as none of the players on the side of Ayun is around the corner. But finally they make their way there. They're waiting for the push, but it looks like all entrances are going to be blocked up.
Definitely, and this is going to be a struggle for Ayun, looking out for any potential frags here for the side of Falcons. Most importantly, that they have been able to secure all their positions already. Free fires coming in from Akai, connecting that onto Fleck, but we are yet to see any comebacks here from the side of Ayun, because so far Khalid is just popping up sharp in an attempt to go for the retribution for his lost comrades. He will be able to secure one, but not entirely enough back, because as ever, clean attack for the side of Falcons, now being able to make it a 6-2.
They're starting to pull away now, making that gap a little bit bigger now. And of course, that helps their economy a lot, having a lot of cash to fall back on, even if they end up losing a couple of rounds here. But side of Ayun, they're finally going in for a full buy with the full armor as well. And it looks like one of the players is gonna try and pull out an Odin here. Let's see if they'll be able to line it up and get a couple of wall bangs, maybe a couple of kills. Again, we'll have to see how it plays out. But a lot of attacks happening onto that B side early on. But the rest of the teams actually rotating into A, so it's kind of just like a trap for the players of Ayun.
Yeah, they definitely baited them, right? And even with the Cosmic Device presence too, which is being used by Tanechi, here is gonna be caught off guard here by Spy. And instead of just hovering onto our A side directly. This guy, Spy, really guarded the mid area just in case someone decides to flank. But at the current time, Sharp is attempting to go for some shots. But Outlaw, with tremendous amounts of blinds being put out, he is gonna secure the last frag. And I think this just shows how much potential these three initiator lineup may actually offer. This is only information. Once you enter a site, you already know where every single one of these people on the side of Ayun is.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what's helping the players on the side of Falcons, but Ayun, they had such a good strategy in that last round. It just lacked a little bit more on the execution side. That play that they tried to pull off a while ago just could have worked, but it didn't. But right now, looking at what's going on, it looks like Falcon is gonna lose a couple of their players, having a disadvantage when it comes to the numbers. But they're gonna back away right now, trying to rotate, trying to regroup. And the players of Ayun starting to over push a little bit on the back away as well.
True, and we are seeing that they will try to opt for a side. I mean, it's a 3v3 after all, but with the main differences in terms of guns, because Izuki, though, with just a Vandal, he will be able to take this guy out. And currently, they've been able to secure the objective or putting the spike down here at a site. And currently, they will try and attempt to offer a retake. Hunter's duty already being used here, not entirely connecting onto Ascent, and so far, no one is gonna get tagged. On the bright side, though, it's still the numbers advantage here for the side of Falcons, but Tuneshi is just popping off ever since earlier, as Killua will be able to end them off. What a great play of retake here for these two remaining members from Ayun.
And now, the peak of Falcons taking the score line to their side, but it's not really good enough. They're not going to be able to replicate that later on. For now, it's just going to be a little bit of a slight boost to their economy that they'll have to hopefully maintain later on. And I'm pretty sure they picked up a couple of weapons as well that they'll be able to use in this next round. Just about to start the 11th round of the match, and it looks like we're gonna have a little bit of a heavier defense on that B side after several pushes from the side of Falcon to that area.
Which is actually a nice call, because Falcons usually alternate in between the sites, but we are seeing a long duel here at the mid area, but not necessarily having any casualties except for now, because a guy will be able to push forward and will be able to take the Nechi out. Their star player here for the side of Ayun will be eventually eliminated as Killua tries an attempt to trade up for him. I guess he will not succeed.
Killua, trying to gather information, is going to spot a couple of players, two of them, but decides not to push that. But now Khaled going for an aggressive play, peeks out, trying to get that shot, but it doesn't connect. Killua going to get the two-piece there, three-piece, and just backs away as if it was not a hard job at all. Now only one player remaining on the side of Falcons. Killua spots the last and final player as well, trying to go in for that fourth and final kill. But will he be able to light up the shots? Lands a couple of them, backs away.
30 seconds left.
Bro is crazy. I mean, he acted like those three targets are just like the bots you can see in range. Like, that's how correct he is. But so far now, it is a 2v1, and they are yet to see where Izuki is. And yes, they will be able to find him all out, and that seals the deal here with a 4K in the hands of Killua. Ayun is struggling onto how they can address Falcons, because so far you can see their faces. It's their game face. They're all focused, and despite of the utility usage that is present here from the side of Ayun, I feel like it's not definitely cutting it for them.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult for them right now, but again, let's see how they get off. I mean, they were able to get 2 rounds in a row already, so that's going to really help them out a lot. But now, it looks like we're gonna see a split push from the players of Falcon. That's gonna catch Ayun off guard a little bit here. Let's see how they decide to play it. But look at this Jet going to get to trying to find the second one now. Not able to connect the dots, and Sharp has the information that there are players right around the corner to try and go for the push now. But not able to see anyone. Finally peeks out, lands a couple shots, and gets taken down. And unfortunately, only 3 players remain on the side of Falcon.
Not quite sure what happened there. That there's a lot of miscoordinations during that time, but all we know is that they've been able to get such early pickups, and now at the current time, Outlaw is being hunted down with free fires coming here from the side of Ayun. They will be able to get this job done. That is going to be the mark of the end of our first half, and we have been able to witness that despite of the difficulties and struggles that Ayun has been able to face up upon, it feels like Killua and Tunechi is right there in order to come into the aid of these teammates.
Let's see though. As the reset comes now, as we have the switch of sides, both teams going to be resetted. Back to their pistols they go. And now, a new chance for the side of Ayun to step up their game as they're on the attacking side. Dictate the pace, they get to dictate the plays and decide where to go, A side or B side. But for this one, it looks like they're gonna be heavy onto the B side.
Yes, indeed. And we are yet to see if there will be some early pickups before we even commit into the site as well. Because Tunechi, you know that this guy is certainly the first thing that comes to mind just in case that we are looking for pickups, because not only that he pops those heads, he frees some space for his team, but so far someone will be extending a Kai, will not be tagged, which means they get to live another day, and they've got ample amount of information they'll be committing here, and it is going to be Flick being so good with the pistol, being able to get a couple already, and now the series of trades are just coming in, and definitely they've been able to put the spike down at B, and it's all up for them for the retake.
One enemy remaining.
Now, Outlaw peeking out, going to be able to pull shots, but it's going to be his teammate Izuki getting the kills overall, and that's an easy defuse for their team now. Finally, the players on the side of Falcon going to be able to get around to their side after losing quite a few of them to the side of Ayun, and that is going to be a great start for the second half of the guys. It's still a pretty even game. 5 points on the side of Ayun and 8 on the side of Falcon. Still an opportunity for Ayun to play catch up here if they put their strats or use their strats correctly here.
Yeah, just 3 more rounds, right? They're getting near and nearer of what the current status of Falcon is right now. But still, though, they've got the advantage in terms of guns here for the side of Falcon, so they better be careful. Just as I was saying that a guy will be able to take the Nechi out. No trades will be coming up here at the current time, but Killua will try and attempt to do that. Tagged with the shock third, but they are just gonna follow up with what is currently happening here with tremendous amount of bodies here at the main, and the spike was left alone. They're really prioritizing the pressure here with the shock there Q from the lead, and so far now a 1v3 Killua, just 10 HP remaining. It just takes one shot for him to entirely meet his grave, and it is still an advantage for the side of Falcons.
Not looking very good for the side of Ayun now, but this is a round to change things up because they have the full buy and they're gonna get those vandals on their side. A couple of them able to purchase that full shield as well. But on the side of Falcon, it's a little bit of a different play. I mean, a lot of them sticking with their pistols, not worrying about buying a weapon. So I'm not quite sure how this is going to play out for the players on the side of Falcons. But now, finally, the walls go up. It looks like Ayun's gonna leave that spike on towards long B, not wanting to drop it at mid as they try and enter from there. Not spotting it, but Killjoy gets taken down, and we're gonna have a trade there. One on each team. Clearing out A side, they try to get more information here, but they don't spot Outlaw just yet.
Oh, this is not gonna look good here for the side of Ayun. They've been able to find out that the spike is not being carried by anyone here on the side of Ayun. So now Falcon will just take their time, guard everyone down, but they will not be able to locate Sharp as Spy follows through with that trade, and now a 1v2 as Lyric here. And as well as this guy here, they're just gonna wait and play time to how they would be able to manage to get this spike onto their hands. But Spy though will be able to take Lyric out at the best time possible. But I'm not sure if he is going to
30
expect
seconds left.
that Tanechi will be coming from main. I guess he would, and that's going to be a clutch onto Spy. Tremendous amount of game sense present from this guy, and he is indeed staying true to his name.
10 points on the side of Falcon. Very, very close to that sweet victory. But, ayun, going to be forced into a very difficult situation. A lot of them sticking with their pistols. Only one player really going to purchase that Vandal, going to buy. But the rest of them gonna choose to save for the later rounds when they need it the most. Now, the players are off. The players on the side of Falcon going for a split defense here. Spread out through mid, A and B. But come into contact with Jet. Jet is going to be able to land a couple shots, but gets taken down by Akai. And it's going to be down to a 4v5 here. Akai has the scopes on the player. Not able to spot that out. Gets blinded. Has to back away.
Quick trades coming up fun between the two sides, but Akai is on a really aggressive angle along with the other members here for the side of Falcons, respectively Izuki, getting the shot onto that killjoy, and so far they're really benefiting their team well, but just behind the smoke, Akai will be able to deliver the shot from that operator, and it's just going crazy here for the side of Falcons. It's just an 11-5, and so far Ayun is taken aback of how would they be able to address Falcon having tip-top shape in terms of defense.
And the spike's still on base.
Very good shape for defense. Now, I thought they were just going to be good at the attacking side, but it looks like they're trying to prove me wrong here, being good at both attacking and defending. Now, they're up at 11 points already, and they're very good at predicting the plays of Ayun. Look at this. They're stacked up on that A side, exactly where Ayun is heading towards, and they're ready for that push. But just as they say that, some of them start backing away, but they hear the information as the players on the side of Ayun try to push in. Killua going to be able to get that opening shot, but backs away, not wanting to go in for that engagement just yet. Looks like they might be forced to rotate here.
Someone's gonna be at 3 though, but it's not gonna end well for him, and definitely it's already a 2v4 before we even know it's signs of life here for the side of Ayun, as they will be able to connect those daggers, but not entirely enough to shot Spy down, and it is going to be a 1v3 wherein we are gonna witness if it is possible for this guy to actually offer a trade here, specifically Spy. 10 HP left. This is going to be pretty difficult, and not quite sure if the time will permit him to do so.
1v3, and low health as well. Spy, I think it would be a smarter choice to save your weapon, but goes for the engagement. Lyric takes Spy down, and unfortunately Falcon not able to get that round to their side. They're going to be forced to wait a little longer before they're able to end the match. Now, that round was a very difficult one, especially in the later half of it, when Spy was left all alone. Might have been a slightly smarter choice to just save the weapon for later and not really go in for the engagement, but he decided to push in for it even with 10 HP, and unfortunately he had to pay for that decision. But now, the next round just about to start. The players on the side of Ayun going towards B side. Jet is going to be the N3 fragger, but gets taken down by Outlaw. And Outlaw just spamming his weapon right now, trying to connect the dots. Spy gets one as well, but the trade goes through. They gets taken down as well. 2 players left on the side of Ayun.
but just shortly though they'll be able to catch up onto these guys. You know what? It's just unfortunate because we haven't able to see that Tsunechi is trying to attempt to dash into the site, right? But he has been taken down by Outlaw, and the rest is just history here. They just keep on free firing at a main, or rather it be main, and everything is just working out so well for the side of Falcons that they don't even have to wait for Ayun to entirely put the spike down. And just in case, we have Spy here at the shed as well, wherein he has been able to spray onto a couple of members here by the side of Ayun, and eventually they will try and resort onto our A site.
The players on the side of Falcon now at match point, but it looks like they'll be able, it looks like they'll have the numbers advantage here, might be able to win this round, but it looks like the players on the side of Ayun is going to say no to that as they get the numbers advantage to their side. Khalid on to Heavens, trying to catch the players on the side of Ayun off guard. Here's the flat going through, going to be able to get one, going for the second, gets it lined up, but gets taken down. All down to a 1v1 here. Killjoy versus Fade. Spy about to peek, gets the last and final. There you have it, Falcons going to win out a round, match number 1.
That is such of a fast-paced game. This is such of a different thing from what we have seen from our previous series. Ladies and gentlemen, they will be able to get the first point of this series. Falcon has been able to show themselves of what they are truly capable of. But you know what? I just really want to highlight here how well they've been able to coordinate with one another, and as well as with the 3 initiator lineup. For me, it's just crazy because it makes sense, you know, like being on either sides of things, you would be able to use both utilities on each agent here for Fade, KO, and Soba to inflict some damage, prevent them from pushing forward. You can delay them from time to time again, but more on the aggressive stance, most especially if they would be able to support each other here. So that is definitely good, but I feel like who stood among the rest here, it is definitely Izuki on the Astra pick. But yeah, I am quite wondering what is going to be your thoughts here.
Yeah, I think that there was definitely a very good use of Astra in that map. We saw Astra really being taken advantage of to be able to block the entrances of every site and make sure that the opponents were not able to really detect where they were going towards. But then again, there were also very good plays from Outlaw there. We just saw him getting majority of the kills, lining up his weapon to be able to get streaks in that match. But it's going to be Ilwa as our MVP for game number 1, playing as Sova, also getting a lot of those kills in the early half of the match.
Oh my, you know what? I'm not even surprised here that for the side of Ayun, Killua will be able to show himself worthy of being called as the MVP. This guy is just farming MVP titles in every single match that he has, and so far he's been able to work so well with Tsunechi. Most importantly, you know, with regards to whenever he gives the information, Tsunechi comes in order to secure whoever will be detected by that recon dart. So yeah, it's just very awesome for me to see how they will be able to work so hand in hand in terms of this duo, because they can act like some sort of a sword and shield of some sort, because it's just comparative to what they are currently doing right now. But now that we are going to be into the land of Haven, it is going to be possible that Falcon can stick into their current lineup here. I mean, it works. So it is unorthodox. It is quite new for us to see a triple initiator lineup. As long as it works, I guess it should be fine, right?
Yeah, why fix what's not broken, right? If it works, then you can continue using it. But then again, it's a very different map as we go into Haven. The gameplay is going to be a little bit change there, as we do have 3 sites instead of the 2 sites that we had a while ago, and that means they'll have a little bit more area to play with and a lot more to defend when they are on the defending side. And I think it might also be useful to have double or triple controllers instead of initiators, but I don't know. Let's see what works for them. They are the pros, they are the players, so it's up to them how they decide to go about it.
Yes, definitely. But I think I can recall Falcon going for like a Omen and as well as a Viper lineup here, and they usually put the wall down, or I'm not quite sure if they are that is same thing. Same team, but they're really good in using their smokes and how they need be able to deny information from the opposing side, and how would they be able to play upon that smoke, because right now you can use it as barriers as you always should, but now they can go through inside, or even you take it as like a surprise attack, or use it as a surprise attack essential here from here and there. Importantly, if they really play so fast, it is really good to have these really cheeky positions in order to gain the mad advantage on the contrary. On the other hand, though, I feel like it is still going to be like the double duelist lineup for the side of Ayun, as what we have been able to see from the previous days. But let us see, they might change something up in order to surprise their opponents and so that they couldn't be read easier. So, yeah, let's check it out.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they decide to choose out their team composition for this map. But I think Sentinels are also going to be very useful here. I mean, Killjoy with the turrets going to be able to set up a couple of traps for the opponent. Same thing with Cypher and Sage. That barrier orb or the wall is going to be so useful to block one of the sides off, forcing your opponents to go a certain direction. And that's one way to be able to dictate the play, especially if you're on the defending side. So there's just so many ways to play around this map that it's very hard to predict what they'll decide to choose and go with.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we can base from history, right? But we can never go around with in terms of changing some things up, switching up. But all we have to know here in Haven is that it is pretty big in terms of defaults. Like for example, when you put the spike down, you want to look at it at a view where even if you go far away, you have a good angle on it, and it is going to be planted in a way where your opponents will be very much vulnerable. Every single site has that type of spot into putting the spike down, so they should really work around with terms of these defaults, though they can play around with it as well depending on the situation. Like for example, it's a 1v1 or a 1v4, I'm not quite sure, as long as they will be able to get the job done. But once again, it is also big in terms of aggression. Haven, like what you said, it is by far Valorant's much or the most balanced map as of yet. 50-50 defender or attacker, whichever side you are in, it should turn out well. So it's already up to you and up to your team whether how you can dominate your opposing side, and at the same time how you'll be able to gain those gains.
Yeah, exactly. You're absolutely right there. But I want to get your opinion on this. What agent would you use if you were playing in this map and in this sort of tournament as well?
Okay, disregarding that I'm an Omen main, I feel like the best agent to use here is definitely a Cypher, personally, okay? I really love how Cypher, knowing the play styles in between these two teams are always fast-paced and they usually go in terms of pushes. I feel like it's really important to have a Cypher, considering that it promotes only information, for one. For example, your camera, you can use that all around, just in case that you want to check up if someone's going to be flanking up in your butt, or if there is going to be someone who will be lurking by the sidelines. And I feel like the tripwires are very much crucial, considering that arrays can also be used in order to have his grenades and clear out any specific areas. With the satchel, they can just jump right in, and as well as the jet. Having a Cypher in your team definitely prevents them from doing that. So they really have to think it through whenever that they want to commit into a site, and as well as with a neural tap to serve as a cherry on top, because whenever that you'll see just a dead body here from the opposing side, just throw it out and we'll be able to gain access for information of where these opposing or remaining members from the opposing team is at. So yeah, how about you? Do you have like any preferences into having like an agent here from Haven?
One thing's for sure, ciphers are very annoying when I play this map. But I think omens are definitely going to be also a useful agent in this game. I mean, if they're able to use that ult properly, the teleportation, they're going to be able to make the rotations very quickly. When they end up going to the wrong side and you're the let's say you're the defending team, the spike gets planted, you're on the wrong side. You have to be able to rotate very, very quickly, and having those teleportations is going to be a lot of help. The paranoia and shrouded footsteps also is going to be able to guide, to help you stay hidden and stay away from contact with your opponents. That's going to allow you to, you know, catch them off guard and get that kills easily if you're able to maximize it.
Not only that, right? I believe there's like the paranoia too, so you can use that hand in hand along with whenever your duelists are pushing in. So that's actually a good take as well. And I believe the lyric has been able to use like omens from time to time again, which I believe from the side of Ayun, yeah, lyrics. So let us see if they would actually use an omen as well. Usually though, you can join Viper and as well as an omen to serve as something for utmost commitment in terms of toxic walls, and as well as the poison claws, the Viper's Pit, you know what well, and as well as for omen for like flexible rotations, pretty similar to what you have said, as well as the mobility that it can promote, not just because by walking but because of the teleportation. So yeah, you can take advantage of the terrain. So I hope that you guys are chilling out there in our comment section or even at the site as well of where this Dubai Police tournament is currently happening, and I hope that you guys are sitting tight along with chilling, hopefully, because some of them might be nervous of who is going to win next. Personally, I hope that this is going to be another 2-1, just so in case that we will be able to see more of what these teams have. But yeah, sometimes 2-0s are definitely inevitable.
Well, you know, we really have to see it's up to the two teams and of course the players on the side of Ayun to step up their game if they want that game number 3. But let's take this opportunity to thank our sponsors as well. Thank you Esaad, Zowie, Al Baddad Group, Jumbo Group, XFX for sponsoring this tournament and making it possible for the esports scene in Dubai to grow, and of course having us casters here with you guys as well to experience the action that's going on.
Yes, definitely. And it's just nice how they'll be able to show up every single players here. Like, of course, these are combinations of players who are returning back into competing, those who has been there ever since, the ones who are always on top, and even the ones who are just new to Valorant or like the pro scene aspect of it or even the amateur aspect of it. So it's just really nice that we have been able to see what these players may offer into the table, and hopefully we're not quite sure because maybe some of these young bloods or these prodigies will be in the major league soon, so we'll never know.
Yeah, for all we know, this is their story, the start of their story, and their way up into the majors of Valorant. But again, we can't really predict that. Only time will be able to tell if any of these players end up onto the majors. But one thing's for sure, there is a lot of talent in this group of players, not only the ones that are playing right now, but in the whole tournament in general. We just saw so many highlights from different teams, from different players, pulling off amazing plays and in situations that we don't think they're necessarily able to get out of, but somehow they find a way out.
Yeah, it's definitely worthy of recognition, and I'm quite sure that we are gonna see more and more of these teams as time goes by, although it is already the last day, but we can never be so sure of what they will try next, considering that from the previous days we have seen like silly strategies and even like tip-top shape executions that just press W and some sort of stuff, and even having like a full team flank. I guess that's also a thing during the third day. So yeah, a lot of us to expect, and I hope that we will be able to witness more between these two teams. But going back, I would like to go and discuss more about what we have here for the side of Ayun. Well, Ayun, they have been there. I believe there is some really fun plays or highlights that they have been able to offer for Dubai Police Esports tournament as well. And some of those is specifically Flick is involved. Well, earlier on, we haven't been able to see much of Flick onto that Killjoy pick because usually in a Lotus map, he is usually the duelist. But unfortunately, here during the Ascent map, it seems like he's facing some type of difficulty. I'm not quite sure if Killjoy is a comfort pick of his, but I hope that he will be able to show more of himself in the second map. And as well as for Lyric here, usually he's one of the top three fraggers here for the side of Ayun. But yeah, let's see if they will be able to get for a full reset for the second match.
Yeah, and with the time that they're taking right now to set up, to get ready, both physically and mentally, hopefully that's just what they need to be able to do that reset and step up their game as we go into the next map. But then again, guys, if you just got into now, we are done with game number 1 of Ascent, which went to the side of the players of Team Falcon. But now we're just about to head into Haven, and this is going to be the second map of the series. Now, if the players on the side of Ayun is going to be able to win this out, we might be forced to go into Lotus as well, but they have to first overcome Haven.
Yes, definitely. And we all know what it's all about. I mean, sometimes there are some people here who prefer to use a chamber, though it is quite rare considering that he undergone like multiple nerfs already and recent buffs. So let's see if this is gonna serve them well, or just in case that it is part of their options. Though what I really want to see here is an Astra here in Haven. Like Caster JD and I have been able to discuss about this for quite some time already. It would be nice to have an Astra here in Haven, just because of the fact that she is so flexible in where she could use her stars for. Specifically in terms of the cosmic divide, it will definitely defend the other side of things, so you can safely do whatever you are meant to do on the side of where you're at. And not only that, gravity well is there as well for pause plan situations. They can be denied and delayed into defusing the spike, and even the concuss, just in case that they will try and attempt to entry and site and you're just near at the entrance of that site, then you can definitely try and contest them and gun them down while they are concussed. So yeah, I hope that we will be able to see an Astra on this one as well. Usually there is also like a percentage or like a 30-70 chance that there is going to be Arena on this one. But what are your thoughts about having Arena in the lineup?
Having Arena in the lineup, I think there are some possibilities of using Arena, but then again, it's going to be depending on the playstyle of your team. And I think Reyna is going to be specifically useful for like distracting your, especially in near range gunfights using the Leer, which will block their sights and of course allow you to take down your opponents. And that's going to be one helpful use. But then again, it's a big map, so you'll have to be able to trap your opponents into a small enclosed area to be able to really maximize the use of the Leer. But of course, there's also the Devour as well as the Dismiss that can be used to also your teammate or yourself, or to go in for the attacks on to your opponents again. It is a possibility, but Reyna might not be the best choice. Maybe a Jet as the duelist will be a better option.
Yeah, for sure. Not only this, there is a Cypher that will be something they should consider about. But yeah, I get what you mean. I really like having like a Reyna in order to, whenever she gets a pick off, someone's gonna follow up. Once she dismisses, then their attention is going to be still on Reyna, because with with the arsenal that she has, she can make a 1v5 situation work as long as you're pretty sharp with your shots, you're pretty accurate, and your game sense is top tier. I feel like Reina would be able to pull everything off. But on the contrary, Jet is always the favorite pick here, regardless of the multiple nerfs that she has also been able to face. Pretty similar to Chamber. Well, still good. She's still being used, not just as prevalent as she is being used before, if that makes sense. But so far, having a Jet on your lineup is definitely beneficial, especially if you're pretty keen on securing a lot of kills. Then having only Blade Storms isn't that bad. So far, though, I feel like Robin is gonna super good, but Kelly takes over. I hope you guys are actually as well. We definitely so far how to use the number for the season plan. And while we are waiting for her to keep doing it, I hope that you guys are doing well for what is the next area and we are new the light as well. And as we jump into the night, of course, the light is our undergraduate happen, and this is mainly organized by 404 Esports, and of course it is not going to be possible without our sponsors, definitely Esaad, Zowie, Al Baddad, Jumbo Group, and last but not the least XFX, especially that this allows our Valorant community here in Dubai to thrive further and grow better.
Yeah, definitely a lot of help to the community. And of course, they are also allowing not only the Valorant community to grow, but all the other games as well. In the past couple of days, we've had Valorant as well as Counter-Strike, Dota 2, Super Smash Bros, Fortnite, a bunch of other games. And if you guys are interested in any of those games, then you should watch out for the tournaments that Dubai Police is going to be hosting in the future, because they give a lot of opportunities for anyone of any age to grow in esports. And I also remember seeing that they have a under 18 only category, which allows the younger generations to really step up their game and, you know, not have to face the veterans of the community.
Yeah, so it's actually a good training ground, right, for them. And so far, though, unfortunately, here at the Dubai Esports Police Esports Tournament, these are almost like amateurs, pros, returning pros, and some prodigies that is being mixed up with those pros. So let's see. And now that we are just waiting for a couple of these teams to just actually prepare and making themselves sit tight in order for them to play in their fullest, Falcons and as well as Ayun, we are once again in a 1-0 status in terms of our series. But just as I want to point out as well is that there is already like a broad range of game titles present here for Dubai Police Esports Tournament, and I'm quite excited to see the others. Like what you said, there are some P2P games, like the fighting games. We have FPS and even MOBA. So if you guys are still quite unaware that Dubai Police Esports Tournament has multiple game titles, then I guess it is already your sign to get into that area. And of course, check out what they've got in there in store for you. Definitely that we have some boots, I believe, in there. So I guess you guys will be able to secure or get something in the bag once you go home.
Yep, and if you have to live in Dubai, don't forget to go and drop by, because they're also having a lot of giveaways, and it's not only these esports tournaments that's happening over there. There's a lot of things on display that are quite interesting to look at. A while ago we were talking about the PCs, but there's also retro games that you guys can play and test out, have some fun there, meet a lot of people who are also interested in similar things as you are, esports, electronics, and other games. So make sure to drop by if you just happen to be in Dubai. Go and head over to the Dubai Police Officers Club.
True, of course. And I hope that you guys are having a great time here as well. Actually, I am quite curious about your sentiments here about in Dubai. I mean, personally, I'm just a Filipino here. All I know about Dubai is that, like what Ramon said, is their food and their culture is quite rich, and that most of their people have gotten their lives together and stuff. But how about you? What do you think is something that you want to find out more about Dubai?
I personally have never been to Dubai, and I do not know much about Dubai. But what I heard, which is kind of funny, my friend told me that if I go to Dubai, I will get asthma.
Really?
That is
Why is
all that
this
they
so?
told me, because I think it has to do with Dubai. I'm not sure. Is Dubai in the desert? I think it is in the desert, and you know, just the environment is just a little bit asthma triggering, if that makes sense.
Yeah, actually, that is quite. I'm curious about that as well. Like, if we have or suffer for like the hot summers here, I wonder if that's the same thing for Dubai as well. So I'm quite curious. Comment down below what you guys think. If what is going to be the hottest temperature that you've got in Dubai and the coolest one, because here in the Philippines, like we have like 42 degrees in the heat during summer, and sometimes like 24 degrees during like these cold months of December. But now we've got our agent select in between the two sides here, and seems really promising, and they're back to the basics except for one. There's going to be a breach here from the other side, which is definitely gonna vote it, but I cannot wait to see how they will be able to actually use this in a much more creative way, in contrast to what we have seen earlier on.
Yeah, the plate of Falcon, quite an interesting set of picks here. They're going for a double initiator setup, while the players on the side of Ayun is going to go for a double duelist. So it's a little bit of a difference there. But then again, up to their play styles. Now, it seems that they've also taken some of our advices. They have a Killjoy on the side of Falcon. They have a Cypher on the side of Ayun as well, and those players are going to be the ones gathering a lot of the information for the team.
Yes, I feel like they heard us, right? We got the Omen, we got the Witch as well, and having it is definitely really good for us. But now, it seems like we are in our seaside momentarily with the Omen, be able to take down as well, but not entirely. Something that will linger for quite some time, because their closure here is just popping up, needlessly here Outlaw, and we are seeing series of trades from here and there until all boils down to just the gun duels. Now a 1v2, someone from CT here, it is going to be their Jet, and we are yet to see if Lyric will be able to do something against these two remaining members from Falcons.
Let's see if Lyric's going to be able to clutch us up. Lyric already peeking out into that B side. Here's a plan, gets one kill on to C side, but gets taken down as well. Trade from the breach, and there we can see the first round going to the side of Falcon here. But will the players on the side of Ayun find the counter? That's a question. Right now they are the defending side. I personally find this a little bit harder, even if the playing field's pretty even. I find defending a little bit harder because there's so many places to go to. You can go A, B, and C. but to be able to gather that information before committing towards the site as well.
Yeah, definitely. And now it is going to be a good advantage of a round here for the side of Falcons as well. So just as you have been able to witness all of the exchanges there, I feel like they haven't been able to exhaust any utility except for like some smokes and stuff. But yeah, this is going to be a tremendous kill here for the side of Falcons. Their Cypher, they're supposed to be alive until the end. Defense agent is already been eliminated here on their end, and hopefully though they would be able to offer some trades, but so far it seems like that will not be the case because they're just being so keen in terms of addressing these moments. And now before we even know it just leads us to one more remaining member here from the side of Ayun.
And a flawless round win for the side of Falcon here. Able to clutch up the round, getting 2 rounds straight to their side. But now, the full by going on to the side of Ayun, getting those Vandals once again, but only stuck with half armors. And this is going to make it slightly more difficult for them, considering that they have a weaker set of armor. But then again, those rifles, those Vandals are going to be a huge help for them in comparison to the pistols that they were stuck to earlier. And this is their opportunity to switch the tides or flip the tides in terms of the economy. Slow and steady, they push towards B side right now.
Now they made their way here onto our B side, and currently they're just spamming all throughout, being able to try and see if any of those shots would be connecting, and it actually did! These two guys here definitely popping off here for the side of Falcons, and now it is just already a 3v4, having some shots here, so sharp for Izuki, and it now goes down to the last person here, Sharp, will be able to be sharp enough in order to secure Izuki, but Khalid will be able to take him out.
And now we are going to see Falcons get a huge advantage there. 3 rounds. And unfortunately for the side of Ayun, not looking very good for them. Not a good start at all, considering that this is their last or one of the last opportunities they have to push for game number 3. But again, it's still very early on into the match, and there's still a lot of possibilities for how this game will turn out. But let's take a look at Flick right now as he pushes towards B side. Little did he know that the players on the side of Falcons are already into that area, getting ready for the plan. Akai going to come and get first contact, but not taken down just yet. Killua gathering that information, is going to call in for backup, calling the rest of the team to go in for the retake.
Yes, indeed. But the thing here is, would it be possible for them to offer that retake, considering there are already 3-4 people down here remaining? But I guess, yep, they're not even gonna move an inch from their initial positions because they're just gonna be gunned down flawlessly by the side of Falcons. And you know what? I just really love how Izuki has been able to show himself up to brand that, yes, he is a controller role at heart, but at the same time he can get those frags. Ultimately top fragging here for the side of Falcons, and so far Ayun is quite of a struggle. They're so focused right now trying to address where we went wrong, because currently it's a 4-0, so let us see how do we be able to come back up against that one. Ooh, very interesting kills here.
A lot of them already into the seaside. The players on the side of Falcon gets taken down though. They're going to be down to their final player here. Not quite sure if he's gonna be able to clutch it. Get spotted, taken down by Jet. And around going to the side of Ayun after struggling for quite a while now. But this is the same thing that we saw earlier. I think in the last match we saw in Ascent, Falcons was able to get 2 rounds, and it went 2 rounds to the side of Ayun after that. But Ayun's not able to maintain the momentum. They struggle to be able to keep it to their side, and it's something that they definitely need to work on if they want to push for a game 3. Right now, they finally break the momentum on the side of Falcons, and if they mess this one up, it's gonna be even harder to take it back to their side later on.
Yes, definitely. But on the bright side of things here, Ayun will be able to get one number here for the side of Falcons already. That is going to be one of their duelists. And it seems like Khalid is just popping up from time and time again so far. They are just going to be continuing to doing their own goal here, to trying to attack and go into the side. But still, now they've been able to narrow it down to a 2v4. This is going to be quite of a struggle once again for the side of Ayum, because it's just the Omen, and as well as the Cypher remaining here is Zuki, just looking for anyone who will be down their sights. But in Sisa, he's gonna be caught up from this guy. It is going to be Sharp, and now we'll try to use the neural theft and even the concuss just to serve for them in terms of delaying them up to its fullest, no longer making them advance forward into the side, but still you'll be able to get this guy connected. Cypher is just been able to pop up tremendously here. A 1v1 that Khalid will try and attempt to deny him, and now they've run out of time, but Khalid has been able to secure the last kill, and that's going to be another round for the back of Falcons.
A very, very difficult situation now for the side of Ayun. They weren't even able to get the second round to their side, but luckily they're still able to get a couple of Vandals purchased here, and that's going to help them hopefully be able to take this round that's just about to start. Right now, they're just holding down both the C site and B site as they've found the favorite sites for the players on the side of Falcon to push towards, and it seems that they've predicted it right, because they're going to be able to get 2 opening kills here, but unfortunately gets taken down. Only 2 players remaining on the side of Falcon. Flick gets taken down as well, and Khalid now last player alive on the side of a Falcon has to rotate around, but Killua is on the hunt for him.
And he is going to be the one who will be hunted. If earlier on, he is always the one who hunts, now it is quite the opposite. Now, still a lot of time for him to actually work around here. He can definitely run along C-Long and just go and offer a rotate, but I guess he wants to fight it off. He wants to address them face to face. But still, though, I guess he will be able to manage and do that, but not for long, as Sharp will be able to take him out. And now it is going to be a good round here for the side of Ayun, and you can still see that these players are so much focused here in this current game.
And now 7 rounds done with Falcon still having the lead, just the same as a while ago, but it seems that Ayun has found the counter once again, able to get the round to their side. Now, the question is, will they be able to pull it off again? Looks like Cypher is going to set up a lot of traps onto the C side and making sure that information will be gathered as soon as they push in. But look at that, going straight in with the ult, going to be able to get 2 right off the bat, but gets traded out as well. Going to be down to a 2v2, but Khalid gets the kill here. 1 player remaining on the side of Ayun. It's going to be all down to that Cypher.
Oh my, he is up onto this task from time and time again. But it's not entirely gonna work out, because just like that, he is gonna be secured. It is going to be a 2-6 here onto our score line. There is still 4 more rounds available for them to take here for the side of Ayun, just in case they want to offer a full reset on our second half. But once again, you can never be so sure. It is actually baffling for me to see that Killua isn't the type that really outfrags everyone at the current time because most of the time he is more on the supplemental side of things for this current game. But I guess I might have jinxed it because they're now pushing here all the way from sewers, trying to secure and pop some heads. But there is going to be the comeback here from the side of Falcons. Blades are actually connecting from a couple of people already, and now he might still be searching for more. This guy, our Jet, he's just gonna scour for any potential victims, but I guess he's gonna be shut down. But there's going to be an eventual answer here from Mizuki, and now it is another round for the side of Falcons.
Ooh, Falcons able to recover from that around there, going to be able to get it to their side. But now they have the score at their side. They have the advantage, 7 points already, and attack that they were able to pull off towards that A site was very, very useful for them to be able to clear out the area before getting the plant. They were able to eliminate a lot of their players, which just opened up the game. And right now, we're seeing some highlights from Akai when he pulled out that ultimate, which was ultimately the moment that the A site for them to push towards.
And seems like what they're gonna push on here is going to be the ace. Like once again, Hunter's Fury will be able to secure one, but all of the free fires happening here, Akai will be able to connect those shots. And now it is about to be the lockdown being commenced here by the side of Falcons, definitely preventing them and delaying them to trying to offer the retake here. But you know, this is just really good responses here from the side of Falcons. Each and everyone's been able to cover up for each other here from the shadows. Gonna be used here by Zuki, but unfortunately though, I guess that's not gonna play him well. Now from the hell, he will be able to meet this guy, the double sharp. Opting for that 4K is just so crazy, and now it is going to be a 3-7.
And finally, the players on the side of Falcons going to be able to separate themselves from the players on the side of Ayun. 4-point difference here. About to be the switch of sides as well in just about 2 more rounds. But Ayun, not too bad of a start here, getting 3 rounds already. They definitely have to step up their game when they're going to be on the attacking side if they want to be able to push for game 3, because that's when it's going to really matter, the second half of the match. And right now, it's, again, a good start, but not enough just yet. But now, the round begins as the players on the side of Falcon slowly make their way towards that A side.
Let's see if they would manage in order to address these remaining people here. Akai being able to go for that fast entry and pick up here for the side of Falcons, though Izuki will be able to follow up on that one. Ayun still trying to make their way here on A side, but they're already being deprived. But you're seeing Falcon, Akai just popping up with Blick trying to come back at them, but Spy would be able to keep his eyes on him. And that is going to be another round here, but the side of Falcons definitely not letting them advance forward in terms of our score lines, because it's a 8-3, and I can say this is actually a one-sided match once that they've been able to pull off the 9 scores.
Possible 9-3 girls, maybe not. I mean, it's happened a lot in previous Valorant tournaments, but you know, it differs every single time, and we'll have to see. If Falcon wins this one, there's a possibility for a 9-3 curse when the switch of sides comes. But let's see how this one plays out first. Akai pushes in, going to get the one, goes in for another one right now, gets that knife connected to the throat, gets the third one as well, and just a very, very aggressive play from Akai. Now spotting another player, he pushes in, going to get that one as well, and trying to go for an ace, but not able to get the last and final kill on Flick. He's gonna be alone, gets killed, and Falcons going to be at 9 points. Now the question is, will the curse occur on this game or not?
Let's see if it will actually occur. We can never be so sure. But you know what? I feel like Akai has been able to undergo this segment of gift giving. But I mean, it's December after all. You know, in certain cultures they celebrate the holidays. But you can see that the gifts that he was getting are daggers, and eventually he's been able to accumulate 4 kills for himself. Just him being able to secure tremendous amounts of space for his team. And you know, his team members are just gonna sit tight and pretty onto the side, setting up on what positions they should do just in case that Akai falters. But luckily that did not happen. And now we are on to our second half here. Ayun onto the attacking. I wonder how this is gonna turn out.
And now we can see that the pistols coming in handy as they try to get their opening kills, and it's going to be the players on the side of Falcons having the numbers advantage. Cypher, last player alive here. And he is far away from the side, gets spotted, taken down by Spy. And 10 points to the side of Falcon. Looks like the curse is not gonna happen.
But also,
Not yet,
though,
at least.
timeout is gonna be pulled out. Yeah, not yet, not yet. It's going to be the timeout here for the side of Ayun. I mean, I guess they're already contemplating on what they should do next. This is very much a great amount of differences in terms of scoreline here. They had to try and grind back up 7 rounds consecutively. I mean, they're still not yet at the match point side of things here, but it's still much of a struggle to making your gears going or making your brain cells burn into thinking what should be the next strategy, what should be the things we should be adjust, the micro and macro adjustments that they have to take into account in the side of Ayun. And so far though, for Falcon, they're just gonna be opting for that mental reset. You can see these guys just breathing, inhaling and exhaling, you know, from all of the pressure that they have been able to accumulate in this game.
Yeah, definitely going to be useful. Inhale, exhale, get ready for the action because it is just about to start. And right now, this just might be the reset that's needed by the players on the side of Ayun to step up their game. But then again, those pistols going up against some SMGs going to struggle a little bit unless they're able to get the headshots lined up. Now the walls finally go up, and it looks like they're gonna go for a split here, trying to kind of trick out the players on the side of Falcon. But Outlaw is going to spot a couple of them trying to land those shots, but the cage used as a way of defense, as a way to block the sights, separates them out. But Akai spots a couple of players here, goes into the enemy's base, but looking for a kill now, goes in a situation that's quite open, gets taken down, pays for the aggression, and 3 players left on each team.
Yep, indeed. And so far, though, they're not deciding on which area they should commit into yet. But I love where these members from the side of Falcons are. Like, they are in really good points where they will be able to secure where they should be going here with the side of Ayun. But unfortunately, though, it seems like someone's going to be taken down. But it's still a 2v3, definitely doable for both sides of the teams. And it seems like Esaad is going to be their target here, especially that they're already 30 more seconds to work with.
One enemy remaining.
And now only 1 enemy remaining. It's going to be all down to Breach. Clutches up. He inches closer towards the area right now, trying to get the players caught off guard. Not close to anyone just yet, so he might just be able to pull this off, but got spotted from afar, taken down, and unfortunately not able to clutch the side of Ayun, going to take a round to their side.
And seems like this is going to be some signs of life here for the side of Ayun, despite of the pressure that they are suffering from and the load of stuff that they need to do. They were still trying to come back upon it, you know, and just that something that definitely matters the most. But I really want to give props here in between their duelists as well as for Phil as well, because despite of the changes here in terms of roles, they've been able to play their part well. It's just that our members here for the side of Falcons are well more coordinated here for this one, but we will try to extend here, specifically Akai. We all know what this guy is capable of. Sharp will be able to gun someone down and eventually just gonna be eyeing face to face, too close, a few meters away here from some of our members from Ayun. But now his shots from the Sharp would not be connecting as he'll be forced to back out with the massive amounts of numbers present here from the side of Ayun, and definitely it's still a 4v3. You are seeing Akai popping heads just with the Sheriff. Despite the disparity of rifles and pistols, he has been able to make it work out, and now it's down to a 2v3.
Now, we have to be able to see how they play this. It looks like the players on the side of Ayun, knowing they have the numbers advantage, are going to go for a more aggressive approach towards that A side. And Jet going to open up the grounds as he gets a kill onto Khalid. And it's going to be all down to Omen on the side of Falcon to go in for the retake. But it's Izuki here that's all alone. And Izuki is able to land a lot of those kills. So let's see if he'll be able to get the clutch. But it seems that some information is going to be given to the players on the side of Ayun as they get ready for the push. And it looks like that last and final kill. Ayun able to bring up their score to 5 now and having a really good momentum so far, winning 2 rounds already in the second half of the match.
Tanechi said hello and goodbye to Izuki, but it is indeed up 10-5, and little by little they're trying to get back up again into the state that they are initially in. And right now though, there is going to be some series of ultimates available here specifically for Tanechi to use that Empress up to its fullest potential, and we all know how potent this can be. It can withstand a 1v5 as long as they are sharp in terms of game sense and aim. But now they'll be concussed and delayed here at the A site sewers, so I guess they better hold their ground onto this one, try to opt for free fires. Joan gonna be connecting here onto Kilua, but it seems like our members here from Falcon are well aware of where they are pinpointing these two members and eventually a potential third, but Tanechi will not let them do that, and he'll be caught off guard by Outlaw. All of these bodies at the sewers, a crime scene that just happened, and now a 2v3. They've been able to put the spike down here at a site, and let's see if they can offer a retake.
Now, a couple of the players on the side of Falcons up at Heaven. That's going to give them a side height advantage here. Going to be able to pick up one, but doesn't check the part under where he was standing. Gets taken down. Pays for that. Guys, check your corners. Gosh, and Falcon is going to be able to win that round to their side. A great recovery on their half.
Oh, and now the pressure is amplified. One more round away from the match point here for the side of Falcons, and you can see that these players are so well coordinated to the point that they know where they should put themselves and when they should aggress, when they should calm down. But most of the time they always extend, and every time they try to extend between extremities, they were able to make it work out. Now Ayun is on a struggle here. They're trying to find a way, trying to do some adjustments, but it's just that it isn't entirely working out. Now the Hunter's Fury has been already put out here by the side of Ayun, but now it seems like he's not going to be connecting onto anyone. Outlaw pretty near at the dark covers, being able to make his way to secure a couple here, eventually traded by Lyric, and now it's not a 3v3, but we are yet to see for Ayun to try and come back up upon these 3 remaining numbers, because Izuki will be getting 2 in a row and being followed up upon by Khalid. This is going to be the match point secured for the side of Falcons.
Falcons close to ending the match already. A very good turnaround here. Players on the side of Ayun only at 5 points. No room for mess-ups anymore if they want to push for game number 3. But it just looks like the players on the side of Falcon will be able to go in for the defense here as they spread out throughout the sites, trying to gather information as soon as those walls go up and go for the retake. Now let's see how this is gonna play out. Two players on the side of Vayun stuck with their pistols only in such an important round for them that I'm not quite they're going to be able to pull this off. Falcon has a huge advantage here.
Get out of my way.
Definitely having a huge advantage. Most importantly, all pressures are here. There is littler way for them to move. It is already them under the microscope here. Little more chances because once they do some mistakes here, they are already out. But now Sharp will be able to connect some shots here from the side of a guy, which is definitely going to be a good one. But Izuki will be there in order to trade for his lost for Conrad. But now Spy will be here. Aldo as well. Every single one is invited into the party, and they did attended onto that one. And we are gonna see that the spike is on the hands of Killua. 5 HP left, but he managed to take Outlaw out. Now a 1v2 Khalid. We are well aware of what he can do. A 1v2, he will be able to make it out no sweat. Normally, though now in this current situation, it's going to be different because he is gonna be found out. He will be able to go for some free fire here, definitely connecting on to Killua. Now a 1v1, but Sharp will be able to take him over. An additional lifeline for the side of Ayun.
Thanks to the clutch of Sharp, they get another opportunity here. Just as you said, another lifeline, another chance to continue on the fight. And luckily for them as well, they're able to push the players onto the side of Falcon into a save or a force buy round here, not having too many credits for those Vandals. They'll have to stick with the Sheriffs to try and line up those shots. And of course, that just means that now Ayun's gonna have a slight advantage when it comes to the weapons here. And they'll be maybe able to push for another round. But now the push going into the seaside as we see Jet try and go enter the area. Spy though, trying to go for the wall bang, doesn't connect the dots, gets taken down by Lyric. Lyric back-to-back kills before getting taken down as well. And Tunechi spots out the turret, taking down that area. Jet on the side of Falcon, the last one alive, gets taken down as well. And another round to the side of Ayun. Another lifeline, another chance to continue on the fight.
Yo, they're going crazy here for the side of Ayun. I mean, I really love how they've been able to try and go back up here because they've been able to narrow down the difference here somehow. Just 5 more rounds away. I mean, still a long way to go, but definitely doable in contrary to what happened earlier on. They already have the neural theft here as well, just in case if they will be able to need it later on in a post-ban situation or whenever things become grave. But now it is going to be Khalid just being able to pop up and definitely going to secure some pickups here. And on the contrary, Killua will be able to do the same thing as well. And they're just gonna take their ample time occupying all these specific angles. Now the neural theft gonna be used, and it is going to be them trying to make their way onto B side potentially.
And Outlaw's going to be able to get a kill onto Lyric, but only 3 players remaining on each side and a lot of engagements happening onto the seaside. Sharp going to the spike plant now. All quiet onto that seaside. None of the players on the side of Falcon around close enough to get the kill. It looks like Breach is gonna try to scout out the area as well as Sova, but not able to find anyone just yet. The players on the side of Ayun playing a long range here on the seaside, able to spot out the spike, and that's all they need right now. Khalid going for the defuse, and the players on the side of Ayun don't realize what's happening. Falcon able to close up the match, winning it like it's no trouble at all.
Oh, that's so fitting with the VCT champion skin music as well in terms of the finisher of that gun. But wow, that's just crazy. I mean, that's a prime example of it should work out for you using that cage here for the side of Ayun. But unfortunately, the latter happened where they've been able to make their way around through that cage, and the rest became in history here by the side of Team Falcons. Just free fires connecting onto every single people remaining here for the side of Ayun. Job well done here for the side of Falcons, definitely finishing into the 2-0 series. And you know what, Wasabi, I'm actually looking forward for another 2-1 from the previous one, but unfortunately, I guess this is just a free trial as far as they may call it. So yeah, this is just pretty sad, but still, congratulations here for Falcon. They are not gonna be sad. They're gonna be joyous on this one. They are one more step away into advancing forward to our finals, and it is just really awesome for me to see how they've been able to withstand all the pressure, despite of the fact that in earlier rounds they're having difficulty, but now they've been able to dominate the series.
Yeah, definitely Falcon. They are about to go into the finals. Of course, we still have another match of the semis to find out who their opponents are, but they've secured their spot already, and they're inching closer towards a huge prize pool. But right now, the MVP of the game is going to be Izuki on the side of Falcon. He was the omen of the match, and you saw how he was just able to clutch things up, getting kill streaks as well in several rounds.
Yes, indeed. And we can say that Izuki's been able to show more of himself. I mean, yesterday, the people who popped up here is Outlaw, Khalid, Akai, the usual, right? But now we have been able to take a glimpse in terms of Izuki's lenses of how he will be able to use himself or even this agent in order to, advance forward and take the team forward into victory. And it's just really awesome for us to witness how they've been able to read these members from the side of Ayun like a cover, because so far they've been able to gun these usual top fragging members down, specifically Kilua and Tunechi earlier, and now Sharp decided to try and step up, and along with Lyric, unfortunately it's not entirely enough, because once again sometimes it's already because of the disparity in terms of experiences and all of the length of times of practices you have been able to accumulate from this time around. Though I also remember during the interview yesterday that Falcons didn't necessarily have been able to practice that much. So I wonder if there is going to be something different in this upcoming interview about if there is any additional preparation, since they are the ones who stated that they are quite unprepared, quote unquote. Though I feel like from what we see from the results, I feel like they are prepared. It's the latter.
Yeah, definitely seems like one of those teams that they have their chemistry already built. They have the communication already established. And even if they say that they aren't ready for the match, even if they say they haven't been practicing that much, it seems that they have the skills to be able to pull it off. And of course, that's what allowed them to make it this far into the tournament, closer towards the finals. And they're such a good team. So I wonder if, they've been stepping up their practice time this last couple of days that the tournament has been going on. But of course, I think they'd be also a little tired considering that the matches are all throughout the days, all 5 days in a row.
Yes, of course. And hopefully you will be able to hear more about them later on. But once again, I just really want to set the spotlight here for the side of Ayun as well. So far we have seen them do drastic swaps in terms of roles. It's just crazy for me. Like from a race to a Cypher, to Neche, I mean, he's quite fixed into this role of being a duelist, but Kilua from Jet to Osova as well. But yeah, I feel like from what we have been able to discuss, I feel like we're gonna know more about how our teams operate, specifically the winner here for the side of Falcons. But yeah, I guess it's about time for us to put it over to our host. Please, Archie, take it away.
All right, I'm here with Team Falcons, Uzuki, and we were just discussing how this game was a breeze. It was too easy for you, so tell me a bit more about that. Were you super confident during the game?
Yeah, the game was pretty good. We played good as a team. They picked good maps for us. We scrimmed it pretty well. We've done a lot of practice with Ascent and Haven. And yeah, it was a pretty good game.
Awesome. What about this specific map? Is it your comfort pick, or did you
Yeah.
face any challenges during the map?
No, for Ascent, we're pretty good. It's been there since the start of the game, so it's a general map. Everyone's good at it, but I think we've practiced it most.
Awesome. So tell me a little bit about your adaptability. So sometimes during the match you might face something that you wouldn't expect, or was that not the case at all? Were you fully prepared for everything and you knew how to counter the enemy's attacks?
No, I think we didn't face anything we didn't expect. Everything was pretty readable, and yeah, that's it.
All right, fair enough. I mean, this team, Team Falcons, came all the way from Saudi Arabia to claim their first place prize, and it makes sense that they're confident, and it makes sense that they're this far into the competition. So best of luck to you, Uzuki.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go for a short break, and when we come back, Moki and Wasabi, Girl Power Casting, will be back and show you the best of the best games.
up in the pen, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. No lies, no facts. We gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Been way down, never faltered. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need to hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. This is out of man. 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 This is out of man.
Did you really think I'd just sit here and watch?
Triple XL up in the paint, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man, moving too quick. Keep the cameras in the playback, dang. So tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. No lies, no facts. We gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Been way down, never vaulted. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need the hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. automatic. This is automatic.
This is automatic. This is automatic. This is automatic. This is automatic. This is automatic. This is automatic. This is automatic.
Did you really think I'd just sit here and watch?
This is automatic. 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 This is automatic.
down, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Ding down, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't coach the boy that I'm in. Now we doing the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, could you plotting on them with the tits on 10? Batch in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Ding down, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Ding down, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Ding down, 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 ding.
Backlines, 1391, a triple kill, a double kill from the Omen. And this guy is spotted the more tier 4
At first I sent the link and she was petrified. Kept thinking she would be a victim of my scam and lies.
But then I read a few lines and the grammar was all wrong. The hunch grew strong. He was trying to scam me all along, so I blocked his hack and reported the fraud.
Oh, she even blocked my number and my phone calls from abroad.
They'll try to tempt you with rewards and a fake prize.
You shouldn't crumble. You should report these shady guys.
Well, no, not I will survive for as long as I report the fraud.
I know they won't survive.
I've got great advice to give.
Reporting is imperative.
They won't survive.
I won't survive.
Scammers these days have a no new trend.
It's a call from the police, but it's all pretend.
And you'll regret it later if you don't report the call.
But that's not all. They'll get all your details, they'll have it all.
So take their advice and report our lies.
Just call now and give these guys a rude surprise.
I've got great advice to give. Reporting is imperative.
I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey.
who wants to take initiative. Tenso deciding he wants to fall back to jump. That gets a triple.
What is happening to Spanish right now?
He's got the knives. One more shot. Is
No way!
And he gets a triple. Drops up. Tenso finding Chad. It's a good sign for Lamont.
Timing.
To do more if they want a better shot from Taiki. The energy of the tournament has hit an all-time high right now as we welcome you all to the final day of the Dubai Police Esports Tournament. Welcome as we welcome you all here to the semifinals. My name is Ramon and with me is caster JT. For the first time this tournament, we'll be casting for you guys together right here, right now. How are you doing, JT? It has been a long time coming since I've casted with you for so long now. And I gotta miss you though. What's new with you? I like your haircut right now. I like the blazer that you put on just for yourself. Come on, what's new with you? Tell us.
Oh man, it's been so long. When was the last time we've actually casted together? I think it was the previous Dubai Police tournament, right? So, I am ecstatic because we're finally paired up together, and it's the good old duo back in the old days when we used to cast almost. I think we casted in almost every game or every tournament for Dubai Police so far, right, Ramon? So we are getting closer to the end, and you can tell when it's getting closer to the end because we're paired up together.
I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way though, because we have been here since day one, and we are here to replicate the same energy that we've had for the past tournaments now, all culminating into what must be a very important playoff game. Twisted Minds versus Fraggers. And I'm not talking about name value here. I'm talking about the history between these two squads. Let me tell you a little bit of a story. 2022, when these both teams played in the grand finals in another tournament, it was both Twisted Minds versus Fraggers and almost the same core. But who went out on top on that regard? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it was Fraggers on that last part. They were the ones who stood out on top that time. But now is it a time for redemption for Twisted Minds. As we head on into map selection, it is Haven and Split and Bind for all three into this matchup. And I can't be that excited because Haven as the first map can be a snooze fest. But, I gotta be honest, Bind and Ascent has always been like the staple all throughout this tournament. And I'm pretty refreshed to see Haven as the first map.
And I think to add on as well, talking about, I guess the Fraggers, last time when they did join here, they did get third place on the previous tournament of the Dubai Police Esports. So, it's great to see such a familiar team, although not exactly the same lineup as before, but still striving to be or trying to take the top spot here. And it's been going so well for them so far, right? Everybody on this tournament so far has been just showing us full of 2-0s galore. And I don't think any other team other than Fraggers went through the distance, which was previously or earlier today, right? Up against Forsaken, where they did go 2-1, and they were the only team that has went to map number 3.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to be prepared for your energy levels because I feel like this game can go the distance, if not as longer, compared to how it was in the previous game right here. So Twisted Minds, they are no slouch either. They are pros in the scene. They have been here before, and they have to do it again against Fraggers this time around, where they are contending with a double initiator comp on the defensive side. Pretty standard when you think about the Haven map, while on the Twisted Mind side, you got a double controller comp. Now, how does this fare up on their attacking and their defensive side? Simple. You have more smokes, which is definitely like the most obvious thing that you can see from this lineup. But what do those smokes differentiate from how you would have on a single smoke lineup? Well, Viper actually can be paired up like a second Sentinel. I would say it's kind of like you could deny one side of the map before they can even get some map control, right? That's why they put up the early wall up onto the B side, which normally you would invest like an Omen smoke there. But then you could use that one Omen smoke that's still in reserve just so that you can have a little bit more map control, a little bit more space, I would say.
And Nothing really different out of the norm. This is one of their go-to picks here for both of the teams. And by the way, Twisted Minds, when they did play this setup or lineup previously, they always did this play where they were going towards, I guess, sewers in A, and they would always get flanked from behind. Like they would put the wall up from Viper, and then they would slowly crawl down, and one will be staying on the flank. And then somehow, some way, they always get caught off guard from behind, which has happened twice. So this time, I think they're gonna learn their lesson where nowadays have to do on what they did or what they are doing with the program. So rather than push and hope to make something out of it.
If ever that they do make something out of it, right? Which I kind of feel like Twisted Minds are the type of team to use that type of strategy. I'm curious to see how the double initiator comp to actually try to make use out of this. Like how do you squeeze value out of like the Sky pick that they've had so far? Which a lot of teams now, not even outside of the tournament, like a lot of teams are also like pick up the Sky on the Haven map. Usually you would pick up like Sky on the Bind map, on the Lotus map, on Haven. Now it becomes a much more popular commodity just because of the utility game set up by Sky, who can do anything that an initiator wants to have in their arsenal, which is sustain, is the amount of count control that they have. I believe Fraggers is also one of the teams that like to play aggressively around their util anyway, so it is something that's identical to what their style has been offered to in the Dubai Police Esports tournament so far, and something that they've also played around in the past few tournaments alive as well. I really am happy to see like everybody from Fraggers, very familiar faces from both those past tournaments, and they come back here to regain back their glory since, as you said, they finished off third or fourth in the previous Dubai Police Esports tournament, where they're coming for the crown, and they have all the potential in the world since they have shown world-class Valorant, to say the least, here in their improvement so far.
And I'm actually looking on previously on the Wikipedia just to see on how things were going, and it seems like Kazoo was he did join, but didn't really get far on towards the tournament itself. But nonetheless, though, he is getting that comeback mechanic on his end, this time joining with Twisted Minds. Now, as the game progresses, it looks like C is just wide open, but they don't know about that yet until the rotations will be coming from the side of Fraggers. But it could be a little too late as the setup is currently completed. But iFly getting pick off with Aim Hunter getting to, yes, they get the kill towards Casper, but they already lose quite a bit more players on their end as the retake is about to commence.
Yeah, it's not just about their players though, it's about the type of utility that they lost because they lost their engagement. Zemo, Team Flashed, DB Dov just gets a lot of time to cover up with Kazoo, covering up his pants down with FR1, followed with a headshot through and a double from the Sheriff shots that the Jet has in his pocket. Coming back to what I was trying to say earlier, like the Omen, since he was already overwhelmed by the amount of people rushing down that C-Long position, didn't have enough time to put the smoke down. He was in position for a paranoia, but he was denied before he was even given the possibility because they were wrapping around that Logs position ever so slightly. It was pretty funny that they also got Team Flash before he got control over that garage position, which, think about it, they didn't need to do so anymore. So quick pistol round coming in the way of the Fraggers position. Just the minds have to sink in and think about that first pistol round for a second.
And they kind of stopped them at their tracks here when Exit accidentally flashes his team here, Zymo and Kazoo. Like, they already knew where David Dov is going to be coming from, but because of that minor mishap, David Dov was just able to pick off Kazoo without having a trade-off. And the moment he got the kill to Kazoo, he was able to transfer around and try to get more out of it. So you have to really be a bit more careful with the util usages here, because one mistake can definitely turn the tides on towards their favor.
I don't think he saw iFly just sink into that box position, so he could get surprised. But the peak FR1 was quick and crispy. He never expected that one. And iFly had a perfect chance, but definitely closed off on that one. Aim Hunter follows with a second, a frag out from the side of Fraggers. Every single time they get an opportunity, they do so with quick conviction.
quite explosive as well, honestly. And I think they did in the side of Twisted Minds, right? They bought a Marshall hoping to like get something out of it, but proven to be nothing at all. As they are losing a couple of players here and there, and only one will fall in the side of Fraggers. So at the end of the day, that's a massive win because not everybody did go for a full buy, right? I mean, we only saw one player, I guess that was FR1, who had a sheriff and just got a massive kill on towards iFly, and you can tell just by the kill feed alone, only Zemo is the only one getting, you know, those frags so far. So quite a slow start coming from Twisted Minds, but this is a team that, you know, still needs to be a bit more, you know, more respect to be given because they are a formidable team. They are strong. They have the strategy. You know, and maybe it's just gonna take some time for them to calm their nerves, to really set the mood to the pacing that they want it to be. So with this buy round on their end, we'll see what they have to offer because, you know, you should technically be winning this one if you can because you have the rifles.
And even if they don't win, then that puts them in even more hot water, right? They aren't going to have that much bank account coming into the next rounds. It'd be a little bit costly and makes them a little bit slow on the approach this time. So quick garage control. They put up a smoke up and destroyed like one of the Killjoy gadgets just to make a lot of noise and pull that much rotation. And they do so. 4 players around that same vicinity while they're tucking in on that A-long position. Just see if they can contest against EB, who is alone on an island. Flashed off, knows that they're going to be coming from that direction. So he calls for his teammates to run on down, but they're going to take a lot of time. So he has to deal a lot of damage before he goes down.
Yeah, and I love the positioning from Eevee, but they already know where he's currently located as Imo is able to get that kill. Same with Exit, and they're just, you know, collecting bodies, collecting kills one after another. Really unable to do anything, but they could also have to, they can do a count, right? It's just because of the gun advantage coming from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and their perfect timing too with how well they were able to approach with this attacking round. Good thing that DV was able to deal a lot though. And iFly shut down before he could get another kill over to the Killjoy. But then again, these are some exit frags at the very most for DV. Can't expect him to pull out anything out of the rabbit hole, as he is melting a lot of time down, letting everyone from Twisted Minds run away with the guns in their pockets. So a factor there could be the gun advantage that they've had, which that actually gave them the confidence to push forward with the gun rounds. Also think about their garage position where they also made a lot of noise. They pulled out the rotations. They made everyone think that they're going C, but at the same time, they were actually running towards the A side all along, which was their end game to say the least. So good job on that part. Their strategies are on this time.
The discipline also coming from Twisted Minds. You understand that. Listen, there's only one player left. You don't necessarily need to get that kill towards him. Just play defensive and then move back, because at the end of the day, he's just probably just looking for pickoffs, right? Just to damage the economy as much as possible to get that easy +1 if he can find it, but unable to do so. So a good understanding coming from them. Meanwhile, iFly through the smoke. I mean, so far in this tournament, I don't understand the amount of kills that they've been getting through smoke kills, honestly. It's insane as another one bites the dust.
It's getting baited by their own utility, man. That was the smoke put up by the attacking Omen, just so that they could have the ult doors, but they pushed through it. At the same time, they could get themselves like the opportunity to surprise them, but they themselves are surprised. They never expected them to push outside through that smoke anyways. Kazoo, quick shots on the third kill. Twisted Minds are getting handed a silver platter all throughout this C site. Look at the heat map. It's 3 players on the same line, trying to see if they could these contest with the C-long position, but every time they attempt to do so, they're getting punished at every single moment, and it should be the readability for Twisted Minds that could be the biggest factor to how they're getting these free rounds. But you could also talk about how fraggers are a little bit overconfident with how they're approaching these rounds. You saw Casper being the guy to push on to C-long, but there wasn't any reason to do so anyway. He had a paranoia, which would have been the perfect util to stop them in their tracks when they're pushing on C-long, but he's not even given an opportunity to do so because he dies in the first 5 seconds of the round.
Yeah, and they just continue to just hoped to make a play there. They did have the Trailblazer, right? And then the Jet was just waiting for the opportunity to just dash in if he can and just catch them off guard. But, you know, it's not going to happen in the hands of Twisted Minds. They were just shooting through the smoke and were landing shots and landing kills where you not necessarily have to really force the issue. You know, playing confident is good, but overconfidence can be the one that will cost you the match. And so far, because of it, they do lose a round, which necessarily that they wanted to win, right? They went for a buy round. They had the rifles, but really couldn't capitalize on, you know, the game plan that they wanted to play.
Yeah, and if he wanted to push out of that smoke, then he could have just asked for a flash from Aim Hunter, who was in the perfect position to provide that util for him. But no, they didn't ask for anything. It was a dry peek out through the smoke, and they were at least taking advantage of that. But iFly, though, on this round in particular, using that operator anti-attacking round, which is unorthodox. You would expect the Jet to be holding the rifle since he's the one entering for the team, but now he's punishing the mistakes out for the defending round. And Aim Hunter in a very comfortable position. Very interesting. Nice timing if he's able to dodge away from everybody holding the same angle. As they are thinking about taking A long, but you have to be wary about the Killjoy. The Seeker's also popping in, knowing that he's there, very close to the call, so they make the way over to A side without that much contention.
That's the Seekers making sure that it's easy to tell that there's nobody on the A side other than the player from Heaven, which is DV Dov. So complete retake here for Fraggers. Now it's just a matter of time if he's going to be waiting for his teammate or he's just going to be trying to enter alone here in the side of Aim Hunter as he chooses to go for the latter end of this as DV Dov falling down from Heaven but goes for the peaks, right? It's not really going to work out, and the way they're slowing them down with the utils, making it a bit more impossible for them to find something, goes towards Hell. FR1 fighting on exit, and iFly answering back, but Aim Hunter could not find the shot up against the cha-cha-chas. You know, he was just moving left and right. They couldn't just trace it at all.
The funniest thing about that was he thought that was his teammate Jet. That's why he wasn't shooting him when he dropped out of Heaven. It was after he flashed himself, and then he checked every single corner of that Hell position. He saw Jet. He didn't shoot him. Just after the Cloudburst looked, that 1 second glance, he thought that was his own Jet. But he didn't even bother to shoot. Exit was just confused. Or actually, Aim Hunter was confused about what was happening around his vicinity. He thought that was his Jet player, so he didn't shoot him, man. That was funny.
Yeah, sometimes it really gets the best of us all as Twisted Minds again exit, finding the kill to FR1, so losing one of the driving forces here on, you know, the defensive side as they're just gonna rush in with a jump already for Dane. This is gonna catch them off guard. They didn't know he was already there. iFly, well, by the way, finding those 2 kills regardless of what they're doing. Casper, okay, that could have been really bad, but you know, that's all he can offer. As only DV Dov is alone with a Sheriff. How much can you prove yourself for the team with that Sheriff when you're stuck at a really awkward spot?
Yeah, I mean, Casper already started off really hot. You just gotta pick it all up, DB Dov, but he's fighting against multiple Killjoy mollies. So as if you think about it, that Molly itself from the Viper is also not helping his cause, to say the least. So he's just pushing in, contact play happening. Nothing to stop them with a crossfire of Swordseek. Gets the shot onto iFly, but the triple from the Jet does become the last exclamation point that they needed for the round entirely. The 4-2 scoreline for Twisted Minds, and they take it by force. If you think about it, Dane didn't even need to take that aggressive peek on teleporting into the default position, but he had full trust that iFly was gonna clear the same smoke that he dashed into anyways. Already taking care of EB before he can make an impact. Plus using himself as distraction for Aim Hunter, because he needed to both ways before he can shoot the shot.
I feel like Casper could have gotten more kills if he wasn't, you know, at that situation where he had to go for the reload. Meanwhile, that smoke really well placed here. Not really gonna get a lot of information, right, from FR1 as he does have that operator, and having an operator at hand at the moment, it's not really good for close battles. So you have to get pickups from far away if they can, but he's not able to find any of them. He does go for, you know, a shot, but no cigar, unable to find anything as they're setting up their push here towards Esaad. It's gonna be rather quick now here, Ramon, with the paranoia currently being used. EB also being flashed. could not see a thing at all as I fly and Kazoo answering back, an operator for nothing to be used upon as DB Dog refiring as much as he can, but will not land a single shot to the side of Twisted Minds as there's only one player left. It's Casper, who might end up being the ghost instead, as he's the only one surviving in a situation that he's been put upon time and time again.
Yeah. And he doesn't have a paranoia too to help his cause. That one smoke doesn't even land
Oh,
any of the shots
no.
that he needs. And Zemo, oh, that is insult to injury. It is a snake bite on the feet of Casper. Had no time to reconsider. Had no time to decide for himself anymore. That's a 2-5 if I've ever seen one. And if you think about it too, they were laying all of those flashes on that same person. And he had no chance to fight. He had no chance to run at all. EB needed sunglasses to run away from what he was facing up against. And that was 4 coming out of that short position. That managing to layer up both the bird as well as the paranoia in place, so he wasn't able to fight back when they were rushing down on him. So giving another chance over, Zemo does lay another shot over to Aim Hunter. That starts off so strong for the cause of Twisted Mind. They are coming at this Haven game with a huge game plan, just isolating each pick and showing them that we dominate this map.
You can see really how explosive they are, right, as a team. And it did take some time, right, to warm themselves up, because this was, you know, I believe the first game in the semifinals, right? Their first game in general, other than we've seen Fraggers play earlier on. So you can tell them getting the 2-0 was a good start. But other than that, Twisted Minds are in control so far as they're finding so many kills out of this. Although we have to remind ourselves it's an equal round on the side of Fraggers. So it's, you know, not too fancy, but a good start can set the precedent for this team to continue to dominate unless, you know, Fraggers finds a way to stop the momentum that Twisted Mind has as of the moment.
Yeah, and they could also get like additional ult orbs, so that just furthers the snowball that they're able to build up from them, which a steamroll from that C-long position is just pure textbook team play coming out from whoever has the advantage here, and that is on Twisted Minds right now. So great job of recognizing the win condition for this team alone, and they have no trouble like pushing onto the CT position, which sometimes I actually like to condone anybody who's pushing from that CT position to, you know, to over push too far, overheat. This isn't overheat anymore. This is just calculated aggression coming out from Twisted Minds. And you gotta give a lot of praise as well to the calling that has been made for Twisted Minds, because they're coming at this with a lot of a big chip on their shoulder, if I do say so myself.
And coming into this series alone, I feel like a lot of teams or players or people who are watching currently on stream is feeling that, you know, Twisted Minds are the ones who are favored to win, and Fraggers has been labeled as the underdogs up on this matchup alone, just because in how we've seen Twisted Minds throughout the entirety of this event, right? They came way prepared. Even, I believe they even talked about it during the interview where they were practicing, they were preparing, and the preparation of it, you can really tell on how well they are doing as a whole. And of course, one of my favorite things that they said during the interview is that they don't see anybody as a threat towards them. And I mean, seeing their performance now, you kind of see why.
You just love it when your kids just grow up, right? It's kind of like that. It's like that experience. They improve every single event, and they're showing new things into this lineup. And it just makes me excited to see what more can we see out of both of these teams, especially for Fraggers, since they're kind of like our babies if you think about it. And because we've seen them like grow from that first event, and then now they're coming back here into a new, entirely different animal. And I'm sure that they're going to be showing a lot more, especially against Twisted Minds, who, you know, as you said, are the favorites in this matchup and are looking to become the ones who need to dominate against Fraggers that are putting up a statement that they're the ones that need to be locked down as the favorite. Up shot in hand, FR1 does spot out the person around that window position, but they didn't know they're as this close as they are to smelling that B site plant. Viper's Pit in hand as well to force themselves into the site, countering the operator. They see someone very close to that B extremity. While DB Tav also on to Zemo. That's a huge pick, and that also cancels out that Viper's Pit.
I mean, they were really heavily committing right on towards B, and they had the Viper's Pit, but Davidov on point with a shot, really stopping them at their tracks. Now they're scrambling onto understanding, okay guys, we kind of lost our opportunity to enter towards B, and it's quite a big one as well, right? This is the Viper's Pit, which could have been proven really good for them as FR1 as well, getting the kill towards Stain. So smokers are out of the picture for Twisted Minds as this timeout that, you know, Fraggers had working out in their favor as EB smells that out as well, sniffs the rotation coming on towards Twisted Minds as they are gonna rush towards him with their hands up in the air. EB getting that scot-free as he might get a buy one, get one, unless iFly plays defensively, but nonetheless, this man has the nerves of steel enough to ensure that he finds the kills.
That's the biggest risk about pushing B when you're not sure about what you want to approach this with. An early Viper's Pit that we actually thought that would have been like the best way to counter the operator, right? But they weren't able to get on into the site because the Killjoy, or actually the Viper, was able to, you know, not able to get themselves like the map control that they needed around that B site. He was already taken down by DV Dub, who pushed into that Viper's Pit, and nobody was there to like trade him out. They pulled out of that B site just so that they could rotate back on that A short extremity. But by that time, they didn't have any sort of resources and not a lot of time to decide about what they want to do in the next coming round. So iFly back on the default with the rest of his team on Twisted Minds, not aware that Aim Hunter is already on that cubby position to punish the Viper wall early set up, just so that he has the manpower and already the space to do so. But he doesn't know that they're on A short and they're already cooking something up for themselves. They gotta be careful because they can smell him. They know he's near, but they don't know how near he is.
Oh, but this wall, it actually proves to be I guess, a double-edged sword on their end, because Aim Hunter was able to spot him out before Omen could even see that at all. Even the recon currently being used because the spike has already already on the floor. Those were the free fire here with a flash on towards exit, making it work. Even EB falling down from behind on towards the side alone as Omen, I think they know there's a player here, and it's Casper looking left and right, but gets found out by two players, so he's stuck here at no man's land. The pre-fire, but he's making it worse somehow. He gets two. David Dahl finding the lurk as well on towards Kazoo, making it a 1v2 FR1 with an op shot. Shots them down as they tumble into pieces. Mistakes, the errors. They did not play it to their strengths, as Fraggers capitalize on it massively.
They aren't able to coordinate on when they are going to 3-2-1 him. Exit, just peeking a little bit too timidly. Because Casper had the perfect timing to bait out each shot. He already knows that they are pushing down on him on that long position. So he only needed to take care of his back first, because he was an isolated fight. Good job for him to seek out Exit before he takes out iFly. The 1-2 punch that they never expected, and that alone was a backbreaker for the side of the Twisted Minds players. So they need to regain control back. That is a huge round to lose on their attacking round. Well played for, again, Casper, who we don't usually see being the impact fragger for the squad, but he comes up big with this one. That instantly boosts up the whole team and the morale. iFly is falling through with the Trailblazer. Kazoo, a second frag, already dismantling the defense, but not aware about Aim Hunter until Zemo was good on the shot.
You can still tell a bit of confidence that they're doing it. You know, they're just pushing on the limits here and towards the A side. And they took control of it rather methodically, understanding that, okay guys, we are really good at using our utils. Let's maximize on that and show them how difficult it is to play up against a team that understands the maximum potential of an agent with their kit. And again, masterclass performance on taking a site completely. Not only that, but having the star potential to frag things out with their aim, which has been on point time and time again.
And I like iFly's movement there for all throughout, because not only was he in and out of cover while he was taking those fights, he also manages to use as his updraft just so he could isolate himself from a very hard headshot angle all the way towards CT. Beautifully done. And those are the little things that you normally don't expect from pro players, but they find these intricacies by playing every single day, scrimming every day, knowing these tendencies from other players, picking them up for themselves so they can have a version of that for improvement all throughout. Then you can see that from iFly. Normally these things are something that you pull out from pro VODs. Well, this is the best place to do so, because this is the semifinals, baby. You gotta know what you gotta do best.
Yeah, I mean, if you win it out, you're gonna go to the grand finals. As a costly shot from FR1. You were trying to find, I guess, that shot with the knob, but it's not gonna work out, as Zemo, he's trying to bait the entirety of fraggers on towards the A. I believe the A side, which kind of works out, right? There's 3 players already on A alone, as it is going to be a C take all along. As Casper, he is on towards the corner. They're trying to figure out or clear out the side as much as possible, as iFly taking the charge of the team with an understanding that the potential player could be right around the corner, as iFly with a jumping peak finds it, but TV Dovin, FR1 and EP shutting them down, answers back with an hurrah from the team as they rally around one after another, as Davy Dov says, not today.
Good lord, that smoke was so good. The smoke in between the default position and that backside control was just perfect, because those little things that you can see from the smoke, man, that made them hesitate. They couldn't push through, knowing that they don't have the sight for themselves. So iFly had to do wonders. The headshot angle was just enough for him, but good God, they took that long on taking control of that default position, because by the time that they killed off Casper, well, everybody from the Fragger side has been dead to rights, because Twisted Mind was already on CT. The retake was on before the spike plant was even dropped into their heads. The 7-5, the start for the defending side of Twisted Minds. And it's starting with iFly and Zemo, the duo of the squad, showing that they have the potential, especially on the attacking rounds.
They're getting information so far with a Sky Flash, right? So that it gives them the confirmation that there are players lingering around towards A. They have a defense, a very heavy defense, by the way. So if they do go for this take here, it could be a bit more scarier on their end. As the pre-fires from Kazoo. I mean, honestly, I'm not gonna get shocked anymore, because they've always been getting kills through the smoke in the side of Twisted Minds, and it kind of boggles you quite a bit as FR1 falls down. Yes, they get the trade, but they lose the duelist, who is the entry for the team. So losing that, player who is quite essential, right, in taking a side, would prove to give them a costly one. It'll be much more harder for them to even go towards the side alone, but they're walking their way here, Ramon. They're walking, but the paranoia, it lands, but they're not capitalizing yet. They understand where the player is currently having the recon, but repositions again together, rallying side by side, waiting for the smoke to drop down as Kazoo finds one. EB finds his own set of kills. Exit answer is back, and there's only one player remaining, and that's DV Dov, the flanker of the team, but he has 10 seconds. He needs to make a play. The pressure is on as Kazoo getting a triple.
That's the thing. That's the thing of beauty about that poison orb set up on that A short. You can just hide in it while they're trying to clear every single corner of the hell position around CT. You can also check backside. Where is everybody? Who is defending this side alone, where they're actually holed up on that A short extremity? Just throughout that poison orb alone. They spent that much time trying to clear the site before they can plant the spike, because that default position wasn't secured because of that Viper orb as well. So buying a lot of time again for Twisted Minds to regain back control of the A site. Never discount the amount of impact a First Blood has when you're holding down that A short extremity. iFly showing his value and how much confidence he has when he's rising to the occasion. Aim Hunter, early flash shot, And with the Trailblazer, that verifies how many people are on A long. They have to back away, especially knowing that they're not even planning on committing after that first shot over to EB.
Honestly, Kazoo, this guy, he's holding the garage rather well, where, you know, it kind of boggles your mind here if you're in the side of fraggers on where what is the best possible area for them to attack, and they are, you know, walking towards B, but it's not ideal with how many entryways there are on the B side, so it makes it a bit much difficult, as Dane here already has a complete conviction of where they're going to be, but Aim Hunter able to get that kill towards him, so it could be possible for them to even grab that gun. But because they're afraid of the potential where the players are going to be, as Kazoo pre-fires as much as possible, is currently being chased upon, but they have a clear crossfire here if they do go for it. Azimo finding the kill towards Aim Hunter. Yes, they traded out though, so this eco slowly working in the Fraggers' favor. But Twisted Mind with Exit finding two with a Bulldog who has unleashed the firepower for the team, and I love this one-way smoke, but the complete confidence with his teammate watching him at their tracks as the defuse will commence, and it will be there, Ramon, which I kind of want to bring into a topic right now, as you know, the other round is about to happen here, pre-round phase already, but you were talking about seeing how fraggers have gotten better compared to the previous tournament we were watching. We were seeing them evolve as a team alone, but something that we have not talked about is Kazoo, because Kazoo joined last time and we were eliminated on the, I guess, the first round of the tournament alone. And seeing him where he is now, being on the semifinals, being on a team that is meshed well with him, really goes to show on really the redemption that he wanted to show here at the Dubai Police Esports tournament, that he is given another shot to try to go to the grand finals. But with that said, he does die from his, you know, the first death immediately on his team.
Just as you were hyping him up. That's just Caster Curtis actively, ladies and gentlemen. Courtesy of Mr. Caster, JT, Jonathan Tayuman. I mean, come on. Gotta love this guy. Just calling out when on the right timings. But everybody else from Fraggers able to get an opportunity on the spike plant on B, forcing the retake scenario for Twisted Minds as they're all wrapped up, surrounded in towards that B side extremity, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Trailblazer out blinded before they can get value out of it. Casper having a 1v1 with the wallbang headshot on iFly, clipping his wings before he can entry onto the site itself. 3 versus 5. FR1 looking to be securing himself that link possession. Exit with another, a double from the Bulldog as he's roaring on through with the knife frag. He attempted it, but it was not enough. It's a 1v3 in hand for the Sky. He doesn't have a flash to work with here. Aim Hunter with a gunshot through over to Exit, who stays true to his name. Over to the next round. 6-9, ladies and gentlemen, with Fraggers back on very well, contesting that B main extremity, knowing that sometimes the best place to move forward is all the way towards the site where it's just that cramped up.
Yeah, for them to be able to stop the momentum right now from the side of Twisted Minds as much as possible, right? Just because that they've won 2 rounds already in a row during the second half, and it is going to be their rifle buy, right? So they needed to win that as much as possible, because if you're not going to get it, your economy will be in shambles. It's not really going to be good for them, and it will put them at the awkward spot where it's going to be much harder for them to come back into the fray. But because that they win it out, the possibility of them climbing that deficit is much more higher. But when you have iFly with an operator, that's when you kind of have to be a bit more scared, because if he lines one shot, and that's only how much it takes as he finds it on towards Aim Hunter, right? Getting that one shot, one kill. It doesn't even have to be the head. It just has to be a body shot, and he's able to find those crucial ones.
Yeah, and that's like the thing about the Trailblazer. It is a very effective tool in scouting out where the opponents are, but he wasn't able to find the most important member, which was on top of the box. A little bit too low to find out that the operator was hunting down that B extremity. So he peeks into dry, punished because of that mistake. He knew that the Sky was already thinking about the But on FR1, it's all about how he can time his entry onto the site itself. Kazoo locked down before he pushes out of the smoke. And he is alone with FR1. Just with conviction, a double from the Jet. What the heck was that shot? A beautiful one to say the least. 2 versus 2 with the retake. Twisted Minds are in a handful right now.
Broski just pre-fired the angle, man. He was able to see, I believe, Kazoo, and Kazoo was trying to peek at the awkward time, and it didn't really work out in their favor. Meanwhile, though, the Seekers, at least they do get information, but there is no smokes on their wards there, and so they have to make the most out of it. As the drone already commences, they find the information, they find the kills as well. FR1 picks up, you know, he has the Vandal as iFly is left, or iFly is already dead, as this guy is left alone with Exit. What can he do when they're just playing peekaboo? As Exit, he finds one, he finds two, he gets the triple, but the time, I don't think he has any more. As at the end of the day, they lose that round and Fraggers win it.
Yeah, they just give away another round over to the Fraggers side. 7-9, ladies and gentlemen. The pistol round coming in away to Twisted Minds. A fragile economy, to say the least, from that first buy round. If you check the replay, FR1 just not only doing his best, but he's doing it tenfold. Peeking left and right. The pre-fire was just disgusting. Zemo never expected that. Seeing if he could peek on, see if he could have some more info on how fast this Jet is actually going to be peeking on, but as he just pokes out his shoulder, his head just got cleaned off entirely. 7-9, and back on the eco. Twisted Minds punished for their mistakes.
And those are really big mistakes, though, right? It felt like they had a really good defense or hold towards C. Now that they're back on towards the Sheriffs, I mean, we have seen signs of brilliance coming from their end, especially during the earlier half, but having this eco that they're having, it's gonna be much more difficult for them to really win this round out. If they can, as Kazoo, he plays aggressive, but decides to back things off. But Z side, you know, that's where they're gonna be attacking, as the Trailblazer already spots him out. Kazoo's at the back end of things, hoping to hide and pray for his team to come here, because he's left alone, Ramon. No one is here. Where's my team? He says, but I don't really need them when I can get my one. But can he find the others at the same time?
Yeah, just the rifles showing that they have potential, but the Sheriff in hand from iFly was just disgusting. Pulls out the blades.
No!
Makes it all the more doable until DV Dove just shuts the door on them before they even enter the apartment. The 1v3 in hand and exit. The same result, the same episode, the same season in the 1v3 clutch, but exit just comes out of the smoke, greets in with the Vandal shot through. And it definitely becomes another question of if Twisted Minds can hold on to the pressure, because Fraggers, their fragging department has definitely been on a high so far, hitting those shots when they needed to, and hitting the timings as perfectly as possible too, because those lineups, man, those shots were just too crispy.
Big mistakes coming from Darren again. Twisted Minds, they had a good start, right? They are able to get, you know, these kills and the free gun, and then we saw, I guess, iFly, right, going for the Blade Storm, and this was their moment or opportunity to strike, but DV Dove, you know, lines them up and gets the shot done. And the advantage that Twisted Minds set forth from the beginning has completely diminished here, Ramon. It's 8-9. Only one round is what separates between these two teams. And you can tell the pressure coming from Twisted Minds, from playing completely perfect in the first half to stumbling to a lot of mistakes on the second one.
And it's going to continue to pile up, man, if they aren't able to do something about this. Something to stop the bleeding, something to get themselves hyped up for the next coming round, because it seems like from the player cams alone that they're thinking about the next coming buy round, when all of a sudden they have to remember that each round is definitely possible from them. And a one-round game, ladies and gentlemen, with Twisted Minds still on the lead, but it's a one-round game with Fraggers trailing behind them on 1 point with everybody on A-long control. The duty of trying to see if they can use these one-ways to perfection, but nobody's going to be even push on down. It's not even a one-way anymore. It's just a smoke to try to make Twisted Minds be aware that they're coming for you around that A-short extremity.
Play it slow, easy does it, you know. Slow and easy wins the race. That's what they always say. But Kazoo answers back. EB, an aim hunter, falling down. So that's already massive kills from the side of Twisted Minds, stopping them at their tracks. So with them losing that, and information going from Exit understands that he doesn't really have to push the boundaries towards DV Dove, as Zemo finding the kill towards FR1, dwindling the number advantage as Twisted Minds, you know, slowly but surely deciphering the code as they're cracking, you know, the
30
pieces
seconds left.
coming from fraggers left to their own devices on trying to enter towards the seaside from Garage. But I believe they have a good read as iFly already finds a frag with Exit closing it down. 8 to 10, that timeout that they had, it really gave them, you know, a very big difference in terms of playstyle and understanding on what game plan they should be doing and how to capitalize and calm their nerves down, which again, I will emphasize that a lot of teams kind of forgot that there is a timeout in the game, and when you can capitalize it and use it to your advantage, it kind of also stops the momentum of the enemy team, right? So with that said, they were able to make the most out of it hugely here.
I've got your trail.
Yeah, in a round where they needed to, where they were losing a couple of rounds. Seeker's out. He also pulled out the Blade Storm, flash in hand on the C site, but Dane just has a really nice timing with the long con over to the window position. Casper, the friendly ghost, just takes off his friendly Omen. On the op shot, doesn't connect. It's Exit from the back lines, forgotten about. And this is where he shines brightly. Aim Hunter hits the shot, almost a second, but Zemo just has his back with a double kill from the Viper himself. With Exit running and gunning, sprays him down, gets another round. And Twisted Minds back on the streak. 2 rounds in a row. Right after that timeout, you called it. Because after they got that timeout, everybody instantly was on the same page in the flicker of a button.
You know, it's like that thing when you have a computer, right? You just go for the restart when it starts running slow. And that's what they did. They had a complete restart and they made it work out. Meanwhile, Exit, right? He was just hiding around the corner, which didn't really clear first, right? Normally you would like to clear it, but unable to do so. The clear understanding when Zemo had to go in for the peak, and with the eye of the tiger, with that bite towards EB, you know, it made it easier for them to just run and gun him down. But now fraggers rallying in, I believe, towards the A side, Ramon. They might go for a fast play rather than a slow play that they've been doing multiple times in the second half.
Yeah, because now this 1 kill shot is what they need to do. Because if they give a couple of rounds over to the fraggers position, then it's all looking too good to become overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Twisted Minds back on the passive angle. They still leave their same angles, their same utility over at those extremities. Haven't put down that poison orb, and that is when they pull it up. Just as they push on Zemo. It's caught, knows where the jet is, but FR1's gonna win the fight.
Shorty?
Out, Shorty, the perfect timing! Getting a double, but FR1 and Aim Hunter regain control before they can plant the spike on default. iFly with almost expecting DB Dove, and in this 2 versus 2, it's almost about how they time their peaks now.
Although it's kind of weird, right, for iFly, because he has an op, so he knows where the players are. It's just that it's just hard to find the angle as Aim Hunter going for the pre-fire, but they make it work! Quick fights! The isolated to 1v1s, and that's where they shine. Twisted Minds got into the minds of fraggers as they make mistakes here, as match point will be given in their hands scot-free.
I want to know how long Kazoo was in that smoke, because that poison orb gave him the most amount of time to survive in the scuffle of events. While he was chaotic with that, he used the paranoia timing to pop out of the smoke, pull out the shorty, and get himself another. That was beautifully done to shave off the numbers. And iFly with a perfect op shot too, while Kazoo trapped inside of that poison orb. That was just another bait and switch setup. All the way in control for Twisted Minds. Back on the match point to start up this first map of the best of 3 series. And iFly not hitting the shots here. Almost attempting on 2. Dane finally reconvenes with the fight. Aim Hunter down in the dumps in the 4 versus 5. You see an Omen low, but he can just reset back with the Sky. The biggest utility that he can provide for his team at this point.
They're going back towards the Esaad Ramon, which don't really have a good track record, honestly, whenever they play for this side alone. So I just feel like if they force the issue, it could turn upside down for them, and they are at their last life here. One mistake is all it takes to lose map number 1, and you do not want to lose that at all, as the Seekers are out. They already know where the players are. Paranoia currently being used by Dan. He finds a kill towards EB, as only 3 are left alone here. And you can see how Dane is playing. He's playing aggressive. He knows that he can go crazy as he finds it. The pickles are there for Twisted Minds as they take map number 1 in the semi-final game up against Fraggers.
They take over on the defensive side, and they show that they can dominate on the Haven map itself. Well done to the Twisted Minds players, while Fraggers also kind of put up a fight. If you look at how their stats were, a 5-7 scoreline. The attacking half definitely was not in the most perfect places, but if you look at their defensive half, they put up one heck of a show. That was one heck of a performance from everyone, especially on the Twisted Mind side, because they were the ones who were favored to win it all, and they have struck every single point of our expectations. What a beautiful play from everybody, especially for Kazoo and iFly, because those two have been the fire and ice of this whole squad.
And it goes back on that really well set up time of having, you know, a break, a time to relax during that timeout alone, where you saw them really malfunctioning, right? Because they lost so many rounds up against Team Fraggers, where to the point there was only a 1-round difference compared during the first half, where they were able to at least get as much leeway as possible with that advantage. And then somehow it just slipped away from their grasp. And then that timeout happened. They were able to reset and to re-strategize and just play calm and collected, as iFly and Esaad, Kazoo and iFly, these guys, you know, they have been doing wonders for the team, and they did really well. As we can see, the MVP of the match alone is iFly, as he's able to stop them at their tracks. But overall, I think more or less, I would say it was a masterclass coming from the team alone, where they were really able to maximize with the util usages, especially when we saw where Kazoo was hiding in the poison cloud, right? He waited for the paranoia and then take advantage of that and played around it. So you can tell the communication is set up precise to the point that they can play with pure confidence in finding those crazy plays where they're not necessarily supposed to win.
Yeah, and they pull it out with the best team play coordination that I've seen in this best of 3. So, you know, the Haven game has been a pretty nice background, or a pretty nice playground, to say the least, for that kind of setup, which now in turn lets us all up, or set up as well, to the second map of our best of 3. I kind of forgot what it is, so why don't we keep talking about how this team actually is perfected in a lot of these aspects? Why do we talk about how well both of these teams have played? But let's throw all of that out of the window, because production has reminded me what type of map it will be for this map. It will be the map of Split.
They were like, hey Ramon, listen, we got you. Production is listening, they understand. You forgot the map. Well, here's the map, bro. So whatever you wanted to talk about, put it into the garbage bin, because we're going to Split.
Yeah, and then that also opens up like a new conversation for us, because what type of playstyle are we going to be expecting from both Fraggers and Twisted Minds on the map of Split? Well, let's talk about the Fraggers' potential, because they're the ones in the passenger seat now. They're not really getting like the most proactive play that I've seen so far, especially on their defensive side, because all throughout, Twisted Minds have been doing really well on the attacking rounds because of the early first bloods, but it's not as aggressive as you could see from the Forsaken side. So I think Split benefits a lot from their, I'd say, calculated play style, something that I will expect from them moving forward into this best of 3. For the other side, though, Twisted Minds have been doing a really good job on their strategies right here, especially from the passive setups. The double controller comp was supplementing the amount of like potency that their passive playstyle has to account for, while they can also like switch it all up. Just go aggressively when they have the opportunity to do so. Plus, iFly showing that he has the potential for the operator. Well, the split map is the home for where operators can shine. So, you know, that can be my 2 cents about it. What about you, Master JT?
In terms of agent composition, though, I've been longing for an Astra for so long, honestly. Like, just because of how well you can play with Astra, right? If you can do setups as well. Although, potentially, Gecko is another possibility here if you understand on how to really maximize with his kit, which so far we have never seen a Gecko yet, alright? I mean, mostly almost the entire duelist list lineup has been picked, right? Even ISO was picked, I believe. Even Phoenix was being picked, I believe, too. So, like, the entirety of all duelists have been picked, but Gecko and who's the other one? The one that the dead agent, Deadlock.
Deadlock.
I always think about the dead agent because nobody picks Deadlock anymore. Even in the comp games, no one touches Deadlock. Like, it was dead after release. After a few weeks, people realized, oh, Deadlock isn't worth the hype. So, like, I hope that Deadlock does get buffed in the future because it is fun to see, but the kit that Deadlock has isn't necessarily the best, right? Out of all the agents that is out there. So, yeah, we haven't seen those 2 agents being picked yet. Deadlock and Gecko. So I'm interested to see if people can maximize Gecko at least. Like, that is a potential to be used here. Other than that, normally you see the typical picks here. You see the Omen, you see the Viper, you see the Cypher. Like, these are the go-to picks. Sometimes even have a Sage just to be able to wall up a certain corner. Makes it easier for them to defend. Or, you know, all of those type of good jazz here. But nonetheless, though, I'm gonna keep my dreams open here, hoping to see maybe a Gecko. But I'll be honest, 99.99% no one's picking Gecko in this tournament.
So you're gonna be happy if somebody picks Gecko, but not if they pick Deadlock. Right? So is that like the clarification that I'm going for?
I mean, even if they pick Deadlock, as long as they win it, then I'll be like really impressed because Deadlock's kit, like I said, is useless. Okay,
so you'd be like, okay, if somebody wins with Gecko, then you'll be like, okay, nice. You know?
yeah. But if someone wins with Deadlock, I'm like, I'm gonna be like, oh my lord, how'd you do that?
And then when Gecko wins, you'll be like, oh, okay, nice. You know, because he's at least decent. You know, at least he's decent.
Yeah, he's more useful than Deadlock.
Yeah, exactly. You know, this is in the shot to all the Deadlock mates out there. You know, we like Deadlock sometimes if you know, somebody actually knows how to play Deadlock, and that's also sometimes it's pretty hard to like play up against. You know, so Deadlock I don't believe is gonna be a factor into any type of matchup we have right here. I'd be surprised if somebody wins on the Grand Finals with Deadlock. You know, that would be a run from it.
And let's be honest, like 0.1% player base are playing Deadlock. That's like 0.1. Could possibly be like 5 people as their main. I'm like,
it's like soap. It's like soap. They eliminate 99% of the germs, and that 1% those are Deadlock mains. You know?
True. So it's like, yeah, basically like clean your hands with alcohol, right? They always say it's 99.99% clears it off. With all the germs and all that, but nonetheless, though, you know, Deadlock could be an annoying germ if you can play it properly. I mean, wait, isn't that 0.01% though?
yeah, 0.01%. Because if it's just 1%, then that's just too big. That's just a scam. I mean... you don't buy that type of stuff. You don't buy that alcohol. You just throw it out the garbage. You know?
I don't.
You don't even consider picking it up from the store, man. No.
So you're basically the entirety of the player base who main Deadlock is considered to be just one person. Probably a content creator out there in YouTube, probably. I'm guessing.
So somebody's gonna clip this and be sent to a fellow Deadlock main, and they're gonna be pretty mad about what we just saying.
They'll send us a clip of their highlight reel with Deadlock. What do you mean Deadlock's useless? Check my reel.
This slander for Deadlock is just way out of control. So I'm gonna bring us back home to what you're supposed to talk about. You know, how are you, Mr. Caster JT? And what does JT really stand for? Is it actually true that your real name is Jonathan Tayuman?
Who gave what lies? We've known each other for so long. Oh my gosh, you do know what JT means. Come on, don't act like you don't. But the people who don't know, JT is my initials, by the way. Joshua Tarobal. That is my first and last name, which you can find on the Wikipedia. What?
I thought it was Joshua Talong, bro. What the?
Oh my
hell,
gosh. Man? Listen, chat wouldn't even know what talong is. Unless they're Filipino. Come on. In case you guys don't know, talong means eggplant. Oh my gosh, Ramon. Come on here, bro. You caught me off guard. At least there's something about it. I can't, dude.
It would be funny, though. It would be funny. It would be funny. That's a like a really nice conversation with clients. But, you know, talking back about this Haven map, this is looking like a strong point for Twisted Minds right here. You saw like how well they were able to adapt just after these timeouts. You know.
Okay. I got my map names incorrectly. I was like, what do you mean by Haven? I'm like, oh yeah, the first map was Haven. Because I was like, Split is on the second map. I'll throw you back off track because you threw me off track again or previously with your comments. Okay, Ramon. In case you don't know.
No, actually, no, you're right. We're not that wasn't Haven. That was actually the Sunset map. It was just a different skin.
Hey, I do want to see Sunset and I want to see Breeze. You know, these are the maps that I do want to see. But I would like to talk about going to the venue, by the way. Sadly, because you're not here in the venue. You really can't see the venue, right, Ramon? You're not here in Dubai. Maybe if, you know, 404 Esports is listening, maybe in the future, you can come here. I'm sorry, I have a bad cough.
I have a pretty big cough. You should drink some water with that.
Yeah, exactly, guys. Keep yourself hydrated. And also, maybe a casters being on the event, maybe in the future. Hopefully, you and I can finally be together and see each other for the first time. Bad cough, guys. Really just, you know, stay healthy out there. Don't be like us. But for sure, the venue itself, by the way, when it first came, it's so chill. I wasn't really expecting on how it will look like because when I went there, first, it's at the police, right? So you're gonna be like, huh, interesting. So when I went to that venue itself, it was quite accessible. It wasn't really hard to go to. And then when I arrived, there was a lot of parking, so it's not really hard. I mean, like, let's be honest, really, like, you know, the police wouldn't really be a place where a lot of people are gonna be at. So because of the event itself, I was able to visit. As a, you know, the HC composition are picking up the venue. Me talking about the venue is much more important. But yeah, so going to the venue itself, there's like booths set up outside. Like they have a big area there outside where, you know, it's covered and it's completely covered and it's not hot inside. So you go in and then you see lots of booths there. And I believe one of the teams there have a booth as well, Shaheen Esports. In case you guys don't know, they're actually recruiting for people. So you guys can definitely join in. And anyway, so yeah, as I was walking through the event, there's like anime booths there. They're selling a couple of stuff. And by the way, in case you don't know, there are people roaming around giving free gifts, which I wasn't able to claim, sadly. Either 10 dirhams discount or like you get a free gift coming from the anime booth itself, and that's pretty cool. And they have like VRs and a good setup for those driving simulators. It was a total cool experience to have. And then when you go to the event itself, inside the event hall, we have like a really cool area where you can buy food, which aren't even expensive. They're pretty good priced, and I actually bought some nachos too. And overall, the venue setup itself is very nice. Like, it's so laid back, chill, where you can just meet new people and be able to interact with mostly anybody. So thank you to the people who did say hello to me, and they were like, JD? And I'm like, yeah, it's JD. Yeah, so it was really nice to meet you guys. Also, the production guys. I know you guys are in my heads right now talking to me. It was nice to meet you guys too, seeing the entire setup. and just being, the humble dudes that they are, doing a great job. But nonetheless, enough of JT talking the entire time, making it look like a podcast, because we are in the semi-finals of Dubai Police Esports tournament here, ladies and gentlemen, as one team will continue on to the grand finals and one team will fall down for the third place decider match, which I believe Team Ayun is waiting for their opponents for the third place decider. As we both know, these teams here currently fighting the semifinals would love to take a good taste of the cake of the first place prize.
Yeah, and that would have been a solid work for all your hard work all throughout the bracket, right? So both these teams showing that they can contend against the best of the best, but for FRG, they're pushed down on that main position. It's all a matter of how they play around these timings. Zemo and FR1 jumping up and down. A double from Zemo very early on to start off the second map of Split. Something they never expected, that their food actually came to them, delivered on a silver platter. Another out for Kazoo and Exit. Quick 5 versus 1, and DB Tom is left all alone to clutch up against Exit. A double from the Rays yet again. A flawless to start off their campaign on the Split map. Just as easy as that.
Simple as that. I believe I was casting yesterday with Mochi, and they were playing Haven on the side of Twisted Minds, and we did kind of put a label on towards Zemo as the silent but deadly killer. Because sometimes, in a star-studded team here, right, in the side of Twisted Minds, like there's a lot of players who we tend to notice off, and sometimes Zemo is always going to be in the latter end because he is, the Viper player. And he gets slept upon, but when he does play, he plays really well, and he is one of those players that you can really tell he is the silent killer with the execution that he does. And as we saw in the pistol rounds, he was able to get 2 immediately just by his Losum.
Yeah, and if he has that confidence moving forward, then we could possibly see more out of him. Dane holding his nerve on that ramen position. Gets the dink off because of the classic. He's getting chased down, but a set of crossfire just to counter this. Expected a double almost from the Vandal, but Aim Hunter and FR1 rebound with the 2-for-1s here. They're not able to bounce back with that crossfire, so they rely on the good old 3-man rush on the A site, since everybody just rushed down mid.
Now it's on the matter of how well they can actually go for the retake, right? Twisted Minds, they have the upper hand in terms of having the guns. And not only that, Sky is badly hurt at the same time. Yes, they're able to pick quite a bit from the kills that they were able to get, but it's only a matter of if they're able to land that shot, as the time is sticking towards the spike. And if you play way too slow, it's going to be much more harder for them to actually win the round out so far, as Paintshell is currently being thrown on towards the side itself. As FR1, he doesn't have the blast back, so he can't really play with the mobility that he wants. As Kazoo will be given information that he is there, but the Guardian, precise gunplay, he's able to shoot them out. Zemo trading them out as well, as he have the answer, but do they have the time? It kind of seemed like they do here, Ramon.
It's going to be close. It's going to be incredibly close. You hear the timer pick out, and there you go. The spike defuse for the entirety of Fraggers' 1-1 scoreline. Very surprising, to say the least, since they were actually very aggressive into taking that site plan over to the other side of the map, which Kazoo, overwhelmed by the pistols in hand, very aggressively onto Aim Hunter, but FR1 made the opening for himself, taking the Vandal out from the 2 players holding down that B lobby extremity. Just as surprising and easy as that, just turning the tables on them. The economy-wise, it's not looking too good for Twisted Minds, so they have to reset it back up. Sheriff's in hand, holding down that aiming extremity yet again, just exchanging gunfire against FR1. And they're moving in, knowing that that time is his enemy. Satchel out just to reposition, but these pistols, they could just overwhelm him. But FR1 still has it down with the 1-for-1 trade-off.
Yeah, they're going to slow things down here, right? They're kind of stuck in the corner where they can't really do much. But I fly with his shots with Zemo. Like the silent killers, like I told you, they are able to find those kills. And they also still have Sky. So in terms of HP, right, the heals are there. So it's not really in a situation that they are afraid of. If they can pick up the guns on towards A ramp, which they're doing, by the way, you're able to get those Vandals at hand, which could be rather scary if you are rooting for the side of Fraggers as they lose EB already. Oh no, this disaster is up for the taking here as each rounds have been bouncing back between these two teams. But now it's been brought to a 1v3 against DV Dove. And what can he do here, Ramon, when he's alone?
In that 1v3 fight, just isolate each gunfight. Doesn't have a nade to isolate that fight over that mass position. Spotted again by the cam. So it just goes from bad to worse for DV Dove. He tries to spam, see if he can come up with the kill. Let's get a little bit of chip damage. But with this time dwindling down, he has no more choice but to just push on, save up, or just die to the hands of Kazoo, who swings around the corner, picks the Thrifty up for Twisted Minds. Again, they're juggling both victories back. They say no, you reverse Uno card over to the side of Fraggers since they were the ones also pushing down the fight itself. Overwhelming that ramp position has always been the strong point, but not when they're putting that much risk with the wide angles. Sometimes the sheriffs just do that much damage.
I mean, both eco rounds, right, worked out for the two sides here. But I do love the fact where they understand that we don't really have necessarily to peak with, you know, having that, I guess, the camera up and running coming from Cypher, right? So the moment Davidov destroyed the camera, it made it easier for Kazoo to go for the peak and just play around that. But regardless of what's happening here, you know, it does look like a mixed buy, Ramon? Is this a mixed buy? Because I do see a player on the side of defenders, aka Fraggers, have a gun at hand. As they are going to be entering towards the A side, Ramon.
Oh no. Only guy that can hold on that heaven position but gets knocked off by Exit. Spots out TV Dove, and as he peeks, he dies. His head gets cleaned off, shaved off entirely by the push on. As aggressively as that from Twisted Minds, they go back to the 5 versus 3, and Aim Hunter meets another tripwire. Knows that Kazoo is that close. He jumps on it. What the heck was that shot? The movement from Aim Hunter is just crispy, pristine. The Sky is doing a lot of work on Aim. The Executioner from Fraggers is up and ready for the taking. Easy with the last shot. A double from everyone on the squad. Just as easy as that, Fraggers just steal another round away. And it was looking untouchable when it comes to the post plant from Twisted Minds, because they had it all in the book. Watching the flanks, holding those peaks. But then when it came to Fraggers and their initiative, they weren't afraid of taking those small, risky fights yet again.
Aim Hunter and EB single-handedly won that match for the team. I would love to, if we could see a replay if there is. But that was just way too good from Aim Hunter. You know, like you said, isolation is what you need to do previously, right? And he was able to isolate fights coming for him. 1v1, 3 times in a row, finds those kills, find those heads, and it's been a pure back and forth action-packed game where there's no clear advantage on which team is really truly ahead in this so far.
They're both crazy, man. They're both crazy. That's like an understatement to say, especially out for the 2 over to the side of Fraggers. EB with a very interesting dink, and he just had to give up that main position because they're aggressively taking heads on. Casper holds his ground, holds his nerve, holds the fight on. I fly back on the Sky. He takes another fight through the smoke as well. Never expected from FR1, so he backs onto safety. 4 versus 3 as they reach on that heaven position on A. Solo held by the Killjoy. Decides to reach back over to the screen's position, but that shot from Aim Hunter. Both of these teams are showing off beautifully aimed done. As ZB Dom peeks on, but iFly just punishes him with a triple.
It's both the Sky players really showing their skills here for us. Total control with the reels of their frags, and it's doing wonders. But with this Viper Spin, it's going to be much more harder for Fraggers to get something out of it, because Stu is able to find where Aim Hunter is from behind. Smooth Criminal, that is who he is, as EB is left alone with 46 HP, but he's having the shots of his life here. iFly gets the quad kill though. Not on my watch, he says, as I am the leader I am the savior of Twisted Minds for that round specifically.
What are with these Sky players and their pristine aim? With these frags, Aim Hunter from the previous round, iFly now with his 4K, isolating each duel, but it started with EB who picks it up after he dismantles Zemo in towards that Viper's pit, that pristine shot through the head, and he would have gotten the third for the round, but no, it was the 4K for iFly. Knows that he just has to hit the shot yet again. Heavy mid-control set up for both Twisted Minds and Fraggers with a headshot onto Aim Hunter. He never expected that from coming. And Dane just pushing out to the smoke, but never expected the Sage to be that close. Double spraying on through, but iFly, always the reliable one to start off with another showstopper to boot towards the smoke as well.
The mid take, it didn't work out in their favor. They weren't able to clear the corners, and I guess when you push through the smoke, right, it's just too risky. But they took that risk knowingly, which you could tell didn't work out in their favor and set really bad precedents for them. As it is currently going to be a 2v3 here, as EB has the gravity well currently being used already. So no stars are placed. We know where the other player is. EB though ready for the fire as he does get that kill towards Zemo. Now with Kazoo left alone, I mean, we've seen Aim Hunter play tremendously. We've seen I5 play tremendously. Now it's Kazoo's potential turn here if he could find it, as they're just playing ring around the rosy. He doesn't know where the other player is, and that's EB who's gonna get the advantage pick first. It's gotta be Kazoo, as this could be a potential setup for him to win it as the Paints pushes him back.
Oh, he has time. He has perfect timing, but FR1 off the back of that paint shell just denies that much space given up from Kazoo after that pristine shot through over to EB. Actually worked out with that timing after the Viper wall just dissipates Zemo and never expected him to be that close. Saw the crosshair placement and it would have actually worked out against EB, but well, that's how the cookie crumbles, right? Well, go back into the 3-3 scoreline, and you can see Twisted Minds not having the best of economy so far in this matchup. 5-man pistols in hand, but we've seen this before, Caster G. This is season, I believe, 7 of the eco rounds coming in the way of whoever has the lowest buys. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and sometimes you could be surprised about what you can achieve with these low guns if you have the best situation in hand.
Season 7, episode 10, where iFly just dominates with, the sheriffs, and it's still a potential. Like you said, we've seen it time and time again, where it does always happens, right? And it's always been their A take. That's what they usually do when they get the sheriffs. They just dominate towards the A side, but now we see Fraggers playing a bit more conservatively. They're not going those risky plays because they knew the last time they played aggressive is when they lost the round up against this eco. So play it safe, but Aim Hunter, he is the player to watch. He has played tremendously well. Unless a pre-fire could be made, the camera being placed, but the wall is blocking. EB does find one, but he looks around the corner, unable to do so. Goes for the pre-fire. He does get the kill as he's able to run away, but 9 HP. He's gonna get greeted though from behind. That's where Exit is gonna get a free gun.
But they don't have the spike yet, and no control over the site yet, since the Killjoy and FR1 have already taken back over that A site defense, spotting out Exit. Never expected the angle. He was just too far over that heaven position. Elevated that at that. TV Dove back on defending. They don't have the amount of time to regain control of B, so they just try to see if they can fight up against TV Dove, the lone anchor on site, but well aware is FR1 actually also in that screen's position, just a 2-man defense to start off this 4-3 scoreline for FRG. I was about to say, JT, that iFly is a type of player that no matter what type of gun he's using, he holds a Vandal, he uses an Operator when he's on Jet, he will sometimes pull out nutty shots from the Sheriff, and he will do all of that tremendously. He could pick up a shoe and use that to fight off a 1v5, and I wouldn't be surprised if he wins that.
I mean, it's like, the typical Asian parent, or I think parents in general. I think, especially in the Middle East, this is a thing where, parents are so good with slippers. So I'm like, they can like really throw it so far. It's like, headshot. So
He just
you
throws
can
it all the way to the other side of the room.
Yeah, it's like an operator shot, man, with that slipper. So like you can tell that he has the aim at sight, and you can tell on how well so far he's been playing overall. Although this time out, I think it's much needed. Yes, it's a bit closer in terms of rounds. I believe it was 4-3, right? And it is gonna be a full buy between these two teams, but still, you can tell the pressure's a bit. They kind of feel it that. Currently, it is possible for Fraggers to take the advantage on the attacking or defending side here as of the moment, because they're playing phenomenal with understanding on when to push the boundaries, when to push their limits. It's proven to show that they can't even crack the mid side yet. They're having a hard time trying to even push towards mid.
And if they can try to bounce back, always becomes the mid side being that key opening. FR1 just gets team flashed, and I've seen that a couple of times now all throughout this event. Good thing that it's not like the game-winning team flash, right? That would have been a heartbreaker, to say the least. Early wall up over at B main, or already over to that B male extremity, which in my eyes, they're trying to bait them into rotating back over that vents position, make them think that B main is not the best of spots here, but FR1 gets shots from the operator. Zemo wasn't too smooth on that one, so gives all the communication in the world to Twisted Minds that maybe Esaad would be the better call. And with the early smoke up, this ramp's position is looking as dangerous as possible for the FRG side if they do decide to give that space up, but they decide to just walk in towards the mollies anyway. Exit is walking on a pillar of ice, and they don't know that he's here. Epi sprays them down. Dane and Exit comes up offline. DB Dove sprays again over towards that map's position, and TWS, they win out a gunfight because of their utility usage.
I mean, it just goes to show from the start, right, on how they were able to get kills here. I believe it was Aim Hunter and FR1 during the garage area, right, where they used the Trailblazer just to try and catch them off guard. And the moment they did, FR1 was very positioned, because when you hear that sound cue, oh, he's not, he doesn't have his gun out, so I'm gonna go for the peek. But FR1 was already baiting it out, so this is a clear way of really maximizing with your utils. And then EB hiding on towards the sides, stungs them like the bee that he is. It's just so hard to just play to the way that you want to, especially on their buy round, but it's not working in their favor as the game continues on. As Aim Hunter, the guy who just shuts them down on towards the A side multiple times.
Always being the more oppressive man to hold the site for his team. Zemo, though, prizes FR1 with the good shots from the Sheriff. Casper just runs and guns in 180 shot. It's perfect on towards Zemo, and picture perfect is caught over to the mid position. Dane has nowhere else to go and nowhere else to run but to fight in towards that smoke position. Aim Hunter to spray through the smoke, and he's down 5 HP and a nightmare for the die. As Dane just gets one, but Casper just gets the triple kill. All as easy as that. The eco round doesn't work out for Twisted Minds, but then again, that was a throwaway to say the least for them. Are they confident enough to take the double opting? That's the question.
I don't think they're gonna do that. That's too crazy, Ramon. I mean, if they do that, it's kind of setting yourself up for failure, kind of.
If I was EB, I would do that. If I was EB, I would do that.
Lucky you're not. That's because you wouldn't.
That's why I cast, bro.
That's why you're the caster and he's a player, right? But I think until now, okay, FR1 is gonna kill, but like I was trying to say, oh wait, FR1. Quite a funny interaction. Like, great guys, I'm stuck. I can't jump off the wall. It's too high. But, help! Like help! Pull me up! Pull me up! I was not able to find that. What I wanted to say here is that Twisted Minds, they are really unable to be, or aren't as confident as they used to be on trying to enter towards the side. He've tried multiple things. It just doesn't work in the favor. Wait, FR1, he forgot. Did he forget to shoot? He just went to his melee weapon. He just peeks and thought he fired, but he didn't. That could have been a kill. FR1. You know, just quite a funny plays coming out from him so far, with him being stuck trying to get on through the wall. But B side is where they're going to be attacking.
Yeah, an exit just beautifully shot onto the comical player that is FR1. I wouldn't say he was punished. He was actually mispositioned back on Kazoo. It's another over as they secure the site. What is that shot? The one tap all the way to Aim Hunter. He's trapped on back site. He needs to make his way through, but the defender Killjoy lockdowns the only solace that they have in the time. They clutch Team Tav. The only man to do it now, but they don't have time. They need to ignore the Killjoy lockdown, but they have 10 seconds to make the decision now. DV Dob just wrapped him around the pillar, and they don't know about this. They don't know. Now they do because of the camera. Thanks to Kazoo. Certainty of that. And DV Dob has to make the perfect timing! The lineup! The triple from DV Dob! And if this guy wasn't a clutch master, then this guy is just plain insane.
You have to be scratching your heads here if you're part of Twisted Mats. This was the moment for them to win. This was the moment for them to, you know, recover from the advantage that Fraggers have been doing. But that mistake that they did, the way that they peaked, which they didn't really have to, Ramon. They didn't really have to peak, but they did. You want to go for the double swing, but the double swing that happened is them lining up to the crosshair of DV Dove. As he wins that one out, he had the information on where he was hiding. But this massive misplay of pure confidence, I guess, or communication that they talked to, where they said, guys, we can go for the play, but it is not the play for them at all.
Oh, where is the 3-2-1, man? Where is the 3-2-1? That's what I'm looking for. From the Twisted Mind squad, they were pristine. They were in control from that first map, and they're looking like the different selves up until this point. Split map hasn't been looking too friendly for them. Zemo catches at least one. Epi pushes too far. That could be something that they can work off of. And they know where the operator is now. Showstopper out. They dodge it. Exit has an opportunity, but the satchel was enough to kill off Dane. Zemo headshot through. You have the opportunity to gain the Vandal, though, and Zemo doesn't need that. Triple from the Viper, a 4 versus 2 in hand, and they're stuck on Ali, but they can push out now.
I mean, there's no way they're not gonna win this, or never mind. What? How did Zemo get the kill? Huh? Did he just slip on because of that snake bite? It kind of looked like it. A bit awkward, but nonetheless, though, DV Dove, this is the guy who actually killed the same players that is left alone here in this fight. But this time, they do have the Viper Spit and an understanding on where they have to position, right? Now, Zemo could go for an ace if he finds it, but DV Dove going for the peak, but Kazoo was ahead. Gets a thrifty for the team, and I'll tell you how this entire situation happened, Ramon. It was because of that boom bot coming from FR1. It didn't scout anybody towards Garage, which kind of felt like you got more confident that there's nobody there. But it was only Zemo crouching towards the side, understanding the boombot is not going to go to his general direction, which he sets up his crosshair for the entry of the moment they enter. And then they started tumbling down and getting picked off because of that misplay alone.
Or maybe he just tripped on the Killjoy's foot, you know? Maybe he just tripped over DV Dob's foot, and that's why he kind of tripped. When he tripped, he died. You know, simple as that.
Isn't that like a team kill? Then why would you do that?
Is that a team kill if you trip over someone's foot and then you die? I'm not quite sure. I feel like a clumsy person would have gone through that, and we won't ever find out through personal experience. Yeah.
Luckily, you're not a game producer in Valorant, because that would be funny.
So, I mean, it might be a feature that I might put out. But back to the game. Twisted Minds back on the buy round yet again, controlling the mid side with Aim Hunter. So walking through, Showstopper out, and they trade kills left and right. I fly, good for the shot through. But Ebby, you can't say the same for him, because this up shot really connect on the Viper, who's aiming him for waiting for him. FR1 with the shot. FR1 with another. But Dane just falling through with the wallbang headshot. But Dane
he's
has
going
the
back.
ulti. He doesn't know the Killjoy's that close.
Oh, he's gonna get caught off guard from above! Mistake from Dane! Thinking that it was free, but it wasn't at all. As I believe that will be our first half here as we do change sides.
What is happening, man? What is going on in this game? We're having darn derbies all throughout the map right here. Somebody who's not watching their backs, but they have the operator. They get overwhelmed by double peaks on by FR1 and everybody else on the side of Fraggers. This is almost like their first BO3 today. The Forsaken map where they lost the first map, but then they bounce over in the second map. And what it is, what is it, man? What is it? Is this the mental resilience from Fraggers? Because this has been so on point for them. Aim Hunter, he's definitely have been so crispy all throughout this matchup. TV Top, right place, right time as always. Exit, the guy from Twisted Minds, who you'd expect to be top fragging for the team, but finds himself on the back foot of FR1 and beneath a shadow. So as Fraggers go back on the T side of things, this very, very slim chance of taking that male position is very much present for them, but it's blocked up by the smoke. So they're okay with just taking that male position and just wait for Twisted Minds to make the mistake for themselves. They're aware of this. That's why they're not pushing.
Definitely, and I've honestly, it does kind of feel like a bit topsy-turvy on the side of Twisted Minds, right? It just feels like, the way they're playing is, and the way they're losing is because of the little mistakes that they're doing, which kind of gives you to the overall picture and the advantage. But like you said, though, Male, if you do push this, they already have a setup with the Paranoia, and they're going to try to make it play or work here as they're able to spot where Exit is going to be at. Painful's going to be thrown out as they're going to go for the peek as the way as Dane will fall down as well as Exit, as they're trading it off in terms of kills, but an advantage on towards the Fragger side here. But Kazoo answers back with a triple of his own. He said, "You shall not pass. I have the control of the spike." He's even baiting them out, as there is a way to spot him out. Done as a tripwire was just around the corner. That's Kazoo baiting them as easy as it is. As Twisted Minds, them winning this pistol round is kind of big.
Yeah, it is huge, because this is now the start of what could be their comeback story in this matchup. Twisted Minds had one thing in their minds, is to deal as much damage for them, to give Kazoo the opportunity to walk that red carpet without that much problems, right? You see the aggressive setup that they have over at B Heaven, because they knew that Fraggers, after they put out the smoke on Male, it's not always guaranteed that they're going to ignore the smoke. They're going to come through it. And after they funneled everybody over that Heaven position, there were just too much damage before they can even possess themselves back on that claim of B site itself. So Kazoo, great job of recognizing the threat. Zemo already answering the call of the 4-man stack on that mid side. Fraggers have to be careful on where they put the smoke down, because sometimes something like Exit is doing right now, pushing outside of it, can become their undoing.
And well usage on their, paint shells trying to slow them down as Zemo. I feel like they're going to be going towards the vents, and if they do, they have quite a good setup here, right? I mean, there's 2 players already towards Heaven, so it's going to be much harder for them to go to. So they decided to go towards Male instead. But playing the long gun here up against Exit, who does have a Spectre, which he's just jumping around, just trying to get information, but you're kind of giving the enemy team the information, right? When you do go for those jumps, you're going to hear you on where you're going to be going, as he goes for the pre-fire spray and pray is what they call, and he is getting backup as well, coming from iFly, jumping around. He knew where DV Dov is, as he got shot through the smoke, stopping them at their tracks. He couldn't even enter, Ramon, towards the B side. They were only able to tiptoe or to touch their toes to the entryway, and not able to really get their entire body inside, just because of how well the defense here in B side, inside of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it's like they went into an amusement park, but then they didn't pass the height requirement, right? They're able to ride
that's sad,
over to what
dude.
they wanted to go through.
That's sad.
Has that happened to you
Oh.
before? Has that happened to you before, JT?
Listen, I'm not a fan of roller coasters, so I've never really went for any hard height requirements. I don't know about you. Do you like roller coasters? Because this game is
Yeah,
a
I love
roller
roller
coaster.
coasters. It is. It is. It is. It is just tipsy derby, as you would like to say, right? Well, they have the default back. Slow tempo being drizzled down for fraggers as they have the gun round, and this is the most important gun round for their T side because then they have to make their money's worth. FR1, a slow peek onto B main, this rewards him with the frag, but Exit has the Spectre, comes out to safety after he gets the first one. He does have the opportunity to rebound into the site. Aim Hunter gets shots through, but iFly narrows it through with another shot from the Sheriff. They can pick up the Vandal in hand. Since for the whole time, they weren't looking for the execute anyway. They were just hunting for the pick on that mid side, but look at how far the Sage is wrapped around over that A Heaven extremity, while Casper is picking up what they left off through that B main extremity. They have no idea about what's coming on here. Casper is just chilling inside that A main extremity.
30 seconds left.
Even though like he is gonna be going towards the A side, but you know, they have a clear understanding of we don't really have to, you know, commit on defending a site. Let's just hold towards mid so that we can just easily rotate towards any site that they're going to be pushing on, as they do have, I guess, ample amount of time to understand where they're going to be and a clear realization that it is going to be towards the B side here as iFly and co. They're looking for a possibility on where Casper is. So it's all about timing, Ramon. The timing on where Casper is going to peak, and he finds it. He's able to find at least a good amount of kills for the team to ensure the possibility of them winning as Dividov. He has been crispy in terms of that aim. Now it's just a matter of time as they've heard on where Kazoo is going to be. So if they go for the 1-2-3 swing, it could work in their favor as Dividov again, you know, getting the answer that they're looking for. But I would take note here, this could have been really bad for Team Fraggers when they, you know, push the issue towards mid. And he lost quite a lot of players from there where they gave free guns away. Luckily for them though, their post-plant defense is way better.
And their site takes as well was just unorthodox because you would never expect the Sage to be that far away to hold down onto Ali. They don't actually realize how far he actually rotated around because from where he came from, they thought that he was coming from that Ali position when he was actually around that CT position, right? So that far of an investment just kind of forced them to make the decision to go on B anyway, but it paid off immensely because of the first shot through from FR1 after they take away that B main extremity, plus the push out onto the B site as well. A quick double kill, becoming a really huge, impactful play coming out from the breeze of the attacking side. They exchange gunfire, especially knowing that the operators on the other side of the map. FR1 just knocks down the door of B Heaven and again tries to poke their nose on this. With a double over from FR1, they can take B side, but they never realize about Dane who's inside B main.
I mean, now they have the information, right? They have the understanding that he is there, so they're gonna set things up for them. As if I was in Dane's side, I would play a bit more careful. Don't go for the push. If he enters that smoke, he's gone. He's a goner, so he has to be a bit more careful. Wait for his team, but where is his team? Nowhere to be found as Exit falls down towards mid. DV Dove again picking up the pieces from the side of Twisted Mind. So far so good, and the call is just to save. I mean, if you're in a situation like this, it's not good. You know, Twisted Minds, we saw their brilliance in map number 1, but Fragger is stepping up to the pedestal, showing them that they can push the medal to the limits, and they are doing wonders as they are potentially going to win this one out to a 10-6. So that's quite a big, I guess, advantage on their end in terms of the rounds that they have as they're looking for the kill. They are the hounds, they are the hunters of Split as they are able to find where Kazoo has been hiding. Quick and easy work coming from them as Fraggers. Oh, they're in a good position because Twisted Minds, I believe this is another set of timeouts from them with them overheating and not finding an answer and how they can hold the site down.
See, it's kind of like a question of how important every single aspect of the split map is, because if you think about it, one kill really impacts like how fast the tempo can be for the team. You look at how quick FR1 is able to take these frags, because he knows that once he got one person on one side, then there's a huge chance that the rest of the way is just as free as ever. That's why he's able to take multiple frags like these. The double kill from the Rays just becoming like a huge beacon of hope that fraggers are able to, go back upon and build up upon, which is something that they've been trying to invest in ever since that Haven map, where they are always relying on FR1 to take the initiative, take the picks off. But then you think about Twisted Minds actually, and what they're trying to do. I'm talking about like a different Riot game, now that I'm thinking about it. But if you go back to Twisted Minds and how they approach the game in that Haven map, it was all about like how they're able to like use their composition to the fullest, but they can't do the same thing anymore here, because Haven is definitely structured very differently compared to the split map, where it's not always about the utility, but now just more about the aim duels.
I mean, we've seen people really maximize with utility in terms of, in this map alone. Like we've seen the team from Japan were something with rabbits, right? Where they had Astra and Raze, where they're able to really maximize their skill usages. Anyway, before we continue on talking about it, there's a good crossfire currently being set up here, coming from Fraggers. It's a W gamer move coming from them. Always keeping themselves hydrated enough to get those plus aim points, as we can tell on how well they've been playing, as there's only a couple of players left on the side of Twisted Minds, where I don't know, it feels like they ran out of gas in this map number 2.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty easy way to say that. You'd also think about like how well the Fraggers team had been pushing their buttons lately, having good timings on where they're trying to push here, trying to regain back control of vents has also been a really big issue. DB Dub, perfect timing, just sprays onto Dane. He's watching that close angle on CT, but Kazoo lines up the shot yet again. And in a 1v2, in fact, this makes it all the more doable. Tao's able to clutch up with 14 HP, blinded off the face of the earth. He doesn't have time anymore, so he just has to make the most amount of this round. Possibly impact frags with just 5 bullets in the chamber. Whips on, but Aim Hunter is able to take him down. 11-6 this time. Fraggers almost at the brink of pushing this to game number 3, JT. And yeah, we talked about this in the GC as well. This is one heck of a best of 3 to look out for.
I mean, we already kind of theorized, right, between these two teams. It's going to be very close, and indeed, it is close. We're pushing it to the brim. And talking about a possible map number 3, I mean, this entire tournament has been all about 2-0s, but, as the teams are falling off and how far we are, oops, divvied off, as we are far off in the tournament as of the moment, only the best and the strongest will survive, and it's showing on how close they are to one another in terms of skill play and in terms of team play at the same time. So no doubt in my mind, this is one heck of a game up for my books, because you can really see how each team are showing why they have what it takes to go to the grand finals.
And what an argument out for Fraggers right now, as this split map has become a masterclass of sorts. FR1 spotted, but they aborted from what they were trying to cook. It would have been a really nice crossfire, but Showstopper laid out by FR1. As he's finding kills, and he's found Dane with his smoke out over to the side of the pillar. iFlight Kazoo just follows through to defend the site itself. But they find each other in the most bleakest of situations, the 2 versus 3 in hand. Now that Fraggers are able to get the spike plant over to the B site.
And this is their buy round, right? So technically, if you're going to go to a match point, you're in a big issue, as you don't really have an answer towards DVDO's lockdown. So they're buying as much time for the spike to tick, and they can't do anything here, Ramon. They can't do anything. So the call could probably just save, because the next round after this match point, they are on the edge of a cliff, being poked by a stick from Fraggers. one strong poke, they'll fall to the depths and will be in map 3.
And I wouldn't have it any other way, to be honest. Like, this series deserves a game number 3. The crowd deserves a game number 3. And, you know, unlike the second map, where I was pretty confused about what second map is going to be, I actually remembered what the third map is. It's going to be Bind. You know? Bind. The most popular map in the Dubai Police Esports tournament. And that will be a damn derby if I've ever seen one. Fraggers one step closer on pushing this to 1-1, and on the map where they have been known for so long now. They're gonna have a good shot at knocking Twisted Minds before they can get themselves the opportunity to even sniff the grand final spot.
I'm surprised I don't really see much satchel plays, right? Normally we tend to find those or see those, especially when you have the raise where you can just fly in, but sadly we don't get to see that. iFly though, getting the kill towards a duelist. FR1 falling down. He thought it was scot-free, but someone from heaven was already watching and there was no smoke to cover him at all. So playing that game where, you know, not using your utilities at the last second, then it proves to show that you lose your duelist, your momentum shifter gone as Aim Hunter, again, precise, but iFly just built differently here, Ramon. I have the eyes on the spike, eyes on the prize, because they need to win this round if they want to live to see another day. And will they is a question.
Yeah, will they? It's definitely the biggest question that they have, because they have scrapped up a 4 versus 2. Thanks to iFly and his prowess. They got the spike in hand with 30 seconds. They have to choose, since they have enough time to rotate back on vents. But now that they have depleted that chance, now they have to commit. But where the heck is the Skilljoy? I think he is just holding for that CT position. He's trying to bait out the sound fuse. But they don't know that they committed towards this A-site defense. 8 seconds. Time is ticking. Nowhere else to run. And they don't have the time anymore. That sucks.
Yeah, it does. And I believe Omen Dane, he heard a player, but, you know, decides like, listen, I mean, we won the round. I don't want to die, because if he does, you know, economy again is not going to be good for him. So you got to make the most out of it. But they are, you know, walking on paint shells. Very, very difficult for them, because one mistake is all it takes. And they're going to be in the deserts on Bind if they do that. So a couple of, I believe this is a 5-round deficit as of the moment. So it's gonna be so hard to try and bring this into overtime, but the possibility is there. But FR1, I was talking about flights, he's finally doing it. Currently pushing on towards Rams Ramon, but he's gonna get visited by, or encountered by iFly, the guy who's been holding A tremendously well.
Early smoke out too, just to assist his cause. He doesn't know that the Trailblazer is just behind him, so iFly is noted. Doesn't know that FR1 is that close to the defense position, so that's a really strong position on Heaven. TV Dove just proves his value, but exits all the way towards Heaven anyway, so they could just claim that kill. They don't have the smokes anymore. FR1 still on Heaven, and they're banking on that map control to convert on with the spike plant. The 3 versus 4 in hand, forcing Twisted Minds to play the tempo that Fraggers are set up on them. This is do or die for the split map, and this shows how much pressure there are in, because Fraggers are forcing them in this situation.
Oh, and they do have the Cosmic Divide, so pretty good for them with Casper just hiding on, just jumping around through the Cosmic Divide. You're going to be able to get the kill, but regardless of that though, it's 3v2. They're stuck in a corner, and you don't want to really push toward the limits as Aim Hunter and Co. They're finding those kills. They're finding the blinds, as it is going to be a 1v1 here, Ramon. Let's see how this turns out.
So they're going to spike. He doesn't have time, so we can just peek on. Evie will land the last shot. Finally, it is Fraggers that take control of the split map. They have proven their worth in the semifinals, and they need Bind. They need Bind to separate these two teams, to find out who is worthy of the grand finals, to find out who is willing to go through the limits, over the line, just so that they can get themselves the winning condition. But that was props to the side of Fraggers right here. They got the job done, and they're able to bounce back.
I mean, they don't want to go back for a third place decider. They were there last tournament and they were like, not today. Not today. We're going to fight our hearts out, see if we can go to the grand finals and take a taste of the cake here if they can play up against Falcons. But regardless of that, Bind, you know, the go-to map that every team loves to play in. We have all practiced in this map. It's one of the OGs, I guess, in terms of other than being an Esaad, you always love to play in Bind, and this is where we're gonna truly see who is the one who will be taking the grand final spot between these two teams. And it's so hard to predict because everyone is playing out of their minds. It's just about how well they can utilize their gameplay, and so far FR1, this guy, really a duelist to watch out for, just because on how explosive he has been playing, I guess, in coinciding with Aim Hunter, right?
Yeah, just the duo of Aim Hunter and FR1 just proving to have their aim on top this time for the second game. But Twisted Minds have their work cut out for them now. Now they know that they need to bounce back this time around because both of these teams are on thin ice now. But they had the opportunity to stop this, make it 2-0 in the series. But the tables have turned this time around, and Fraggers have bounced back. More than just bounced back, they have dismantled the plan. They have decoded everything that Twisted Minds were thinking about anyways. They had something cooking, but unfortunately it was overcooked at this point for Twisted Minds, as Fraggers all throughout just piggybacking on the momentum that FR1 has been giving them every single time. You gotta respect the amount of impact that this duelist has for the team, as well as Aim Hunter, where he was taking raw aim duels after raw aim duels, that it became funny when he just kept clutching these rounds. I just don't know what these guys are eating, but I need that. You know, I need that.
Exactly. Let's see how truly twisted the minds are here for them coming on towards Bind, or will Fraggers blow our minds out instead on their end? Because honestly, it's gonna be a hard one. At the same time, you are in a live venue and you do have players playing in front of a crowd, which kind of boosts them up as well, right? When you think about it, with everyone just cheering for their team that wants to win. In case you guys are there, can you guys give us a cheer? Woo! Okay, I'm gonna cheer for myself. Woo!
I just cheered with you.
You got me. You got me. I love it. I love it. You got me. Woo! Yeah. More energy. Woo!
Yeah.
Rodman,
see, if you don't hear the crowd, I'm your crowd, bro. I got you. I got
hey,
you.
There's four speakers in the venue. Okay, so if no one's winning, we're winning.
Hype man, I'm your hype man, bro.
Exactly. And also, Prodman, come on, join us with a woo. 1, 2, 3, woo!
I just did it.
yeah. Oh, chat, come on, hit us with a woo as well. Come on, all about that fun. I can't, man.
I think everybody's just they're just going through the seams, which I can understand now, because the energy from this BO3 has been so on form from not only the crowd but for both of these teams, right? They have something to fight for. 80,000 dirhams for this whole tournament, and that's just that kind of money that just makes you want to go crazy. That's why they're fueled up. That's why they want to win this whole semifinals, because not only do they have something to prove, they want themselves to be on the top here in the Dubai Police Esports tournament.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when you think about it, right, it's just, when you see the prize pool, it really got a lot of players or teams wanting to join the tournament alone. We are able to see so much professional players also joining in who have competed into the bigger leagues and decide, hey, this is quite captivating to see such a big prize pool currently in the Dubai Police. And they decided to go like, hey, I'm gonna join in the fun and we'll see how it goes. And my oh my, it's a wonderful thing to see on how leveled are the community here as well in Dubai and playing their hearts out too. So far so good. Map number 3 though, we are still waiting for it, and everyone is ecstatic and waiting for Bind to happen, because everyone's cheering for their own respective teams. Either we go for Twisted Minds or we go for Fraggers. And honestly, it's a mixed ball. It's not gonna be easy.
Pretty hard to say the least, right? If we can predict whoever is gonna win here, then you kind of make me struggle to choose between the two because they have shown the best out of each other. Each form on both maps have been so different, if I do say so myself, right? So Twisted Minds have had the strength of having stellar defenses head on that Haven map, where you can see them have like the perfect setups that make it so difficult for any type of team to just rush on into a site. That's why they need to think twice about what they need to do. While on the other hand, on the split map, you saw the difference in terms of mechanics out from Fraggers. They pulled out their best aim performance right here in this best of 3, especially on that split map, where everyone was just hitting shots where you wouldn't really expect them to hit those shots anymore. So beautifully done from them on that split map. But on this game number 3, that's when everything becomes a different story, because now it is a game of tempo, a game of pace now. With the teleports being as present as ever, they will always have a backup plan. They will always have an insurance policy. But how they use it is also the biggest question, because sometimes it could be the best plan that you ever had, or sometimes a troll, because that's a matter of how you use it sometimes.
Well, at the same time, I feel like the number one thing that needs to be fixed if you are on the side of Twisted Minds is the communication. Going through the highlights, it kind of reminded me of the miscommunication that they have or maybe the shot calling as well, where you go for peaks where they don't necessarily have to peak. Sometimes they just have to hold the corners. They don't really need to overstep. They already have the advantage and they just lose it because of decision makings where they shouldn't be doing. So we need to make sure that whatever game plan we have is going to be the right one. You cannot make a mistake, and it could be costly, because that's going to be giving them the advantage. No matter how small it is, you will capitalize of it. You will take what they can have out of all those mistakes that you're making. And it's like that thing when if you're holding an egg and there's a crack, and you leave it be, it is going to spill no matter what you do. So it could bleed them dry, and they have to play it smart. They have to play it right. And Bind is a map where, yes, there's only 2 sites, but it's still fundamentally very hard to really crack in towards the site if they know how to really hold out, and play to their advantage.
As they now are, switching up where we're gonna go here with Twisted Minds and everybody else on Fraggers, just taking this time, just resetting with the team, thinking about what they need to do for the next game. And this is like one of the biggest challenges for both Fraggers and for the side of like Twisted Minds here, if they're able to reset or set themselves up for what could be a very difficult map here for either one of these teams. And speaking of team history, man, if you think about it, like Twisted Minds, I haven't really seen them play Bind here. I don't know if you have, since you have casted like the other side of the team or the other side of the schedules. I'm not quite sure how they play Bind. I do remember like Fraggers playing at the same tempo on the Bind map where they always play around tempo pretty quickly, and I am confident that they can pull it out if it is in the long run. But for Twisted Minds, I think you've had more experience like seeing this team, watching them on your own perspective.
Yes.
What do you feel like is their biggest strength heading into this Bind map?
First of all, they have never played Bind yet in this tournament.
Oh.
It's always been their 3rd map pick. It's always been Ascent, and I believe Haven has always been the go-to for Twisted Minds, and that's always what they end up playing on. So we didn't really see them, I believe, on towards the Bind map yet. But when you think about it, seeing how their performance was in Haven, right? It's just spectacular to see their usages on the kit that they have on their utilities. It's like symphony of skills, where the moment a paranoia hits, it goes on top of it, on top of it, and on top of it, where they kind of perfected that play. But somehow, right, thinking about the skill usages, the skit usages, everything of the sorts, Split is that map where you have to be good at using your utilities. And somehow we didn't really get to see Twisted Minds that we love and know of and how they did on Haven. It's a completely different story. So when you go towards Bind, it's gonna be difficult to really understand on who has a clear advantage on this matchup alone because of the variables that are up there in the air right now. I mean, right? There's a lot of variables that we have to take into account, especially with the performances that they're giving us. They started on a strong foot, but slipped away in their own hands. So when you look at it, the only way Twisted Minds really can set things up for themselves for a victory is only when they are at the advantage, when they have the ball on their court, when they have the rounds at their side. But when they don't, you can truly see them struggle.
And it is going to be one heck of a battle if we do get to that point, right? Well, we take a chill pill with our conversations, JT. I just want to shout out everybody on the Twitch chat right now, supporting the cause, supporting the tournament as a whole. And they're also looking towards you, Caster JT, because they're actually looking for a cosplay idea for you. And I'm getting like a few ideas here. Some people want to see you wear a Jet cosplay, a Viper cosplay, anything that you can wear, man.
Listen, I was about to say something I would regret, and I stopped myself. That's how you do it. You don't let those intrusive thoughts win. And that's why I was not minding it at all. So I'm like, no way, Jose, I'm not gonna do that. But definitely, it's been crazy. Going through on how the event has been. When you think about it, it's already day number 5, Ramon. I mean, it felt like yesterday at day number 1 when we casted. And now it's day number 5, and we're nearing towards the end where there's only, I believe, 4 teams left overall in this tournament, just waiting on who will be the clear victor, who will be your number 1 champion at Dubai Police Esports, and there's no clear answer towards it.
Yeah, and then it just makes me think about the what ifs of all throughout this tournament, like the what if of the biggest what if that I had for this tournament is what if the PAP actually had the opportunity to go through towards the playoffs, right? Because they had the fullest potential across a lot of these teams in the tournament bracket right here. They had the youngest Filipino in the squad, was also doing really well on the IGL calling, who was also doing really well on the smoker abilities, and it makes you appreciate the type of teams that we have right here who just hold that much consistency in hand. And we couple that with the aim duels that they have also as their abilities, and just makes you want to appreciate the type of grind that they've had all throughout this tournament bracket. They've been here for so long, and throughout these 5 days, it just makes you so impressed about what you're seeing every time that you watch them right now. As we take a look back on the bracket, ladies and gentlemen, we're down over at the Twisted Minds versus Braggers game happening in the semifinals, with Team Falcons waiting for their opponent. Right after this series, we will crown whoever is going to win the semifinals and see who will contend against Falcons. But all throughout, just an abundance of 2-0s. And it only happens on the Fragger side that we get the one anomaly all throughout, man.
It's repeat the question.
There's not even a question. I just set that up for you. But you see it, right? It's always on this side of Fraggers where they always get the 3rd game. Everybody else are running it with 2-0s, but it's almost like they're the anomaly. They're the different people right here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Fraggers, they had it a bit rough on their end, right? They played up against Forsaken, which was a tremendous game that you casted, I believe, right? You saw how Fraggers played and how well they did it. I didn't really get to see the glimpse of map number 3. Can you tell me how that went?
Well, let me tell you, that was a bit of a stomp, to say the least, against the Forsaken squad. And if you remember, that was the double duelist comp that yet again just pierced on through back onto the side of the Fraggers position, right? They started off with Forsaken winning the first game, but then we went on into the Lotus map and things kind of took up a turn, especially with a really huge pick off by EB on that Astra pick. Always a reliable one. to pick up the multi-frags. That's why they're able to steal away that second game. But when we head on into that third game, that was when things became a lot more difficult for the side of Forsaken, because back on Bind, they showed tremendous amounts of mental resiliency, especially in the eyes of pressure plays out from Forsaken every single time that they had the opportunity, because they were pushing every single round. They had a team comp that didn't have a sentinel in the first place. That's how aggressive Forsaken is in this sort of team comp, but Fraggers were able to contain them with a Chamber who isn't as strong of a sentinel, but only when you have the performance in hand.
Was it a close game at least? In map number 3?
It was I do remember the first half being that close, but then they ended it like around 13-7, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Well, you know, it is what it is, right? You gotta understand that when Fraggers does have that momentum, you can truly see how they are shining through the stars so bright here in the Middle East, in Dubai specifically. So it's been interesting to see how things have been going.
Yeah, and what a way to actually have every event turn out here. Game number 3 on our hands, and with Twisted Minds trying to bounce back with their loss over at the split map, they'll have to use a bit of that time to see if they can reset back up, fight off against Fraggers, who have just came off of a very hot streak over at that split map. And we return, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back with game number 3 in the Dubai Police Esports Tournament. Backlines, 1391, a triple kill, a double kill from the Omen. And this guy is spotted the Mortier 4 jacket.
At first I sent the link and she was petrified. Kept thinking she would be a victim of my scam and lies.
But then I read a few lines and the grammar was all wrong. The hunch grew strong. He was trying to scam me all along, so I blocked his hack and reported the fraud.
Oh, she even blocked my number and my phone calls from abroad.
He'll try to tempt you with rewards and a fake prize.
You shouldn't crumble. You should report these shady guys.
Well, no, not I will survive for as long as I report the fraud.
I know they won't survive.
I've got great advice to give.
Reporting is imperative.
They won't survive.
I won't survive.
Scammers these days have a no new trend.
It's a call from the police, but it's all pretend.
And you'll regret it later if you don't report the call.
But that's not all. They'll get all your details, they'll have it all.
So take their advice and report our lies.
Just call now and give these guys a rude surprise.
I've got great advice to give. Reporting is imperative.
I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey.
عاليا خفاقا تعلو راية وطننا بقيادته الرشيدة التي وضعت جل جهودها لتمنح الإماراتيين لقب أسعد شعب.
وظيفة الحكومة يا الأخوة هي تحقيق السعادة للمجتمع، أن الهدف هو إسعاد الناس وتسهيل حياة الناس وراحتهم.
من هنا كانت فكرة إسعاد. ولدت في إحدى الوحدات التنظيمية بشرطة دبي عام 2018 لتكون هدفاً لتحقيق السعادة للمجتمع، لأن الإنسان السعيد هو الأقدر على العمل والإنتاج لتنمية وتحقيق الازدهار والرفاه. تم تأسيس المركز للسعي في تقديم الخدمات لكافة موظفي شرطة دبي ولجميع المؤسسات والهيئات الحكومية المحلية والاتحادية والجهات الشبه حكومية والمؤسسات والشركات الخاصة وأفراد المجتمع في قطاعات عديدة شملت معظم المستلزمات المعيشية وغيرها العديد. يكمن الهدف الرئيسي من توفير هذه البطاقة بالمساهمة في إسعاد الموظفين من خلال المشاركة في تحمل الأعباء المعيشية بتوفير خصومات معتبرة في مختلف المجالات منها الصحية والتعليمية والأسرية والسكن والترفيهية وغيرها، وتقديم مساعدات إنسانية ومجتمعية للمحتاجين من مختلف شرائح المجتمع، حيث تجاوزت بجغرافيتها وأهميتها لتشمل العديد من الدول والقارات بعروض ونسب مبهرة تتناسب مع العرض والطلب لكافة شرائح المجتمع.
أشكر سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد على إطلاقه هذه المبادرة.
لم تقف بطاقة إسعاد عن التطوير في تقديم المزيد من الخدمات، فقد أطلقت مبادرات مجتمعية وإنسانية تعنى بتقديم المساعدات المالية والعينية والمعنوية للعديد من المحلات المجتمعية والإنسانية، والتي تم تغطيتها بالتعاون مع عدة رعاة محليين وعالميين قدموا كافة الدعم لتكون هذه المبادرة ذو قيمة وفائدة في جميع القطاعات، بناء على التوجيهات الحكيمة لسمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم، الذي يسعى دائما على أن يكون السباق في مبادراته البناءة والهادفة لإسعاد الشعب،
أن المواطن أول وثاني وثالث.
كانت هذه المبادرة التي أصبحت شعارا للتقدم والتطور بتأمين الخدمات والتسهيلات لحامليها محط أنظار لكافة القطاعات، فقد حصدت بطاقة إسعاد العديد من الشهادات التقديرية على أدائها عمل التنظيمي كأفضل فريق إداري على كافة الأصعدة. والمشوار لا يزال في البداية، لأن التطلعات المستقبلية ستكون أكثر شمولية مع التركيز على روح الفريق، الأمانة والمسؤولية والحرفية.
I love you.
He wants to take initiative. Tenso deciding he wants to fall back the judge. That gets a triple.
What is happening to Smash right now?
He's got the knives. One more shot.
No way!
And he gets a triple. Drops up. Tenso finding Chad. It's a good sign for 100.
Timing.
They need to do more if they want a better shot from Taiki.
cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. No lies, no facts. We gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Been way down, never vault. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Careful, whatever you bring me getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need to hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies or facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. This is automatic. 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 This is automatic.
At first I sent the link and she was petrified. Kept thinking she would be a victim of my scam and lies.
But then I read a few lines and the grammar was all wrong. The hunch grew strong. He was trying to scam me all along, so I blocked his hack and reported the fraud.
Oh, she even blocked my number and my phone calls from abroad.
They'll try to tempt you with rewards and a fake prize.
You shouldn't crumble. You should report these shady guys.
Well, no, not I will survive for as long as I report the fraud.
I know they won't survive.
I've got great advice to give.
Reporting is imperative.
They won't survive.
I won't survive. Scammers these days have a no new trend. It's a call from the police, but it's all pretend.
And you'll regret it later if you don't report the call.
But that's not all. They'll get all your details, they'll have it all. So take their advice and report our lies.
Just call now and give these guys a rude surprise.
I've got great advice to give. Reporting is imperative.
I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey.
An imperative game 3 for both fraggers and their opposition as well. As we look back on how much they have conquered here in the first 2 games, we have now set up a very, very important game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, for fraggers versus the side of Twisted Minds. Welcome back to the broadcast of the Dubai Police Esports Server. My name is Ramon, and with me is Caster JT. He's just chilling on my side right here, on the left side of my side. Not on your side, because on your side, he's going to be on the right side of the screen. Anyway, we're back on the game number 3, bind map on the head, fraggers versus Twisted Minds, and it's going to be one hell of a banger, right?
I mean, as that ad was playing, Lion, I will survive. So let's see who will indeed survive and go towards the grand finals. And that's the main question here that we've always been talking to ourselves, like, who on earth will be the one qualifying to the grand finals playing up against Falcons? And if you are Falcons, you're seeing a lot of their gameplay already at first sight. They're already at the venue, they're already watching their, opponents. Whoever wins this one out, they already have a clear understanding on their gameplay that maybe they can somehow capitalize up against, right, Ramon? So, anyway, before we theorize more into it, let's get it started here in this round in Bind.
Lots of pressure back on Exit as they're already running up on B long. And they know about this, so they just funnel back on holding the other side of the angle. That's where the Hookah guys just have to clutch up, see if they can defend against 3. And they thought that they were still holding that B long control. No, they just left the Brimstone there to piggyback on holding that B long extremity. But then they flash on, then they pull out these frags. But iFly taking that first shot on game number 3. FR1, a lucky spray through the wall of all things, but a second frag as well to Exit as he drops to the floor. 4 versus 2 in hand. Now that EB's on the right side of things, and they even got the time to plant the spike down.
And you have the Sage, right? So they are using that wall to its maximum potential, which is much more harder to even enter towards the side as DB Dove is just around the corner as he gets the shot done, as he's looking for one more. That's Kazoo! As the will falter in the hands of DB Dove, which, by the way, I don't think you've noticed, Ramon. I think when they went to Aim Hunter, it's just a chair. There's only a chair. There's a camera.
So who's playing this PC, man?
Who's there?
Who's playing Aim Hunter's PC?
It's a bot? Is it AI? ChatGPT? Hello?
I don't know.
Who's playing Aim Hunter's account?
Where is Aim Hunter? Yeah, I want to ask the Twitch chat right now. Where is Aim Hunter, guys? If anybody knows where Aim Hunter is, we're calling him right now. How is he in this game while he's not shown on camera? That's just weird. Anyways, back on the game, 1-0. Fraggers, I don't know how they pull it off, but they're able to get themselves the first pistol round. And Aim Hunter is nowhere to be found. Already oiled up on that A-short extremity.
Ponytails, coming from Sage. Usually it's so easy to spot it out, but they made sure that it's not going to be that easy to get those kills as iFly from above. He does have a good angle, but he can't really make the most out of it as they are breaking the thin ice here that has been set up by Sage. Although they are kind of in a way where they're in up close and personal towards U-Haul. iFly with damage, but not enough to capitalize and get the kill as the heals from one another are there. They're making it work as Aim Hunter, the chair that is playing his game, could not get the kill. But regardless of that, it's been a bloodbath here on towards the A side. Let the bodies hit the floor as EB will clutch this one out or close this one out for the side of Fraggers.
Yeah, quick 2-0 to start off their campaign. And a beautiful start too, because EB and FR1 are on fire, on form, with the entry onto the U-Haul position. And it took a bit of time to heat themselves back up to get this position in hand, but it is a welcome one for their second buy round in hand. They had all the rifles, and they can contest up against Twisted Minds. The question is, though, if they're able to convert this bonus round, even though not all of them have all the rifles in the pocket, Twisted Minds do on the defense. And the question is how they will use these rifles to perfection, because sometimes this buy round doesn't guarantee them to win anyways.
And that is 100% true. And DV Dove, he could have gotten that one if he's able to find the angle. But Kazoo, playing devil's advocate, if you do like this, there's an opportunity where he does get shot in an alternate universe, right? But lucky for him, he does survive, and he's maybe pushing the limits quite a bit as he's going back, playing peekaboo. And I don't know about that, man. Once is enough. Twice, maybe pushing your luck. Do it again, you're most likely gonna die.
Yeah. I just want to know if Aim Hunter is back on the server, guys, because this guy he's still pulling out his utility, even though the chair is just playing for him. Zemo, great timing on the peak, taking control of hookah position. Just as FR1 was trying to attempt at even sniffing the idea of it, Dane gets shots through, and again, Kazoo will be able to defend that sight in hand and double for Dane, and he's controlling the site by his own, but TV Dove swings out of the corner. The shower's position was in fact not handled by the defense anymore, as they needed to lock on down back on the site itself, leaving DB Dove down in a number.
7 ammo.
46 HP in a dream. He has to isolate each pick, but he does have the opportunity to plant the spike.
Oh, they pushed him back.
Switching up around him. He has to go. He has to do this right now. Headshot through, and he has time to even go for the spike plant. But he can just die. But iFly finally dealing the damage that they needed to. But well played, because that actually was a pretty costly round for them.
I have a conspiracy theory on where Aim Hunter went. What if the camera is showing his share, but he's playing underneath the table?
You
know? But it's a bit suspicious though, because Aim Hunter has always been going in terms of frags. Now he's one frag only, so the mystery continues. Someone post a story, please, in Instagram and tag 404 Esports so that we can confirm Aim Hunter's playing.
Yeah, because I'm legit worried now, you know? I'm legit worried about who is actually on this show right here. But nevertheless, it's still a 1-2. The Twisted Mind finally getting the first round on the board, but it isn't exactly the biggest margin of error, to say the least. They can still catch up, still having the buy round in hand. Both of these teams actually have the full buy round without you think about it, but contact play in hand, FR1 just walking dry. Let's out the flash, and Kazoo with the shot through EB. Never expected that, and that was one of the only smokes that they've had, but they do still have the cover up through from the push onto the U-Haul position. FR1, great shot onto Dane, and now they finally pulled the trigger on putting the spike plant on the A site.
It just goes to show, right? They're really good at just taking control of the site, especially when they have the operator. Never mind, Kazoo stays low with a Guardian. He doesn't need to have the best gun to show what he has, but FR1 answers back towards U-Haul, making sure that they are not able to really enter towards this area, as they're breaking the thin ice that is currently being placed by Sage. Only a matter of time, as there's only 2 players left. Position towards U-Haul here in mode. Let's see how things will go on as iFly and Exit will continue on to win that one for them. As you can tell, Kazoo, the moment he was holding on towards dear life, they're able to win it out. So far, so good. But it's still kind of similar in how Split went, where it was back and forth.
Yeah, just jiggling between each victories. Just as easy as that yet again for Twisted Minds. Off the back of the Guardian shots again for Kazoo. But you also gotta wonder how much iFly has in the tank, because he's been hitting many shots yet again from the rifle that he's backed up on the triple position. He's been a pillar for the team. A stable force in the making for the Twisted Mind CT side. Go back to the force and expect that around that short position, but he's not peeking that off. It's around that showers where the biggest threat, that operator, is in fact controlling that side of the map. Kazoo has to accept FR1 as he jump peeks, but FR1 just not too close for comfort. Has the access to the Vandal. He even has the showstopper in hand, so he uses it to try to wrap around that triple possession. Spots South Brimstone and explodes it onto the site. 2 kills for FR1, but finally that operator makes his presence known.
I feel like they have a good read. They're going to be attacking towards the B side. They're already able to spot on where the Viper is. Zemo going to fall down immediately as they have the answers to the questions in their minds here, as Casper as well finding Exit. So when you look at things as of the moment, that was an eco round that they're winning. And Kazoo with a jump peek, he was doing that towards Bats. And now that he did it, you know, checking if they are closer again, it just didn't work out in their favor anymore. I mean, to a certain extent, you know, jump peeking is not necessarily the best unless there's at least a crossfire, you know, set up for you when you do go for a peek like that, because that's too much.
Necessarily maybe not the crossfire, but maybe like the long angle being held up Like an operator like that, you could be holding that same angle, but maybe around that triple position where you could actually see the contact play being held up by FR1. That's how he was able to go towards you all without anybody giving him info. Good shots through from iFly, but that operator is a really good loss. Well done from EB. Actually notifying where the operator is coming from. Now they have nothing to defend the site with other than possibly Bulldogs in the next round, possibly Sheriffs in hand across the board. And now that they got the operator down in the dumps, they have nothing to show for except for possibly their force round. Coming in the way of the defending side, Twisted Minds have to be careful about this next round now.
Yeah, they do. I mean, it was so good, right? He was able to get a couple of kills for the exit frag, but he overheated. He should have already felt like there's another player watching towards the other angle. Meanwhile, though, Casper, man, this guy, he's not afraid. Even if he's alone, he's gonna peek on two. But now Dane says, hey, dude, you better watch out because I'm just one step away. As EB as well, finding one, could find two, but Kazoo in control of the game, in control of himself, to ensure that they're able to trade things off, and that's the most important part. Trading things off as Dane is stepping to danger zone, but possibly understanding where they're going to be. Orbital Strike currently going to push them to the edge here as Dane survives with 5 HP, already communicating with his team. Guys are going to be entering towards the B side. I'm going to regroup and recuperate with you guys as we enter and retake this instead.
He's going to take a long time to do so, though. Because by the time he reaches with his team, that's already 5 seconds shaved off. And that's a couple of seconds too dry against the 2 versus 3 in hand. The numbers advantage still in the favor of Twisted Minds as they regain control of CT. But the question is how quick they will be regaining control of that true position, because Aim Hunter is doing a lot of work now. 2 kills, in fact, from the sky, and FR1 peeking on, knowing that he is safe within that garden position. Again, we come back to that 2 versus 3 conversation where they were pulling rabbits out of the hole. Something unexpected. The miracle happened from the side of Fraggers. It's again, Twisted Minds. It's not about the time anymore, but the fact that they were lenient on leaving that true angle open.
Honestly, I'm just amazed on how they're playing, right? There's only a single duelist, and you have to at least be a bit more considerate aside of the Twisted Minds side, right? It's a double duelist. They're not necessarily like the best defenders, and that's the reason why you can see sometimes Kazoo play a bit more aggressively, but to a certain extent, you need to get as much rounds as possible. And them playing this aggressive and a bit PG to my liking could be a difficult one. Oh, he misses the flick.
Good shot from the op. iFly could have had that chance here. Showstopper in hand, and that's the only thing that he could use. Oh, he got denied. That would have been the resurrection. And Kazoo, following with the second frag, puts another down into the 3 versus 2. Empress activated, spotted through the TP, and opening up the window. Since B side is wide open for them, they could just jump up and down from that hookah position and take that objective, but how long can they hold on for? Because I've seen this before, but on the other angle. 3 versus 2.
Well, the only difference now is that there is going to be a flank that they're not going to be expecting. That's where Kazoo is going to be coming from, as he is hiding underneath. Dividov, though, it might be a free for the taking here for Kazoo, as they're not watching him at all. As they have the answer, the dismiss will be there to try to get information. He knows he's a bit up close and personal, waiting for his team to go for the double peek, but FR1 just built differently, understands on where they're going to be, and he flicks so quick! FR1 with the clutch!
FR1, time and time again, being the impact player for the squad. Fraggers, off the back of this perfect aim from FR1, the game sense on the high, knows that there's just somebody just watching his back. But then in that 1v2, he needed that perfect movement. He needed to dodge away from the Reyna first. That's why he was able to isolate each angle. But if you look at the replay, this was just as crucial as that. Another shot through from Casper, just so that he could get the resurrection back online for Kazoo. But then that perfect denial, in fact, that Empress online from Kazoo, in the end wasn't worth it at all. It was just more than enough for FR1 to close out with the 1v2 clutch. And you'd know that was the perfect time to get yourself hyped up, because a battle between Twisted Mind is one that you need with the biggest mental resilience in this best of 3 alone.
Like I said, right, Twisted Minds, they need to stop the bleeding. They need to stop it immediately, because if you keep the ball rolling, especially the first half, yes, you're double duelist, but right, you can't just let them get this takeaway rounds where they have or should have not won, right? 2 rounds in a row, 3 versus 2, and them winning it. You know, it's not what they're looking for. They're trying to at least even the numbers, even the odds. Even when it's in their favor, they still lose it out just because of how well fraggers have been fragging. It's in their name.
I told you, this is my bias, JT. And if they can do it, then this is gonna be one heck of a celebration once they do so. Kazoo, ooh, that was not as beautiful as I wanted to be. The Guardian shots. And it's a good thing that he was able to teleport back to safety, but he holds himself back since he's down 5 HP. Holding on the A-short extremity while everybody else on fraggers in control over that B-long, while Exit with a great shot on EB. Perfect upgrade back with the Vandal. They could use that for the defense, but they're letting B-side wide open. And they know that since everybody's on the flank, they will never expect that.
Oh, the wall was a mistake. Did you see the wall coming from Casper? He made a mistake. He wasn't able to really block it off per se. So it is wide open to a certain extent, right? So they're still able to peek through it. You can tell, right? Over there, the wall. It didn't really completely block off Hookah. So this could be a possible win for them. But Davidov is from behind. He doesn't know! Kazoo was there! As well as Dane! They're taking control of the side! Mistakes were made here for fraggers! As Team Twisted Minds win a much-needed round! As they capitalize on the errors that is being played from fraggers, as a thrifty has been called.
Oh man, the overinvestment on A-short just after the chamber makes his presence known. Maybe he thought he teleported back onto that A-short extremity. That's why they were holding the same nerve, just so that they could fish out the lurker. But, well, in midst of the chaos, they were still holding that B garden position. They were waiting for the info. And while they were wrapping around that elbow position, they were just completely reassured that B side was not the threat here. It was all in their backs. It was all from the flanks. And you ask who's flanking who at that point, because everybody's just punching them from behind, stabbing them in the back whenever they have the opportunity now. 3-5, Frozen. All Frozen at this point. DB Dov TP'd back onto that TP position. And they flash him out. He was spotted by the Trailblazer. They had nowhere else to run. Perfect time too from the dismiss. They have to go back to defend the A-short while I flies down with another onto Kazoo.
Oh my god,
go back to dismissing out of the traps. Another shot through movement. God, from everyone from Twisted Minds. A flawless victory across the board. And it started from Showers. They rotate back onto A-short just so that they could defend that site alone.
When you look at it, right, when the timeout finally happened, yes, they did lose around during the timeout because it was an eco, right? But nonetheless, though, they activated. You can see the confidence from Kazoo on the way he was playing and the way they're trading it off, understanding when to peek with iFly during that moment. And this one was kind of epic from Kazoo, right? He's just able to just survive and understands where he doesn't really have to go too crazy. So, Twisted Minds are definitely still in this game. They're not giving it off to the hands of fraggers anytime soon.
No. They're not going to be happy with that one. Fraggers are going to have to deal with this. Pistols in hand yet again to the split push over at Showers, and that Trailblazer just gives them a mark, knows that they're around that Showers position. All they could do is just throw their mollies, throw their paint shells all around to buy a lot of time for the rotates to happen, but they're unawares. They're not even sure that the play is around that A-side extremity. TV Tav waiting on his headhunter. waiting on F41 to make the move, and they do it right now with the smokes down. Plants coming in for Casper as well. But again, they go back to the Raze and the value that he has with his util, trying to delay the inevitable. The plant comes down through for Casper. And finally, they retake back with the 5 versus 5. But the pistols in hand are going to make this all the more difficult, especially for FRG. If they need this, they need it right now.
Oh, they had a showstopper though. This could be big, is able to find anything, but he roses it, doesn't find anything at all. And like you said, it's gonna be difficult with only the pistols at hand, as a cleanup duty is here in the side of Twisted Minds, as we're gonna bring it back to an even Stevens game. 5-5 and a flawless round for them as well.
Great recovery all around because they had the full focus set up on 2 fronts here on the Shaw's position. They let go of that U-Haul because they had somebody holding that triple angle all the way towards that U-Haul position. Well done. Possibly in hand because that was just a beautiful retake without that much consequence yet again. Twisted Minds maybe back on their element now that they got the buy rounds in check, but Fraggers are not going to be going down without a fight. 2 more rounds in the first half of regulation with Kazoo. First time to go forward with that B-long control, but he won't mean anyone as they're trying to control both extremities, all 3 entrances of the map. Knowing that Twisted Minds are the type of team that will use their util first. Let them speak for themselves while they hold the passive angles, not let themselves overpeak while they let Fraggers actually take the space for themselves now.
It seems like they have a good understanding on how they're supposed to be playing here. The way that they set things up, not really heavily defending or, regarding a site, because they understand the possibility and how well, Fraggers have been dominating the B side area itself. So a possible rotation as it seems, Ramon, as they're gonna fake out A, which could possibly work out in their favor. See? They're gonna get the wall, they're gonna think it's gonna be A side, they might heavily commit into this. As B, they're not taking the bait, they're holding it in, Ramon, this could be bad.
Well, they're on the right place at the right time. Zemo doesn't even move an inch. FR1 on the right side, but exit Long Con with the perfect spray down. Half HP.
Healing over here.
And they run on down back to the A site after that. The perfect hold over to the B site. They have no time but to try to contest again. They still have the wall down, so they could just commit. But a perfect page shell might spell his demise. He plants it down. But he's low on HP, so they have to fight a 2 versus 4. Low on HP, but the Sky holding down that UL position. iFly, the only guy trying to stop them with the shot on Aim Hunter. The lone player, DV Dov, is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Holds it down, knows that they're around that truck position, and they see him, and they shut him down. A double for iFly, and that would have been the best bait, but it does not work out.
And you can see on the faces of the on the Fraggers, right? They're scratching their backs on what happened. They thought the bait was working out, the bait and switch, but it didn't. They didn't take the bait. They understood. Listen, we're pretty good at retaking here on the side of Twisted Minds, so let's just wait for the spy to get planted, and then we leave the site, and then we go for the retake. Because if they don't get the plants, the spike planted, we're going to anchor the site. We're not going to budge. We're not going to move. And that's what they did. They didn't move at all. And Exit was just prepared with all the utils currently being used. Even, I believe, they use the Orbital Strike as well, in case there's any other players jumping off towards Hookah. So even if they do lose, Exit, the Orbital Strike would be enough to get the kill too. So overall, they played it well and they calculated it precisely in terms of movement, in terms of understanding and reading the opponent.
Yeah, not much overheat anymore, right? The development all throughout the series is how many times Twisted Minds are gonna push the boundaries of their play. When they know their limits, they know what type of play that they're gonna try to use. Fall back with a very pivotal orbital strike from Dane. And just like that, they just held their ground. stood their defense, planted their feet over at that B site. The bait didn't work out. They just decided to go back to their initial plan of retaking the A site for them, as they do have another obstacle to push. The double setup over A short plus another Viper spit in hand on B long. It's a good thing that they're stopped because of the trip set up by DV Dove. Kind of delays the inevitable for them, so they decide to go back to holding the site where they were pushing from. And that's the rush, and DV Dove gets the shot through the smoke as well. Kazoo never expected that, and FR1 does the same. The 5 versus 3 as they force them through towards Dane, and another for EB. The run and gun from the Spectre, effective to say the least for Fraggers, as they do get the spike plant. They force the 2 versus 5, and they have no choice but to move forward because this is the last round for the first half of regulation.
Yeah, they moved in as a squad, as a unit, as a team, as a whole. And you can tell when they do that, it's just so hard to just counteract. And they try their best here to find pickoffs, but even if you damage them down, there's the heals. As FR1 on towards U-Haul can't confirm their 2 players as he picks them off. 1-2, buckle my shoe. As he gets a triple on the first half, 6-6. You know, and if I'm on the side of Twisted Minds here, double duelist in attacking, in paper, sounds like the better, you know, better part of it between the two.
Yeah, but they don't have a hard sentinel, so that also opens up like the possibility of Twisted Minds just abusing that fact. They don't have a tripwire to actually hold their flanks down, so they need to invest at least one to watch their backs while they're pushing on an extremity. So in theory, that would be an early 4 versus 5 if they're holding down the site, right? So you have to think about that risk with this team comp. Interesting choice for DV Dove to do this in the pistol round yet again. He has done this before in his series against Forsaken, where he picked up that shorty, and he's relying on the 2 bullets from that headhunter, but he's not gonna meet anybody on the receiving end of that since they're pushing on A short this time, and they want to do it right now.
Yeah, they're playing quick, and you want to make as much damage as they can. The jumping right clicks not gonna work out as I fly will falter. Meanwhile, Casper finding players who look like they're lost and unsure on where they're looking at, as he lose immediately with no control of the side. And that's definitely a big win, because they were looking at Bats when he went out through the smoke, and they were like, wait, Bats have been walled off, and Casper was just on the corner of things, being able to pick them off quite easily.
Yeah, just slow and steady again for Casper. Knows that he doesn't need to rush his shots. That's why when he was fighting off those 2, he was hunting for the head, not even needing the spray on with just his classic. You don't even see an attempt from him using that right click, because he knew that he had the confidence to fight him. And fight him he did. 6-7, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
They start off again. Another shot from DV Dove. He started with the shorty from the first round, and he made his presence known from the headhunter, dropping 2. Only having sheriffs in hand for iFly now. He is cracked with it, but in this 5 versus 3, I'm not liking his odds right now.
He was looking on a couple of players, right? And he had 8 ammo on the headhunter, and that was all he needed to really answer his back. But he knows where Kazoo is going to be. The shorty shot, he's missing it. It's not landing here as Kazoo finds 2. Okay, they're somehow, okay, doing well here on the side of Twisted Minds. Although we do see a player rather low, Kazoo not landing those shots could be deadly, but the ponytail, he sees it but could not land. As Casper, he may be friendly, but he is out for the blood, out for the kill with FR1 right beside him. Again, another round taken here from the side of Fraggers, leading the charge, leading the cause for a potential map win and a potential entry towards Grand Finals. But Twisted Minds, it's gonna be their buy round here. They have to answer back, and they need to make it explosive.
Yeah, they need to make it worth it too, because light shields all around for the core on the attacking side. They don't win their initial duel, then they're gonna be on a hot red. Not the ideal situation on their end, since this is the really important round to win. They have to be careful about this, because a few players around the Fragger side are whipping up something really unique. Short shotgun in hand over at the main position, but Casper is in a lot of trouble. Sprayed on through the smoke and the wall. Bursted before he could react, but did he have enough time to get that ult orb? Yeah, I think he just ran with it.
Scot-free, you know, no issues out there. Although looking for fraggers, right? Sky is still alive, so they can definitely heal each other. By the way, you can see by the map itself, right? Sage running towards Sky just for the heals, enough to at least bring that HP up and running, and EB playing it smart, staying in towards smoke. DB Doll with a judge, waiting for them to enter, but they decide not to. The double back. Ramon, this is uncharacteristic. I felt like they were gonna go jump in towards Hookah, take control and get a bait, but they're not gonna do it. As EB2 plays it safe.
We just hold on. Ebby is in a lot of trouble, but he does spray onto Dane. The Spectre in hand is working out in his favor. Double spray down with Zemo coming out one by one over that U-Haul position. Zemo with another, but Casper getting back to 2 versus 1. Does have the resurrection back up online, and it does so onto Aim Hunter. He's in a lot of trouble. Kazoo just has to plant. Does have the Vandal in hand, 31 HP. With the wall bang set up. And DB Dob just has to peek, but he dies. And another isolated angle. Kazoo dismisses. 18 HP, but Casper, the pistol, the triple. Again from the Sage. He lines them up. And he saves them from the brink of death.
Oh, Casper. You know, it was looking really bad. It almost felt like Fraggers were about to lose the round. But because of Casper being prepared, he understood, okay, I'm out of ammo. I'm going to get the pistol instead and, you know, maximize with it. And at the same time, I believe that was Kazoo who ran out of ammo. He caught he went for the classic, but the animation was just too long for him to shoot. Could have been a good play, but he left himself out of the open, which made it easier for Casper to just get that kill and say goodbye.
And what a round it was. Again, Eevee, Impact Fragger, all throughout, and in support as well from the Rays, because that paint shell was just picture perfect over at that extremity as they separated each member of the pack. They had no choice but to run away to the other side of this A site, but by the time that he done so, they already were in an ideal situation. Using that resurrection back up, and Kazoo just did his damnness to delay the inevitable here. Just to see if he could have a chance, a bleak chance of dodging away from these shots, but Casper had the backup plan, and that was his secondary. The Ghost hasn't always been reliable, but in his hands, it always seems like a heat missile. Always hits.
That's why so far Casper and FR1, like, they've been playing phenomenal throughout the entirety of the series here. And you can tell on how much weight they're pulling in towards this team. And it's a 3-round difference on the side of Twisted Minds. At the same time, on Eco on their end. So them winning this is not entirely high. It's going to be rather difficult. It just depends on how they're going to play. But when you look at Hookah, there's 2 players already there inside. So if Dane even walks in, sets foot there, he's going to get surprised and bursted upon. So he has to really make sure if he's going to really go in or not. And it seems like that's the plan that they're doing here, Ramon. B-side could be the one they're going for, and a total run back here on the entirety of Twisted Minds as they're opening probably towards B long.
They don't even care about B long anymore. They're just holding down that Hookah position. He just has to be careful what he's walking to. As they're now making their way to the site. Zemo gets the shot on DB Dob, but is not aware about Aim Hunter on the other side. Perfect Hookah investment. Already paying off for themselves, but in return, they get another spike plant down on that B site. Low on HP Sky. Double investment back on that elbow position. And if they spray on, if they make that much noise, then that's when they probably make their presence, right? I fly on the close angle. Aim Hunter kills on exit. Using that Trailblazer. Casper with the shot. Kazoo Guardian in hand. Double kill, in fact, with a 2 versus 2 in hand. FR1 just trying to find the lineup, but he finally knows that the Brimstone is that close. Kazoo with another spray. Using that Guardian, now has to isolate, has to fight, has to find Dane. But he knows he only has a Sheriff, so he's not the most reliable player. Headshot on! What's not the classic, but he has no time anymore. So it's only a consolation if ever that he kills him down, man. They pull out their knife. It just doesn't matter anymore. Because they going out the gunfight now.
That was too close for comfort. Honestly, that was their eco round that they made it work somehow, some way that they got control of the site. Even if, yes, let's say Viper did die, but at least Viper got a kill towards, I believe that was a chamber, right? So in control as FR1 left alone, like you said, looking for the setup, the lineups, understanding that possibly Brimstone is just, getting ready for that one, and he wanted to bump it and boop it out, but he wasn't going for it.
It's like he never expected that all around. Oof, another push for EB. This is something that I never expected from Forsaken to do, but FR1 falling through yet again. The headshot yet. As the showers control, they forgot about that since the triple initiator push. Again from FRG, I fly the back of the site, being a nuisance for the team. Kazoo is also kind of trapped in the wings here, right? Just playing around the smoke. EB calling upon his teammates to rotate back around, but TV Dub has to be careful. That's why he's kind of rotating back on B, just thinking that they might rotate, but as the plants come down, that's when they need to reset back up. The perfect flash. EB, great shot through from the Sheriff. Makes it all the more doable, but suddenly they find the Raze inside of that metal position, and iFly has to back away.
Empress Bolt are currently being used from Kazoo. They're quite scattered in terms of their positioning, but still strength in numbers. Let's see how well they can do that with the smokes currently being placed. But Kazoo spots the pixel perfect shot. Same with iFly. The duelists are making it work out with a showstopper. Could end things here as iFly says goodbye. So far, Twisted Minds, 1 round difference, Ramon. The game is too close. A nail biter between these two.
I mean, it's semifinals caliber, right? It's proving that they are worthy for the grand final spot in the Dubai Police Esports tournament. Better way to express it than that, I cannot find one. FR1 loses out on the A-short extremity. It's iFly always being a very annoying factor into a variable from the Twisted Mind squad. Finding himself around that backside position. And with the early smokes, with the eco round as well from everybody else on Fraggers, they can't really fight back on a fair 1v1 fight, so they just let them take the space. Which also becomes their biggest disadvantage. They go through over at B-Long. They know that they're not holding that garden anymore since they're invested with that operator. Fight back on backside. Calling for the spike plant. Over to the B-Long. Seekers online as well. Spotted by the operator as they got the 1-for-1 trade-off. Destroying the Seekers online. Casper in hand. Zemo with another. As they're getting themselves the execute, but the showstopper already in place as well. But FR1 destroyed. He didn't put the rocket out. 1 versus 2. He's so late to the call. Fraggers are calling upon EB, but he was nowhere to be found.
And they have the safety out of the Viper's pit at the same time, but it wasn't necessarily needed because he was able to pick things off immediately. And you did talk about that showstopper. It was ready to fire, but because he was not looking at the right side at the right moment, he was killed off immediately, thus not really able to maximize that ultimate coming from FR1. He's been playing spot on, but at certain moments you can really tell the tiny mistakes that could cost them that match. And that operator, I mean, yes, DV Dove has been playing phenomenal, but that operator really did give them as much leeway as they wanted.
A gift. And in the end, they were all trapped like fishes in the water, surrounded by sharks. And that's where Twisted Minds are able to bounce back with the deficit that they were dealt with. A 9-9 scoreline, ladies and gentlemen. As in their attacking round, they're fighting back with everything that they have. And in return, Fraggers are now dealt with an eco round.
Destroyed.
And it's more than they bargained for. They push on to the B-long position, made some noise. Kazoo has always shown that he has no problem with executing on site. But the question is the setup. Where's the setup? The smokes have to be put down, but they're also thinking about the default positions. Brimstone is not usually the type of smoker that you want to commit that one smoke very early on, because sometimes that could be the biggest weakness that he has. Aim Hunter! A crispy shot on Kazoo, and that might be the difference maker. Now they have to push one side.
And in the easy pickoff from Dov, and listen about this, Ramon. The moment that they push, there is going to be an orbital strike, so they have to make it fast. They have to play quickly, but Dov, to the smoke, to the poison cloud. You can't do this. How could you? He finds these kills where it's not even supposed to be possible. A couple of seconds remaining, but they know where they're going to be coming from. They're stopping the plant. They can even commit the orbital, but they don't even need to. They're finding the shots. They're overheating, and they have the answer. The Drifty is there. Not even a full buy round. They make work out of it. Twisted Minds. This was their round to take, but they lose it all to Shambles.
They make something out of nothing now. And I feel like that's the biggest strength out from their defending side, right? Fraggers making jelly out of juice. Making something out of nothing yet again. And they only had a lot of pistols across the board. But Dov, this disgusting shot through the smoke, just almost like expecting exit, was rushing on to that same angle by 1 millisecond. Not even needing to see him through all around. And you remember that shot all the way towards that garden position where Aim Hunter got a perfect one tap.
Yeah.
You couple that with this, another retake scenario where they're not even given an opportunity to even plant the bomb down. Close quarters yet again for this team. A nice sign for how they're able to progress this 9-10 score, which I gotta be honest, this has been thrilling to say the least. They use out that orbital strike and almost killing out Dov. He's pressurized, already knocking out the door on that Esaad execute, and they have to be careful about this since the Sage is still trying to see if he can revitalize back Dov so he could be a really huge difference maker in defending this Esaad.
And I love the way they're readjusting the plays on Sage, right? They understand, okay, you know what? Hookah is not really the best place because the moment they're able to enter, it kind of makes it a bit difficult for them to really hold the side. So they're always going to be walling it 24/7, making sure that it's not going to be that easy for them to take the side. Although EB, the moment he knows that they're attacking towards the A side, he has the orbital strike to stop them at the tracks. It could be a possibility, but they're not planting. Are they going to go for the default is the main question here, Ramon. And they are. Orbital already being used, stopping. There's only a couple of seconds remaining. Casper finds Kazoo again. Kazoo, the duelist, falling down is rather huge. EB, they're pushing as a squad. They understand they're going for the plant as they take control of it. Zemo finding 2 kills already. Casper with a triple again. This guy, he is on point with his shots. Same with Dov. These two players are tremendous. As the resurrection will be there, making it a 4v1, and I have no clue on how on earth Dane is gonna hold back.
He's not gonna do anything. The Sheriff already not in the best of spots. They are already taking control of this game, and Casper with a beautiful 4K to be the cherry on top on what was a beautiful round of Valorant from the side of Fraggers this time around. Well done. And it's in a bunch of layers that we have to break down, right? Because that was both a paint shell, an orbital strike, plus a couple of satchel charges that delayed the push out, and as well, the plant coming down. For Twisted Minds, they're not able to get the objective. That's why they were trying to see if they can get the pickup before they do so. They didn't have U-Haul control. They weren't able to wrap around that truck position. And that free real estate around that heaven push. My goodness, was Chef's kiss. From that Fragger's position, they're not able to counter up that operator in hand. And yet again, the amount of Utah pushed up over that truck position has made it all the more difficult to take control of the site itself. Twisted Mind definitely had no business winning the round now, as Fraggers have full control of this B site, especially now that DV Dove has the operator. Severance in hand with a double out for DV Dove. Aim Hunter follows with another. Do or die in hand. They almost have match point. They need to prove it with Kazoo. Headshots in. A double as well from Aim Hunter here, exchanging gunfire and leaving Zemo to get the clutch up on the 1v3.
I don't care what the stats says if they say DV Dove is not the MVP, but in my book, he is the MVP on the way he's playing because he's doing it so well. He's getting shots even while blinded. Although Zemo, he's left alone, already being flanked upon as EB is there. All smiles galore as they are currently match point. One round is all it takes to say hello to the grand finals and hello to Team Falcons. Twisted Minds. I don't know, did they have any timeouts anymore? I don't think they do. But look at this, DV Dove, blinded, gets the shot. Again, goes for the repeat, gets the shot, and gets away at the same time. DV Dove, honestly, with that op, he's so deadly.
The way how he's using the chamber too, because that teleport could have been disrupted. And it's a good thing it was put all around that CT position. DV Dove back on that B-long control. But he needs to teleport because he's trapped because of that flash. And another out as well, countering DV Dove. So the long angles are not secured anymore. Trying to knock down the barrel as iFly gets the entry. Has to get the peek on. DV Dove has to get the shot, but does not connect. Exit and Dane. They extend regulation. They get another out for the players. On the side of Twisted Mind, Fragger is in a lot of trouble and might get extended.
As that for one and go. I mean, like, yes, extended is what they need. As what iFly from above is able to spot them down. And them getting this round, you know, it's not like it's a big deficit in terms of round, right, Ramon? It's only 3 rounds. Now it's going to be 2 rounds difference, which is still a possibility of them bringing this back to overtime. So in terms of, you know, the plays that they're doing, they have to do what they're doing right now, being explosive, understanding that being able to get these type of kills, these type of entries will prove and give them wonders.
It's just a huge counter now that they do have the Reyna blinds, right? People are saying that the Reyna blinds are one of the weaker points of util. When you compare it to a duelist like the Jet has, because his thing is mobility, right? Reyna, it's always feast or famine. Kazoo's flash, on the other hand, is the perfect way to counter the operator set up by DB Dub, which is becoming his best gun right now on the defense. He can do it yet again, then it's gonna be problems for DB Dub as he's attempting another over towards that A-short extremity. Has to TP back onto safety because of the Trailblazer in hand, but they already got themselves in U-Haul. Has to fight against EB, but Kazoo trades off exit as they failed to push onto U-Haul, but Kazoo's trying to push their buttons yet again. Casper leads the charge, pushes on with the Trailblazer, spots iFly, gets the shot through, double out for Kazoo. And with that dismiss, he can give that U-Haul position because they already got the spike plant anyways. The perfect molly. They have spotted Aim Hunter. He can't run away from danger. Triple from Kazoo. A 2 versus 3 in hand, and they have one more shot to do it. But Fraggers, they're faltering from Falter. Kazoo, jump peeks in hand. He's trying to bait out the shot, but FR1 is trapping them. Zemo with another shot to FR1. DB Dub makes the 1v1, but this is the time for the lineups. This is where Dane actually shines in the 1v1. Spots him out, pulls the headhunter, the double, but he has no time.
They don't have time. Wait a minute. Hey, bring it back to the game, guys. It's still not over. Okay. 11 to 12, I think. That was a close one. And honestly, one more round is all it takes to go to overtime. And Twisted Minds fighting until the bitter end, to the bittersweet of things. Fraggers, oh, I guess they're kind of faltering. with the pressure that's happening. They were ahead in terms of 3 rounds. Now it's being lost in translation because Twisted Minds, they're playing out of their minds, Ramon. Out of their minds.
Out of this world right now. I was convinced. I was convinced that was it for them. But again, Twisted Minds able to at least get another extension in play. Regulation is not done, ladies and gentlemen, as Twisted Minds are hunting for overtime. One more shot and it needs to be the kill.
Showstopper.
Or the Fragger's side with a showstopper in hand yet again. iFly looking to take the pick off. Showstopper as well from the defending Rays as Kazoo opens up U-Haul. Does he have the Empress online? Yes, he does now. As he rotates back, truck in hand, Kazoo with a double kill. He retakes using that Empress, and now the Viper's bits online. This is a crucial shot for Fraggers, but they lose out on numbers. They need to fall back.
No armor left, and the Viper's Pit being activated. It's not going to be that easy for them to really take control. Yes, the Trailblazer will be there to try and get information, but it's still rather hard for them to take control of it. As FR1 will fall down. Same with Casper, as only Aim Hunters left as Kazoo with the whammy. We're going to overtime in map number 3. This is how close this game has been, Ramon. They're fighting until the very end, and now we're in OT. If I'm in that seat, at that edge, it's so hard to be in.
Game number 3 of the semifinals, ladies and gentlemen. For the last spot of, well, the grand finals, I would say. Fraggers not able to translate back into the 13-11. No, the thunder has been stolen away from them. Twisted Minds back on the aggressive pushes, on the attack where they have held on for so long. And with this momentum shift, now they feel at most dangerous. Now they feel, well, pressurized by the fact that they were one step closer to reaching that grand final spot, but it is now in the most pressurizing of situations. Kazoo, same with Exit, just holding that garden position. DB Dove playing the passive angle. He's not setting up the teleport anymore. So if he's spotted by the Trailblazer, then he's going to be met with another person. It just says hi to him.
Yeah,
and just runs away.
You wanted to look for more information, right? Like you said, information is the name of the game, and that's what they're trying to find. At the same time, though, it's going to be difficult if they're going to be going towards the B side, because that's where most of the players of Twisted Mind is going to be. Ramon, they're going to be stepping into danger zone as Kazoo stays low, dismiss and runs away. He understands, I don't have to push my luck here, as we do have a Garden player, and that is Exit. EB getting the kill towards Kazoo, trading it off. They're able to spot where Exit is. He's stuck in the corner at no man's land, but it's not enough. He's not afraid to take a stand as he gets the kills. As Imo also pushes to the brim as he finds that kill. One player remaining. It is FR1, but he's up against almost everybody in the side of Twisted Minds. 4 players, Romo. What can you do with the time ticking down? Nothing at all as Exit says goodbye.
And that B-long investment just pays off dividends, with Exit holding that garden position for so long now. Only using the Chamber's position just so that they could get baited. Never expecting the other guy, the second guy, over at that garden position. And good thing that Timo was holding his long con. Getting a 13-12 match point now for Twisted Minds. But we've been in this situation before on the other side. So for Fraggers, all that they can hope for is that they have a stellar defense, but at what cost? Their sanity. They have to push through again. They push on. iFly has no hesitation, has to push forward. Casper at least will get one onto Kazoo. A huge pickoff. That duelist actually lights up their fire with EB falling with a second kill. This is an easy 5 versus 3 in hand, as Fraggers want another shot at Destiny. Another shot at the grand finals.
If they do, we don't know, we're not sure yet, because errors could be made Yes, there's a couple of players here on A, B. We still have the anchor. Now it's just a matter of seconds on the decision they're going to be doing, and they are going to be going towards the B side or fake it out, Ramon.
No
They're
way.
not going to do it.
No
They're
way.
beating. They know where the trap is from Chamber. They're going to run it back, and there's still a player in A. They do not know that. They're playing the mind games here, Ramon.
No
This
way.
is next level. It could work out or it could go in disaster depending on how EB does up against Dane. He spots him out. He sniffs it out. The anchor on towards an A side. It looked good. It looked nice. But not enough with an orbital strike. Stopping at the tracks. No exit is able to get the kill towards EB. Bringing it back to a 3v2. A couple of seconds remaining as a story unfolds.
No way!
Twisted Minds might have won. 2v2. Make it a 1v2. Ramon Zemo left alone. Can he do it? Can he
Oh, he
make
gets
it work?
wounded.
No, he cannot. OT number 2.
And they extend play yet again. Off the brink of death.
Don't even start.
All because of the numbers advantage set up, and they had the perfect call to hold the line, hold that A site for so long. Where Twisted Minds were playing them like a fiddle. Or they thought they did, because they were still holding the same line over that Shower's position. EB fully invested on holding that same angle. Because he knew that their rotation, that TP, doesn't guarantee them unless they plant the spike down. But that two-piece out for Casper was just beautifully done. Look at the confidence from this young man. Would have been so much more if he's able to deal with them. Another orbital strike in the mix for EB as he got himself that ult orb very early on the Shower's position. Great job for both squads. We do get another overtime in the mix, which is bad news again for the Twisted Minds players because they expected that this would have been done and dusted over in a second. But Fraggers, again, made something out of nothing.
At the same time, you know, Kazoo, he's always been the main driving force of this team. So the moment Casper got that kill, it felt like he lost one of their main mans. You can tell by the kill feed itself or the kill score. 31 kills for crying out loud. At the side of Kazoo, this guy has been a monster in this lobby. But if you're able to stop him, that momentum, I feel like he's the momentum shifter of the team. So if you stop him, it is gonna be really good for them. And there you have it. Like I said, Ramon, these stop him at their tracks. Kazoo, dead. I fly though, trades it off. So DB Dove will be deducted. As it's still a even Stevens in terms of the numbers. But Kazoo, what he provides for the team is better big as a trailblazer. Tried to walk up, but could not. As the B-take will be there, Ramon.
Oh no, they push in FR1. Exit was mispositioned just after he loses control of the hookah position because of that slow orb. That Trailblazer couldn't push up in time. The jump hype was cut in half. Zemo gets concussed, actually finds EB. In a 3 versus 3 in hand, they have control over B now because of the perfect smokes out. They invest that util just to shave off a lot of time for the side of Fraggers. As they even put back EB. Or I should say, Demo back on towards that B garden position. Very interesting that Dane is always the guy that we never talk about. This guy has always been the silent killer of the team. But he's always made impact frags before. And he has to do it again in the dying straits of this next round. 20 seconds. Over that heaven. Spots him out. They know that nobody is around U-Haul now. Clearing out each corner. Now they have to plan 10 seconds for them to get the objective, and they have to do it right now, JT.
He has the right-click ADS, hoping to find a shot, but he's not going to be able to get that on towards Aim Hunter. The Molly, he thought he perfectly placed it, but it did not. There was a spot where they could. Now they push towards U-Haul, trying to enter with numbers. Zemo gets 2! 1v1 Aim Hunter! He may not have been having a good game in map number 3, but when it matters the most, he answers back.
Yeah, always the guy to look out for when it comes to the impact frags now. He was crispy on the split map, but dare I say bind I wouldn't say it was a downgrade, but he wasn't feeling himself all throughout Bind. But when it mattered the most, when it came to the minuscule moments, that is when he pops off. That is when he shows his impact. Time and time again, always calling for his teammates to go for flashes, always go for these rushes. Just so that he could trade them, get themselves the angles, and finally leaving them the 14-13 scoreline. Early smokes out. They know that they're rushing down. They have no option but to move forward. This is the time for FRG. As they spray on through the smoke, they finally get the important play. That is Kazoo.
Yeah, the momentum player. Like I said, the momentum shifter. When he's dead, it looks grim for the team. But still, we really can't count them out. Though they are playing slow, not really capitalizing. So the plant will be there. They're able to take things off, but the upper hand will be there for Fraggers. This is not looking good. If they're able to find the kills, will they be able to get it? Dane answers back like he's not the silent killer, but EB is just right around the corner towards U-Haul. Dane, he has to do something. He will go for the play. He's looking for the kill, but will he be found out? He's not there. Dane answers! Okay, but he doesn't know where the player is. He misses it. He dodges the bullet.
No way! No way DV Dub picks up the shotgun in the opening pick. Now he chases off to the Vandal, running away towards safety, back on that B site. This could be the play of the tournament if Dane is able to clutch it up 1v5. As DV Dub is just late to the call. And if he runs on the B long, while Dane is on elbow, then he can hear him. He can hear his footsteps. That's why he needs to be careful. Check every corner. Check every possibility. Now he's trying to be calm, cool, and collected. Even if he taps the spike, he knows that he has the orbital strike as he shaves off a couple of seconds on it. Peeks onto the CT position, sees the head, sees the guy, gets the shot through. Will he have enough time though? That's the question. Will he have enough time to defuse the spike? I think they do. And finally they do it.
Oh, it's gonna hurt, Ramon. They had it in the back. They had the orbital strike. All Dane had to do was just wait for them to tap on that defuse, hold that corner that he is in, and then, you know, once the orbital's done, go for the peak. But he put himself in a position where there was no spike being diffused. There was no sound cue at all. It's the pressure, bro. It's the pressure from almost clutching it to a 4K, going to a 1v1, and then that's how it ends. It's so, say it ain't so, Twisted Minds. It was there for another OT, but that mistake costed them everything.
And what a way to go it was, right? Twisted Minds, they had it in the bag. But great job for Fraggers, because at the end of the day, they played astoundingly well all throughout those OTs, right? You saw like opening plays out, especially from DV Dove, and how he has been using that operator. Always the impact fragger, but in the dying moments, you saw Dane come alive, where we never expected him to do so, because I've been telling you, this guy has been silently cooking all throughout the series. Always a reliable guy, always getting these multi-frags, but nobody seems to see his efforts. Kazoo on Twisted Mind has been so good in how he has been engaging in every gun duel. It's almost like he has no fear whenever he has the opportunity to fight, but well aware is Twisted Minds. They lost this fight. They may have won every single aim duel, but they lost the war. And that's unfortunate, because Kazoo and everybody else on the squad has been showing so much talent all across the board.
When you look at it, during the entirety of that overtime, where they won, or Team Fraggers won 2 rounds, Kazoo died immediately from the start. We saw Twisted Minds still trying their very best on trying to get the most out of it, but losing your star player, losing that star, factor. Yes, you can see he's the MVP, right? Because there was a reason why this guy was fragging out of his mind. But them losing that driving force that Kazoo is, it's just proving dividends on why Team Fraggers, they are ahead, and they will be going on, from a 3rd placer in the previous Dubai Police tournament, now has an opportunity to take the 1st place grand prize if they win up against Team Falcons, which, by the way, is another juggernaut of a team.
Yeah, and it's not a joke of a team anymore as well, you know. So they have a huge challenge to head on into the grand finals. But before anything else, I would like to hear from them right there over to the Dubai Police Officers Club, where we'll meet with the host, having the post-game interview with the Fraggers. Congratulations to you guys.
شو الشعور؟ اشوفك تعبان ومنهك.
والله كان جيم جدا كلوز يعني، ولعبوا بشكل جميل جدا الفريق اللي ضدنا، ولكن الحمد لله الشباب ما قصروا، انهوا اللقاء يعني وما قصروا الشباب يعني، يعطيهم العافيه يعني.
وصلتوا 15 13
والله
يعني كان جيم صعب جدا، بس خبرنا ليش الجيم طول؟ شو كانت الصعوبه وكيف قدرتوا تفوزوا بعدين؟
والله الصعوبه يمكن احنا فريق ميكس، وهم فريق يعني يشتغلون من فتره ويا بعض، وهم يمكن فريق شارك في اكثر عن بطوله في الفتره الاخيره، وعندهم متمرسين يعني. هذه الاشياء يعني يمكن صعبت علينا الجيم، ولكن الشباب ناس ما قصروا يعني، ادوا بشكل جدا جميل والحمد لله انهينا اللقاء يعني.
يعني غيرتوا الخطه، سويتوا الحديث بينكم انه لازم نغير الخطه، وهذا الحديث
اكيد صحيح. التايم اوت اللي سواه كاسبر من بين الشوطين هو يمكن اللي فوزنا الجيم.
وكل ما اسال حد من الشباب يقول لي التايم اوت كان اللي فوزنا.
أيوة.
كل ما حد ياخذ تايم اوت يفوز على طول. سبحان الله. والله يعطيكم العافيه وبالتوفيق في النهائيات. نشكركم جزيل الشكر، وسنعود اليكم بعد قليل في النهائيات، بس بيريحوا الشباب شوي ونعود اليكم.
Did you really think I'd just sit here and watch?
Yeah.
ding dong. They just think they are.
Backlines, 1391, a triple kill, double kill from the Omen. And this guy is spotted the more tier 4
At first I sent the link and she was petrified. Kept thinking she would be a victim of my scam and lies.
But then I read a few lines and the grammar was all wrong. The hunch grew strong. He was trying to scam me all along, so I blocked his hack and reported the fraud.
Oh, she even blocked my number and my phone calls from abroad.
They'll try to tempt you with rewards and a fake prize.
You shouldn't crumble. You should report these shady guys.
Well, no, not I will survive for as long as I report the fraud.
I know they won't survive.
I've got great advice to give.
Reporting is imperative.
They won't survive.
I won't survive.
Scammers these days have a known new trend.
It's a call from the police, but it's all pretend.
And you'll regret it later if you don't report the call.
But that's not all. They'll get all your details, they'll have it all.
So take their advice and report our lies.
Just call now and give these guys a rude surprise.
I've got great advice to give. Reporting is imperative.
I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey.
Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't coach, the boy that I'm in. Now we on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, cause you plotting on them with the tits on 10. Batch in the back that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Ding down, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Ding down, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Ding dong, 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 ding.
clan. Double XL up in the pen, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at, never fall back. No lies, no facts, we gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Been way down, never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need a hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah, no lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. This is automatic. 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 This is automatic.
Did you really think I'd just sit here and watch?
I'ma kick back when you fake like that. Back when you fake like that. When you fake like that. When you fake like that. I'ma kick back when you fake like that. Head out of the game, I don't play that fact. I'ma kick back when you fake like that. Head out of the game, I don't play that fact. When you fake like that. Head out of
backlines. 1391, a triple kill, a double kill from the Omen. And this guy is split the Mortier 4 jacket. And finally, we are down to the last two, the grand finals of the Dubai Police Esports Tournament. Welcome everybody back on the stream. It is Ramon, it is Wasabi, the tandem that you all been waiting for to cast the final matchup between Falcons and Fraggers. They have been proving their worth all throughout the 5 days that we've been so far here in the bracket. And Wasabi, it is a pleasure. Finally, your first time casting Valorant, and now you're at the grand finals. How does it feel to see both of these titans come on head to head in a best of 3 series?
Bro, you just exposed me on live stream, but sure. These teams have fought really long. I think it's been 5 days already, and now we're finally gonna find out which among them is gonna come out on top. Maps for tonight going to be Breeze, Haven, and Split.
Yeah, Breeze definitely a different first taste from what we usually see from a lot of these maps, right? We usually see Bind, Split, the occasional Haven for the first map, right? But we got a curveball in the mix, a Breeze map for our first opening best of 3 for the grand finals itself. I like what I'm seeing, because Breeze as a map is just pure on mechanics, pure on aim duels. At this point, you're not even looking towards the heavy strats take for the side of whoever's on the attacking side. You just want to take the aim duels head on. And with a map of Breeze, which is the closest map that you would see, that's something like Counter-Strike, where every map is an aim duel potential. Every single vicinity is a point of map control. Breeze is just that type of map which I am looking for. Gunfights all around, heavy mid takes, and aim main being a very hard take to pull off whenever you're on the attacking side. So, you know, that's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be slightly more easy to go towards B side, or probably from mid all the way rotating into B, than in comparison to A, because of how big the site is and how open it is. And there's so many spots that your opponents can be hiding at that you're not really going to be able to check all of them at one time.
Yeah, and that just gives a lot more priority to the kind of guns that they need to do. So Phantom is not really the best option if you want to take the longer gun aim duels head on, right? Because the Vandal will always be one tap everywhere on the side of the map. The Operator is also very important. That's why both jets have to be picked up here. FR1 using the jet in hand with Aim Hunter now giving himself up as the second duelist for the squad, which I'm really not surprised about that. This type of team out from Fraggers is the type of team that just likes to go with aim duels. All around, they have been time and time again aggressively taking the place by storm. While on Falcons, it's always about calculated aggression. When they get the info, when they get the initiative, that's when they force themselves into the site execute, which I believe has been the strong force of Team Falcons. And whenever they need a backup plan, then they always count on a lot of their IGLs, a lot of their calls to make their way, wrapping around every single time they have the post plans.
Yeah, definitely. Falcon's going to go for that double controller setup, and hopefully it will work out for them, because the players on the side of Fraggers, they're going for a double duelist setup, which is a little bit different, but then again, it's going to be down to their strengths as a team to pull this off. And of course, with the map being so big, there's going to be a lot of use for all those smokes that the controllers are able to use.
Yeah, and they're also like taking a strat out of like the Forsaken playbook. Because if you remember, Forsaken is the type of team that don't play the hard Sentinel on a map of Breeze, where you don't really need the full Sentinel anyways. Because if you want to play all out aggression, then you always pick something that heavily favors like all out war, all out early mid control, which usually is a double initiator or a double duelist comp. But now it's very different. It's a double initiator and a double controller comp inside of Falcons, which, you know, very unorthodox. Usually you'd want like a Cypher to hold off one side of the map while everybody else is just aggressing on through. But no, they just want to have everybody aggress on, pull their weight in, try to see if they can get the first angle through while they have the proactive pushes head on, which I kind of wonder if Fraggers are going to deal with that same problem every single time, leaving the Cypher on an island all the way towards A site, while Falcons are now on the T side retake.
And it looks like we're just about to have our first engagement here. The players on the side of Falcon, they're actually going to go and try to push towards that A site now. But it's pretty smart from them. They have some people rotating from mid and some from A site as well. And so that's going to give them a split push to be able to clear and occupy majority of that A site as they push in.
Yeah, they also have the triple flank here, and Casper will always be good for one. Every single time this guy pulls out the impact frags, then they're able to convert through. Just unfortunate that Viper is still in no man's land. FR1 enters the fight, and with the A side being on notice, they have to play the crossfires, with Akai starting off again with a double.
And now, Akai trying to get a little bit more, but not able to connect the shots just yet and gets taken down. It's going to be down to a 2v2 situation. Spike, however, still planted, is going to give them some time, but the defuse going in right now, and it looks like they'll be able to stick it, but just enough time. They get the last kill as well, and so that's the first point going to the side of Fraggers.
And in the most crucial moment too, Aim Hunter picking up the Reyna, which, if you remember his past performances, this is the first time that I've seen him play the double duelist comp. And him being the Reyna is a good thing for them, because now they're doubling down on the aggression. Now they're doubling down on their biggest strength as a team, which is quick and easy backspace rack control, which always has been working out, especially on the retake scenario. So great job on the triple kill. Good pistol round through from the defense. Fragger is getting a very good opening against Team Falcons, which we have known to have a really strong executes, especially on the pistol round, but they're shaking this far. Now need to concede since they only have the pistols in hand. Aim Hunter definitely good on one onto Spy.
Now he inches closer towards mid, comes into contact with one of the players, but not able to get that kill yet. But look at this, Jet gets one, trying to go for the second, gets two right off the bat. And now Omen, it's gonna be the last player alive. Viper right around the corner, about to line it up on to Izuki, gets taken down. Evie is able to clear out that round. 2 points to the side of Fraggers already.
Very, very quick and easy, since that is just only their buy round that they needed to play that pedestrian, right? You think about it, they don't need to overpeak, but then they're playing to their strengths, which is the mobility from FR1, getting one and two over to the left and right side of things, while Ebby playing the close angle, which is definitely the biggest strength of this team comp. Just letting them play around their utility, play around like the mistakes of their opponents. Team Falcons not able to win themselves the pistol round. A domino effect in the mix with Aim Hunter pushing in, but unexpected. Khalid able to bounce back, adjust his aim in time, not beginning the fight. FR1 pulls out his Sheriff, but Akai is able to bounce back through with the 3 versus 5.
Now, the Poison Cloud going to block their sides, keeping them away from each other. Viper not gonna push that just yet. 2 players only on the side of Fraggers, and this is the opportunity for Falcons to finally win a round to their side. Looks like they're going to be able to get one, but unfortunately, Viper gets taken down. Khalid now going on for the hunt for that last and final cipher, but he's all the way on to the other side on B side.
Yeah, he's already comfortable back on B since he's just playing around his util anyway. That also means that he's spending a little bit of time before he can retake back the site itself, but Izuki already knows his location. He even spammed on down towards that CT spawn. And Akai is on the hunt too, because already the backstab is commencing. And he has to be aware of this, but he's caught with his pants down. Gets the double kill. Akai, always as sharp as ever on the duelist. The first point coming in the way of Team Falcons, which is, again, their biggest win condition. Making sure the buy round is as effective as they need it to be, since this is the first 2 rounds away over to the Fragger side. And I'm sure they're not happy with that, so they need to bounce back early on at this point.
Yeah, definitely need to bounce back, but such a good round for the side of Falcon, and hopefully the momentum will continue for them. Right now, Cypher going to set up a couple of traps around that B site, but the players on the side of Falcon have not really decided on where exactly they're going to head towards. They just hold down their area right now. Spike not leaving too far from the base. They try to clear off B side right now, but the trap's going to catch them. Aim Hunter gets one and heals from it as well. Backs away, trying to look for more kills onto the middle area of the map, but doesn't spot anyone for now.
You gotta praise FR1 for his initiative. Updraft in hand, dashes back after he takes the kill over all the way back onto T-Spawn. Not giving an answer away. Not giving an opportunity to ask anything out from Falcons, even dismantling the Viper. And that would have been the key smoker for them to take the A site, but now they fall back on the default position. See if they can get Khaled on a position to neutralize this numbers advantage set up by Fraggers, but while they're holding hands, they can still make the contact. Noise made around A, and this is where they want to hit here.
30 seconds left.
Toxic screen gonna block their views. Abby gets flashed as well, but now knows that there's opponents around the area, is going to be able to get one kill. And looks like Abby gets the last one as well. They clear out the players on the side of Falcon really quickly, getting a flawless round back to their side, stopping the players of Falcon once again. Stuck at 1 point right now, and Fraggers able to get the lead right now. 3 points already onto their side.
Yeah, and back to playing the default positions and again under defense, because they don't even need to overpeak anymore. They can just play for their strengths. Know the mobility from the Jet. Knowing his boundaries, after he gets the first shot, he can just play passively, try to rotate back around. Knowing that the operator was already on elbow, he can just rotate back and see if he can get the pick off on the A site itself. FR1 back on controlling that A lobby extremity, but Aim Hunter on the other side just gets a very early shot through. Ebby follows with a second, which is doing really well on the cause of Fraggers, because all they've been hoping for is early kills left and right. With Ebby getting the double as well, this is not looking good for the attack as Team Falcons have to regroup.
You know, Fraggers, they're playing this really well. Even if they're the defending team, they're going at it like they're the attacking team, playing very aggressively. And so far, it's been working very well for them. They have way more kills than the players on the side of Falcon, and that's how they've been able to get the last couple of rounds. But eventually, that aggression is going to be something that may cost them a round as well, but we'll have to wait for that, because right now, it's been something that catches the players on the side of Falcon off guard.
Nakai, limited because of that cage, and he doesn't know that he's also held up by the tripwire set up by the Cypher. Aim Hunter, always the perfect guy to play around the util. DB Dom noted, because that tripwire is destroyed. Aim Hunter, good for the shot, running in with the Vandal. Flawless victory out for the Fraggers position. And Falcons are faltering by the numbers, because they've been getting dismantled before they get an opportunity to strike. And if they would have had the opportunity, then this would have been a different story. However, they were attempting the mid play, which is formidable to say the least, since that is their best cause. Trying to see if they could find Ebby before he can make more impact around the map, since Ebby's been doing really well on the proactive positions. And as the Viper, his main responsibility is to make them uncomfortable. Make them uncomfortable to the point that they can't even think about executing.
And that's what they're trying to do right now, but the players on the side of Falcon trying to find a loophole out of it. They go and rotate around the area, heavily pushing towards mid, but not too aggressively. Akai here, pulling out the ult, spots a couple of players, but not able to connect the dots. Gets one on Aim Hunter, taking down a very vital member of the team. Going for the second one in right now, but gets taken down by Abby. Abby able to get that kill onto the B side, and that means he's gonna be able to hold it down for the team. Falcon, unaware of Abby still being in that B side, going to get a couple of them taken down, and now Abby goes in for the kill, gets taken down though, however, and it's gonna be down to a 2v3 situation. Looks like Jet gets taken down by Outlaw as well, and now it's all down to Cypher.
Yeah, Cypher is going to be in a lot of trouble, especially in the crosshairs of Outlaw, who has already made himself the king of mid-side. Already has isolating 3 picks every single target unnoticed yet again when they were trying to aggress on. See if they could rotate all the way towards that mid side. Almost like they're biting back at the same manner where they will dealt upon whenever they would have the proactive push. Akai, surprising. Aim Hunter already all the way towards that hell position, but Kai himself could have gotten more if he was able to convert onto the Viper, but then again, Epi was just too quick on the cause. Akai back on the operator. And this is all because of his Blade Storm buy from the previous round. He could get more, but they have to be careful about this.
Careful, slow and steady will be able to help them get this round to their side. But now, the players on the side of Falcon trying to make their way towards B side. Only Viper holding down the area. That's going to give them the opportunity to go and rush into that area and get the spike planted as well. The players on the side of Fraggers first to rotate, but not going to make it before that spike is planted. That means they'll have to fight for the retake while the spike is already planted. But looks like they're not quite decided. Looks like they're going back to that A side.
Yeah, they're not even going to think about retaking. They're just going to go for the 3-man save. It's already a costly round for them since they did invest that operator very early on. And that also means that in the next round, 2 of their players from Fraggers are not going to have the rifles. So they need to make sure that they cut the losses this time. They'll be okay with just having the core. Pick this operator up from Aim Hunter, then pick those 2 rifles up to see if they can have a winning chance in the next coming round. Which in my opinion is not that bad. I would take, like, losing this round, and then in return, I save up the 3 rifles that I have. Just so that I could have a winning chance coming into the next round, which, in my eyes, Fraggers are okay with to take that any single day of the week, since that losing round didn't do that much to hurt their economy anyways.
Yeah, actually, it's a very smart play from their side. Just as you were saying, they're able to keep their economy relatively well, and then they get those additional weapons save as well. And so hopefully that will aid them to win this next round that's just about to start. Falcon, however, they should have went and rushed into those players, trying to get them taken care of. I mean, they had a numbers advantage, so they could have easily won those engagements. But now in this round, it looks like the players on the side of Falcon, they're going to slow things down, making their way towards that A side, but not wanting to push in just yet. Only Cypher is going to be the one watching this A side. Gets taken down by Akai, and they finally push in now, but Jeff gets taken down as well. Traded across the map. Aim Hunters going in for a kill right now, but gets taken down from behind. And it's going to be down to a 3v4, but Aim Hunter just so good in lining up those shots, gets 2 kills back to back.
Yeah, exchanging gunfire just as he has the mechanics to pop up in the operator shot yet again from Aim Hunter as he's playing escalation, ladies and gentlemen. Just picking up the Vandal, just showing how good he is on the operator. He can do it all. With Falcons lost on the matchup, Fraggers doing their best to fight off the push on through. And this is at the time when the KO has used his ultimate as well. That would have been a different story if they had the null command, just so that they could nullify any sort of dismisses that the Reyna can put out for himself. But Aim Hunter just had free reign over the site, and the operator from FR1 on top of everything else has been crispy. So you layer that up, and it's just a beautiful defense all around for Fraggers, especially with this highlight reel set up by Aim Hunter. And you can know that this guy's on fire right now ever since his performance in the semifinals.
Yeah, definitely. He's on a streak right now, and if they don't find a way to stop him, it's going to be a very difficult game. But it looks like the players on the side of Falcon going to call for a timeout right now, trying to find a way to regroup. And you can already hear from the voices that they're trying to set up a plan for the next round, maybe trying to figure out where exactly they should head towards or which positions that they should be holding.
Yeah. I believe Sabi has like a third ear in the comm positions for Falcons because they know that they're in trouble. They're in trouble in a lot of ways. Their pace has changed. They're not able to take the confident duels that they were doing. When you compare that to how they performed in the semifinals, they are in a different element now, but it is not in a good way because Aim Hunter has been doing really well on the duelist role, controlling the gunfire, controlling the tempo for the team. And in these small moments, that's when they escalate. These possible defenses, Aim Hunter too quick on the shot. It's Akai that wins the gunfight in the end. That's a huge pick because Aim Hunter has been the one who initiates the gunfights. Now they're forced to play the passive angles. Now they want Falcons to be the ones to make the mistake. They cannot do this without him.
Let's see how this goes right now. Both teams just holding their places, not moving too much. But Viper's gonna put up a wall, and Jet finally pushes in. Abby trying to look for a kill, gets taken down from the side. Zuki popping off right now. Going to get those kills that's needed, and Cypher needs to line up the shots. Get 3 in a row right now. Trying to go in for the 4th, but not enough bullets, and that causes him to falter and die there. Last player remaining on the side of Fraggers is going to be Jet. He gets 1 now with the operator trying to go in for the second one. Doesn't spot the last and final player. Viper going to use the Viper Spit to get that spike planted and a little cover as well to be able to play around with.
He's pinging where the Phantom is, but the operator, the no-scope inside the Viper Spit. And that was the best counter to the operator too. But he was moving on in. He was thinking about watching where the Phantom was, and he would have swapped the gun over. But he walked where the operator was actually going to run on through. FR1, the luckiest man on the team. And it was a good hold overall because Fraggers made it this close. DV Dub and his isolated picks. Picking up where EB left off with that one shot onto Akai, isolating the Omen as well. And just because the Cypher utility was still activated, they were delayed in taking the spike plant. It was just unfortunate that he had lost all his bullets in the magazine. With Casper also whiffing the flash dodge timing, that would have been incredibly different for Falcons. Aim Hunter back on the push, and he gets denied by Izuki. But right before he takes down Spy, and that would have been a good one for 1, but then again, Aim Hunter is worth 2. Casper gets another as Akai pushes too far. That mid side is looking also dangerous, especially now that Khaled is on the hunt.
Khaled gets spotted now by the opponents, but still able to stay alive. And now Jet has his scopes onto the opponents, but not able to connect the dots just yet. Backs away, and Casper is going to get the one on Khaled now. 2 versus 4 players, all stacked up on that A side right now. And Outlaw about to spot 1, but gets taken down by the Opper. And Jet trying to get another one, but unfortunately just falters a little bit. And the players on the side of Fragger is going to be able to get another round to their side. 7 points already. And the players on Falcon not able to find the solution despite the timeout that they pulled out a while ago. They haven't been able to find a way to put a stop to the players of Fraggers just yet.
Yeah, and it's always been around those timings. Yet again, Aim Hunter, you can praise him all you want because he's been doing it really well to initiate these fights head on. But the duelist in him, FR1 on the operator, great game sense because he knows that his back isn't that protected. He had to choose which angle to choose. Akai has to push in because the Cypher has been doing really well with the side takes. Izuki finally deals the damage on EB, while Akai will deal a lot over to DB Dub. This is a perfect side take because nobody has lost the fight from Falcons as they do get the spike plant and they also have somebody to watch their flanks.
Yeah, and they're also watching a majority of the entrances. They have it covered. They have a couple smokes, a couple walls blocking the areas, and that is going to make it a little harder for the retake. But look at this, Akai gets a big triple there, and now has the opportunity to be able to get this round to their side. Falcons has to play the smart, but the last and final Jet on the side of Fraggers deciding to back away, maybe save this Opper for the later half. We know that this team's very critical about saving, but unfortunately, Khaled spots him, and he's not going to be able to save that Opper for the next round.
That's okay, because they're on the attacking round anyway. They don't need Akai on a position to hold the angles. He needs to be the one to take the initiative. That's why it was so important for him to dodge away from the Cypher trips, because that's the only thing holding them back. That's the only thing that was making him hesitate to take the initiative moving forward. That's why he was able to take the Viper. That's why they were able to fight DV-Dov, who were the two pillars on that B site, holding their ground on trying to defend the site itself, opening everything up for the side of Falcons. And they're also making the way forward. Akai almost gets the lineup, but Casper, a team kill. FR1 trusted him. The operator shot in the dark, and they got Esaad just because of that.
And now, the spike about to get planted. The players on the side of Fraggers have to go in for the retake. They're pushing from multiple angles right now, trying to catch the players on the side of Falcon off guard. But looks like Spy is going to be able to line up that first shot. Going in for the second one now. Gets a win onto their side. Falcon finally bouncing back here. I think this is their second round in a row. And finally the switch of sides also going to help them out a lot. Sending everyone back to their pistols and a reset of the economy. But still a very close game here. The players on the side of Fraggers up at 7 points. But that's only a 2-point difference between them and Falcon. So it's still a lot of room for movement.
It was just unfortunate that Casper lines up the Hunter's Fury at the worst possible position. Because that was right after FR1 gets dinked from the Blade Storm in hand. That was an accidental shot all the way from Casper. And they would have done explosively onto defense on A, but the numbers advantage was just too much. Fraggers back on the T side, where they're most known on taking aggressive duels. They want to play the methodical game, and they want to deep on in as Pi gets the double kill yet again, and the duo of Casper and Aim Hunter already dismantled before they make action.
3 players remaining on the side of Fragger, and they're spread out from one another very, very far. Spike all alone. And if he gets spotted, they're gonna drop that. But it looks like they're going to back away for now, not wanting to go into that engagement with the players on Falcon. But look at this. Jet able to get one, even with just a pistol. And now they regroup at mid, trying to get a couple more ideas or information on where their opponents are at, but their opponents just holding down both A site and B site, not giving them a clear path to any of the areas where they can get that spike planted. 40 seconds, still a lot of time to play with, but they have to make a decision, and it looks like they're gonna head toward that A, but 3 kills! Oh my god!
Khalid! And he was holding his chin while all of that was happening. Imagine that. 3 kills in the round, and the pistol, without that much effort, he didn't even move an inch. Look at that. He was at the worst possible position, but he got all 3 players lined up for those headshots. A beautiful play from the KO. And you could say that might have been the final nail in the coffin, but it's too early to tell, because that defense from Falcons, it was all held up because of that one play, but they have to do it again.
They have to do it again and again and again until the round ends. But the guy gets the opening shot, going in for the second one right now. Misses it. Slides away, dashes away, but Jet gets